including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
Two players to be able to...
This is it! A 12-57!
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting! In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot to dig. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from anywhere. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
Two players to be able to...
This is it! A squad of these
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting! In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot to dig. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from anywhere. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
Two players to be able to...
This is it! A swarm of these
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting! In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot to dig. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from anywhere. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Survivors. 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
Two players to be able to...
This is it! A squad of these
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting! In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot to dig. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from anywhere. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
Two players to be able
This is it! A squad of these
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting! In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot to dig. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from anywhere. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
Two players to be able
This is it! A 27
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting! In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot to dig. Some are regular rewards that every
Day 3, patterns begin to form. Confidence to achieve their hopes grows for some. Doubt of failure creeps in for others. So stay with us, because every round now matters more than ever. EVOS meets P Esports. Both are desperate for the win, but only one moves up. Will the EVOS roar echoes in the upper bracket, or will P Esport trap the Tigers and snatch their glory?
Kadang sering lolos ke yang stage-nya, kita kan nggak pernah juara tuh. Mungkin itu sih motivasi terbesar, jadi kita harus juara lah kali ini.
Đây là lần đầu tiên mình thi đấu giải quốc tế, nên động lực lớn nhất của mình là sự khẳng định bản thân và khao khát giành chức vô địch cho BA Esports.
Buriram takes on Heavy. For Heavy, facing the world champions is a monumental task. And can Buriram finish the group stage undefeated? Or will Heavy prove they have what it takes to dethrone the champions?
Không nhìn thấy king đó bóngผมnày.
Hãy ghi nhớ cái tên này vì Heavy đến đây để vô địch.
What a shot!
WAG versus AG. The defending champs have a target on their backs. Every match bears the intensity of the finals now. Can AG protect their Clash Squad throne? Or will the Kings finally fall?
Động lực của mình là đưa WAG trở lại đỉnh cao, đúng với những kỳ vọng mà mọi người đã đặt vào team.
WAG ครับก็แฟนคลับเยอะมากก็เห็นอวยกันอยู่ครับก็อยากให้เล่นได้เหมือนที่แฟนคลับอวย
Falcons versus RRQ. A rivalry forged in heaven, but on day 3, the Falcons are within striking distance of the upper bracket. Can the Kingdom take down the Wing Terror amidst their flight?
Masih lah, soalnya kan kalau luck kan juga kan cuma berapa persen kan. Skill kan yang paling ini sama makronya.
RRQ ครับคำพูดเยอะครับแต่ซีเล่นไม่เคยได้แชมป์นะครับผมอยากพาทีมเอาแชมป์ซีกลับมาครับ
Day 3 changes everything. The time for talk is over as the gap begins to tear the field apart. Who will step into the light of the next stage and who will be left drowning in the shadows? The real battle begins now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. This is a Free Fire Clash Masters Southeast Asia 2026 Spring. And this is day number 3 and the last day of group stages where by the end of the day, AJ, we're going to find out who is going to the upper and lower bracket. I am Nacho the Gentleman Garcia, join my brother, the Mustachio AJ.
No eliminations. But we do get to decide if or not some people get to have a little bit of extra fun. Next week, we do get to see if or not some teams get an extra life. And of course, then we get to see if or not the Titans even have to use up that extra life, right? Because next week, we have a double elimination bracket. But we are going to populate the double elimination bracket this week through the group stage. So even though no teams get eliminated, Neptune, the top 2 teams within their group goes into the upper bracket. And of course, the bottom 2 teams go into the lower bracket. If you are in the lower bracket, the moment you lose a match next week, you are out. But of course, if you're in the upper bracket, you fall to the lower bracket, and then you do something there. If or not you win, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a comparison of longer and shorter journey because those in lower bracket, if they lose, it's a much shorter journey. But for those who have managed to make it work in group stage, then there's still a double chance for them to get into the grand final. So let's find out though which team would that be, because so far for the past 2 days, AJ, we've seen a few more than just a couple that is making it work, and I'm loving the storyline of the teams.
Absolutely. 2 teams so far look like they could potentially make a quick journey in the upper brackets as well, right? Because if you win every single series, then you're going to just jump straight into the grand finals. But of course, let's take a look a little bit closer at the map explainer here. We've got 4 maps that we'll be playing through. And of course, we've got the map draw as well. A team will be randomly picked as the winner that gets to draw 2 maps, which is game 1 as well as game 3. The person or the team that does not win that by a lucky chance gets to pull map number 2. But of course, this has been... What do you think, Neptune? Has this really affected the chances of some squads?
Yeah, I think the luck is a factor because of the multiple times that they can choose a map. But for some, they are just a little bit too proficient in multiple maps. And there's only a few maps that really takes care, especially on those that we pointed out for the snipers like Kalahari or some areas in Nextera. So let's find out though if that's something that we can see different, especially as we have the standings right now after 2 days in the group stage.
Yep, and 2 teams sitting on 6 points. That means 2 victories so far, not a single loss. In the previous time, we had a really serious Clash Squad showdown that was at Jakarta. It was at FFWS Global Finals, where we kind of got the information that Falcons and Buriram were not very serious about Clash Squad because they wanted to focus on Battle Royale. Now that we get to see these 2 teams in here, I'm really liking what I see. First of all, Team Falcons, they did take an L already to All Gamers Global, but Buriram is in a totally separate group. I cannot wait to see the clash of these titans next week, Neptune.
Yeah, let's see though. But right now, let's take a look at what we're going to witness for today. We're starting it off with EVOS going against Esports, and then Buriram United going against Heavy, and WAG, a rivalry. The rivalry continues with them against AG Global, and then as mentioned in Explainer earlier, the rivalry that has been built in heaven, Falcons and RRQ, and seems like one team out of that 4th match has been feeling a little bit more of hell in that situation.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Of course, we're going to take the bottom 2 matches. We're going to keep them for later. That's from Group B. We'll talk mainly about Group A first, Neptune. EVOS versus PE Sports. This is quite a big match because the winning team gets to be in the upper bracket, like we just talked about, that extra life that you're looking for. The loser has to be in the danger zone where they cannot slip up, they cannot mess up. And you know, it's a dogfight down there at the lower brackets. Everybody wants a bigger slice of the phenomenal prize pool that we've got here. I don't know how we're doing it, but we are doing it. That means we are doing very well.
Yeah, exactly. And I did point out, I mean, this is relegation time out of the 2 teams, EVOS Divine and PE Sports, currently 2nd and 3rd, and they do have the same standings, 1-on-1 for both wins and loss. So it definitely would break the tie out of this. Now, let's see though if there's something that would happen as well with Heavy, because so far after 2 losses, it seems like they are down in dumps, and if they can recover, then it's up to the scores that they can get into. But let's take a look as well into our predictions, how we played it on our mind. And you're still going with EVOS against PE Sports, but I'm loving the energy that PE Sports has shown.
You say it like I don't love the energy. I absolutely love the energy out of Vietnam. I love PE Sports, but I think EVOS has got a lot to prove. They've got a lot on the table. You know, they've been down in the dumps for quite a while already, and I think they're trying to fight out of that, right? This is a big reputation-building matchup for EVOS. I don't think, first of all, they want to risk playing in the lower bracket so early on. I mean, if you get kicked down, that's a different story altogether, right? But I have a feeling like they will not be playing for that. And of course, they want to recover a little bit of street cred out there. The esports scene has been wondering for a while now what happened to EVOS after EWC.
Exactly. I mean, I think, if I'm not mistaken, in one of their interview, they did mention that they tried so much, but they haven't won anything, and like anything significant in Clash Squad mode. But let's see if Kochil, Rasia, Ray, and Aim God will be able to make it work this time around, bring themselves in the upper bracket. Because so far, again, the first day, it was a little bit devastating. But when Husky and Gideon was casting, they were able to manage and recover from that loss. So this is the time for them to bring themselves up a little bit higher on the board.
Yeah, no doubt at all. They most definitely can bump themselves up against PE Sports. Perhaps it might not be the easiest fight for them, but obviously they don't have much of a choice. The team that they do take on is filled with absolute predators here in Clash Squad. They're looking to become Clash Masters. LBT, Wang Shi, Zaref, as well as Seat1. We saw quite a bit from Zaref, and he was very impressive on day one, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Zaref and Wang Shi together is something that included in the PE Sports lineup has changed the pace of this team, especially in Clash Squad mode. So I'm looking forward to how they are going to bring their team up together with LBT and Seat1, because LBT has already his prestige, but nothing yet in terms of winning. But Seat1, this is a guy as well that might be silent but can be deadly in the battlefield.
Yeah, let's see if or not we'll see some deadly looks on their faces as well. That's as friendly as it gets, Neptune.
That's how it is. I mean, I'm loving the. I'll say they're still focused, but they're not too focused to avoid saying hi to the viewers out there. But for PE Sports right now, yeah, we're seeing smiles. But compared to the previous day that they played, they're just locked in right now.
Yeah, no doubt at all. 84 eliminations so far out of EVOS. They are a team not to be messed with. Most used characters that you see out of their team, you've usually got that Zane, Sentino, Coda. And what does this tell us? They always want to take that, upfront battle very seriously, and they focus on the defense, right? They also focus on keeping a little bit of distance between themselves as well as the opponents. And you really got to respect that out of them. And once again, 84 eliminations in total. Damages averages around 9,488 per game, and a total of 117 assists as well, Nep.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's a lot of numbers from EVOS Divine. But the damage, though, is mostly being brought in by Rasia. And that's the only time that really the team is popping off. We've called this out before. They made an adjustment, but now they need to double down on that. They need to give Rasia that full support, especially in the front line, so he can do his magic on the snipes. Otherwise, he will just be left alone and then, like, going solo. Yes, it was pulled off, but it wasn't only do, but it's difficult to pull it off every time.
Yeah, and PE Esports not too far away from their opponents, right? 100 eliminations, 9,990 average damage, but 183 assists. Again, the eliminations not too far away from each other, but this is where you see the real teamwork coming into play. PE Esports, not the kind of squad you want to go up against, because it's not just one player firing at you at one time. The communication on this squad has been impeccable so far in the competition, and that's the main reason why the time to knock down their opponents is extremely short up against PE. So I think the way the active skills are pulled on the side of EVOS definitely will help them. Yeah, they sure as hell need that Zane, maybe even the Orion, Neptune.
Well, let's see though. Let's see so far the map. It has been picked first by EVOS Divine. They start off their favorite map, which is Kalahari. Then we head into next area. That would be the pick of PE Sports. And then if we go to game 3, that would be in Bermuda.
I'm just quite curious to see exactly how they are going to deal with this situation, because if you look at the active skills on both sides, they don't really overlap in terms of the active skills that they do prefer to use out there, right? But they have to be really careful about the bans as well, because in terms of stealing, if you don't really focus on the kind of play style that your opponents are, usually using out there, you don't favor the active skills that they favor as well. Stealing away active skills becomes something that's close to difficult or impossible. And if you still force it, you might just be playing a hand that you're not so confident with. And of course, as we open things up, the first ban and pick is from the side of PE Sports. They took Sentino out of the equation. A big respect to what EVOS can do with him. And the Orion ban comes through from the side of EVOS.
All right, so they denied Aim God already of that Orion. And let's see though, Cassie. It has been picked so many times because of the condition that we have in Clash Masters, where wherein healing is quite difficult for most of the teams, especially without a free med kit. So this is quite important, especially if you tie it up with the Zane. But on the other side, not only do you have that speed, you have that push capability, but double denial on the glue wall per se with that Oscar as well as Nero, and then you get some information out of that coda.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, the EVOS pull on that Kazu was a big one because this is EVOS capable of playing the active skills that PE Esports is very comfortable with, right? So this is a big steal that EVOS has gotten off of them. So that's a double blow on the side of PE Esports. But of course, for tit for tat, because that coda is very valuable out there. You know how EVOS loves to use that Aurora Vision. PE Esports pulls him for their side. But of course, if you look at the overall arrangement of active skills here from the side of EVOS, it seems like they do have the capability to slow the pace down first and then come out bursting in terms of a response if PE Esports pushes the boundaries. But at the same time, they can go for a rush if they wanted to.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that Homer, especially tied up with a Moko, definitely it just finds an opponent that is close behind. You can use that Ignis to get even closer. Oh my goodness.
For what?
All right. So I'm seeing doubles for PE Sports. I did mention earlier the double denial of the glue wall. Now with double information, and this is double trouble for PE Sports. Or for EVOS, rather.
It's definitely a double trouble here. So I kind of understand, because if you look at the initial store that we head on into on Bermuda, right? You look at your cyber airdrop store. You look at the active skill cards that are there. You get Steffi or Raiden. And those are the two skills that they definitely did not bring in here. They don't have the clue out on there. So taking away some information for themselves, absolutely agree. But taking a double info, I guess they're just trying to play it safe against EVOS, man. This is respect towards EVOS. This shows clearly that PE Esports is really nervous about getting ambushed by the side of EVOS, and they want to have information at all times as to where the position of these players are.
Well, let's see though. I mean, getting information in position is one thing, eliminating them is another. So let's see if that approach by PE Sports, together with a combination of the other skills they have, can be utilized to take down EVOS Divine, or it can be countered with the strength of Zane, with the disablement of Homer, and then the healing factor that's being brought in by Cassie, plus the denied vision by Ignis. It seems like they're just going for a rush right now. Strong enough on a strong foundation from EVOS Divine, and then let's see if this is something they can pull off.
So we've got an interview for the players to just explain exactly why they picked these maps, and there's a few other questions. So we'll let you guys enjoy that and catch up with you in a bit.
Ya, itu betul sekali. Strategi dari Coach Lim dan komunikasi kita itu lebih baik. Dan karena strategi coach kita berjalan dengan baik, jadi eksekusinya mantap. Jadi berjalan dengan baik semuanya lah. Kalau kita yang paling kesulitan dan kita belum kuasain banget mapnya itu ada di Nextera. Nah itu sih map kekurangan kita. Karena Nextera kita belum terlalu menguasain lah. Jadi itu salah satu kekurangan kita. Tapi jangan dikasih tahu bang ke PE.
Lý do vì sao hôm qua thua Buriram ở game 3 là do game cuối thay đổi chiến thuật đột ngột, nên team em các thành viên thay đổi không kịp nên dẫn đến thua. Sau 2 ngày thi đấu vừa qua thì mình nghĩ đội trở ngại lớn với tụi mình là mình nghĩ là Falcons, tại vì tụi mình chưa được bắn với Falcons bao giờ.
So that's, I think, in that interview, and thankfully he did say exactly that, they had a sudden change in strategy, which caused them to lose that final game up against Buriram. And that's what I mean when you try to counter draft against your opponents. You want to steal away a good skill of theirs, but if you can't execute well with that skill and you haven't planned it out in totality, then you're probably going to struggle, right? Because if you really get down to the nitty-gritty of things, you need to know exactly what skill you're using, how that interacts with the rest of your team members, and the timing of the execution of those skills. If you can pull all of that in perfect symphony, then you probably will be able to blast your opponents out of the skies. And that's one of the things that, you know, teams like Buriram do out there, right? You definitely have seen Falcons execute those kinds of plays as well. So PE Esports, you know, being a little too reactive in some of these drafts could hurt them. So today, again, Neptune, we see those doubles. I don't know how I feel about it, because if you really look at it, you compare EVOS and PE Esports, they've got good skills, but EVOS has got actual working effective skills, extra life. You know, you really get to boost yourself into these fights and sustain longer as opposed to PE.
All right, and one thing that PE Sports can use an advantage is the speed that they can, well, not really speed, but the combination that they can pull off that coda and then clue. Initially, you pull off that clue to get information on which side to take, and then you use a coda to get definite position of your opponents. And then you have that Nero to probably release a plushie, and then that Oscar. That combination itself needs to be swift, and that's what they need, just to make sure that there's not so much of recovery that can be done by EVOS Divine right here, especially as they are not using that Orion, because that Orion, if they didn't ban it, could have been a saving grace for them with this combination of PE Sports.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, man. So, Oscar, of course, I really see PE Esports depending a lot on their mechanical skills purely. So they don't have any extra boost in terms of damage. They don't have any extra boost in terms of defense as well, as opposed to what you see on the side of EVOS. EVOS has got the Zane. You know, you get to block out a lot of that damage. You've got the Cassie to pump up a certain player. If there's a deadly combination of the Cassie and the Zane, PE Esports asking for a lot of trouble. And to make things worse, you don't have medkits to play around with. Remember, guys, we are not giving them free medkits anymore. So they're going to start off the game basically in a little bit of a pinch, unless they can get to the airdrop where by some blessing they get a medkit for themselves. If not, if you get tagged one time, you're immediately in trouble now.
And that's one reason as well why we don't see the combination of a Smoke Vortex as well as Super Bonfire. Most of it is just a Super Bonfire to add up a little bit more of healing for you if you get into the pinch. But right now, speaking of pinch, it seems like Wang Shi is the first one that has been taken down. Now a few more. Stage 1, only one remaining. Wow. But there it goes with a USP2. Will he be able to finish him off? Aim guard right now goes for the final elimination with the help of another. And EVOS takes the first point.
Yeah, brilliant play by EVOS, just prioritizing the pickup instead of looking for the final player, and that gives them the numbers advantage towards the very end. And of course, Situan almost able to probably put the final bullet in the coffin here, but unfortunately, it was a situation. There you see, that situation in terms of a 1v3. AimGod drops back to pick up Rasia, and Rasia gives him that well-needed assist, because I think Situan had it in the bag. If it was a 1v1, that would be PE Esports with the first point.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, C1 would have needed to wait a little bit longer, but not wait too long for the pickup to happen. And then he could use that plushie to increase the odds of him winning that fight. But Rasia right now a little bit too close. And there you go, tagged by Wang Shi. Coach Hill will be taken down by C1 with a deagle. And 2 down low ready for EVOS. Revenge for PE Sports is a 4th.
Yeah, at this moment, we are calling him Sichuan. I love myself a good Sichuan soup, but I'm not kidding, I really do. Oh, my poor friends are still fasting, but they don't eat Sichuan soup, so it's absolutely fine. But on a more serious note, that was a good comeback by PE Esports, right? And again, they're going to have to survive this one all on mechanical skills. EVOS has a brilliant advantage, and I think they shouldn't throw that away. They should make sure they keep PE Esports in a corner, but I think, of course, they kind of know this and they're getting a little overzealous. I think that pacing was unnecessary for them. But let's see how they do it this time around. They've got the VSS so early on, but PE's got some VSSs as well.
Yeah, I mean, 2 VSS and 2 G36 for PE Esports. Because of the number of elimination that they have, so they have a more economy on them. And let's see if this is something that EVOS Divine can respond quite quickly. Only 3 VSS and 1 double revolver. Unfortunately, Razia will be taken down first with VSS by C1, and Ray will try to pepper Wang Shi, but as the blue closes in, he will get out of position, so PE Sports can regroup.
Yeah, C1 with some pepper, bro. I tell you, you're getting it, that dude. Ray finds Wang Shi, but LBT out of nowhere as the double revolvers knocks him down to the ground. LBT surviving for the time being, and this is what we're talking about. That combination of the electrotherapy, Zeref on the circle around, VSS for the Punisher, hits a double. And Zeref smiling year to year. PE Sports just turned this one around. Now, although EVOS has that advantage with the extra defense, with the extra offense, they just can't seem to outplay PE Sports' movements right now.
Yeah, what I'm seeing from PE Sports is the coordination. Though they split up a little bit, but not too far, then they can easily regroup, especially with the speed that LBT has. He can just go far away, and he can always go back. But I'm seeing MP 5 level 3 right now that can be deadly, but you know how it is in Santa Catarina. I mean, there's always an opening for a sniper, especially Razia, to make that work. But I love in the play for PE Sports. 3-1 split on one side and just one opponent to deal with. But unfortunately, Wang Shi would be the first one to go down. The same goal for C1, and Coach Hill just didn't work on his own.
Chuan has got the medkit on him, but cannot even use it. And that's a little bit unfortunate as the boys get sprayed down. And Coach Hill manages to steal one medkit away. That's a big play here for EVOS. In fact, even AimGod has managed to loot up a medkit for himself. What PE gained, EVOS has snuck away. Now just a few more bullets straight towards LBT to bring this one to an end. A 1v3, impossible to make a comeback from when you are pressed like that with no medkits now.
Yeah, it's tough though, it's tough. I mean, LBT did manage to pull a super medkit onto the airdrop, but unfortunately, there's not so much of time for him to recover against 3 players of EVOS. I'm loving the back and forth right now, but we are back in Santa Catarina just switching spawns, and let's see who's taking advantage of the position that they will take later on, because those who had advantage to move up a little too fast would be EVOS Divine, especially with that bridge that they can get on top of this ship. So let's see if they can take the same route and probably take down Wang Shi first.
First cyber point on the side of EVOS already. That opens up the flash freeze for the squad, but they gotta be proper with it. Only 2 can be pulled. Coach Hill finds Zera from afar. LBT punishes Razia. The sniper on the side of EVOS is unable to play a good game this time around. But Ray finding one, unable to get either. Calling for backup now on that electrotherapy. And AimGod, the placement of his Flame Mirage might just be a big gameplay here for him, but LBT just hopping on away.
All right, Wang Shi can be the determining factor, surprise factor, but he jumps out. It's a good thing he doesn't fall down, though. Otherwise, he will be in the clutches of EVOS Divine.
Peekaboo. Oh, what a shot. Holy mama. That guy floated in air, made a turn in air, and went right back up onto the ship after connecting with that shot. Beautiful play. Was that a Winchester in his hand earlier, or was that the VSS?
I think it was a VSS, but bro, that's something, that's some Jordan stuff that we see there. Airtime, bro, airtime.
Yeah, I know, right? But of course, he was still managing to get the best of them that time round. It wasn't enough. Extra information on the side of PE, a little bit of capability to break down glue walls, stop glue walls. I don't know. I am just not digging the active skills pick off of PE Sports. They are having to depend most of the time purely on their mechanical skills of their shots connecting. EVOS, on the other hand, once again, they've got a lot of utilities that they can use to survive longer and to make sure they can punish the players on the side of PE Sports. 3-2 on the scoreline. Yet another cyber airdrop down in the middle, pulling both squads in.
Oh, let's see. LBT and another, but Seraph has been down, and especially with Coach Hill with VSS, 2 down already, and potential for a third, as he has great vision on the other side. Great time turner to get away by AimGod, and enough time to recover as well. But there you have it, a back and forth. The dance is on the platform against LBT.
Yeah, absolutely. AimGod circling around. Finds LBT as well. Again, I just want to stress this one is mainly a problem with the active skills that were picked on the side of PE Esports. I just don't see it connecting, Neptune. There's just not a lot of viability here, and EVOS is taking advantage of that. Yeah, I think it goes back to the statement you made. Yeah, you know where I am, but what are you going to do about it?
Exactly. I mean, it's tough, really. If you don't have capability to pull off that like headshots, like what we've seen Coach Hill do, as well as Rasia from afar. But that's a deadly part. We are seeing EVOS Divine change their pace already. I guess they heard us when they called out. They need a great frontliner, and this is where they need it most. When you have information against you, you will need that strong opponent, and that is strong partner. That is Coach Hill right now. Together with Dre, that combination alone is just like mowing down the defenses of PE Sports. And well, PE Sports is not just moving with speed. As called out earlier, they need that speed so that at least they can bring down one player from EVOS Divine and then continue using their skills to their advantage.
That's a Riptide Rhythm. How did he get it? Okay, I think I need to get my... Okay, that's the Tactical Market. Okay, Tactical Market has got the Chrono School, yes, but... Where in the hell did he get a Riptide Rhythm? Okay, I gotta look at that one again later. Rasia fighting one for himself. I'm really curious. Was that a Riptide Rhythm?
Oh, we are on Kalahari. So it is on the cyber airdrop. EVOS Divine, though, is taking advantage of the airdrop. The two cyber points that they managed to get earlier. And there you have it. Only Siege 1 remains back in the corner, as well as a blue, and he will be gunned down by Ray and Rasia.
I need to make a big correction here. Here I was looking at the Bermuda map, saw all this while I was looking at Kalahari, confusing the life out of myself. And now I've got even bigger questions, Neptune. You want to know why?
Yeah.
Because in the cyber store of Kalahari, there is clue.
Yeah.
So PE Sports stole the clue. And EVOS doesn't need to worry about it at all. They can just buy a clue, and they have a clue. So 5-2 is definitely the correct scoreline that we are seeing here.
Yeah.
This was a big brain 3000 IQ draft by EVOS, and PE Sports, again, the same mistake that they made up against Buriram. They got nervous, they were a little bit responsive in terms of how they were drafting, and they got caught in a pickle because, yes, they have prevented EVOS from getting the good stuff, but they can't make much out of this random bunch of stuff.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's tough, really, if you try to prevent your opponent to get one skill, but it's available on the store. So information is not out yet for EVOS Divine. Coach Hill, a little bit too tough, running through that blue, and might be able to go for the backstab right now. Let's see if Wang Shi will spot him. Nope, he managed to pull out in time.
C1 down. Aim got great play on the Chrono. Time turner pulled out in the nick of time. Whoop. Unintended LBT Trogon. What a play. Chrono just saving lives out there. And LBT in a 1v2. Unless he can find C1. Put him back up onto his feet. LBT is delivered. Rasia. Just showing everybody that he is still alive. This was won out in the drafts. PE Sports, they should have seen that one coming, but I really did think they were going to show us some amazing gun skills and just show me like, you know what, Mustachio, it's not about the active skills. But I guess it is about the active skills.
Yeah, I mean, we try to justify that PE Sports can be deadly with the active skill, but I guess EVOS Divine managed to read it and use it to their advantage as well, because it's not a direct counter to what PE Sports has pulled in. It's just that they know the map themselves. It's quite easy for them, especially with Rasia as a sniper. And then they know the situation as well with the stores, wherein they don't need to battle with that clue, especially with that clue, because they can get information where the teams are rotating as well.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And I think we saw some brilliance out there. We had Rasia, he had the Nikita on himself, he had the Otto, he had the Moko, obviously tagging up everyone. They had the VSS, and having Nikita on with the VSS just makes the gun so much more deadlier.
Yeah.
He was definitely having a good time, and all of the decent performance allowed him enough money to bring that AWM in, and he was just having fun. It was too easy of a game. And then you look at Zayn, right, that Coach Hill brought in. He had the Kelly on him. He's got that extra speed to run around. He had the Luna on him and the Shani, extra layer of defense. This is a team, EVOS, a team that has really thought out both their active and passive skills, not just trying to purely just win it on the active skills, right?
Yeah.
I really like this, Neptune, because it just shows us that EVOS is a little bit more ready as opposed to day one to face off against the big teams.
Exactly, and with the number of days that we've seen Kelly being used, you need that speed. You need a little bit of sprint on you if you want to go for engagement without being damaged or get a better position against your opponent. Because not every time you can get those Tatsuyas or your Oscars. So you will need that. Even Rasia, as you pointed out, even a sniper, I mean, he is using that Dr. Beanie, and you know how it is. A sniper, you don't want to show your head, so you will be crouching, but you still have that 60% movement speed increase for you if you want to reposition.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, this was just brilliance end to end for the side of EVOS. PE Esports, I think they were quite confused. Like, what did they do? Like, why is things not going my way? I'm playing like how I always play. I don't know. I think that's what they're thinking, because even if you look at the purchases out of the cyber store, granted it was EVOS that had the cyber points in the first place, and that brings me to my next point. The purchases were on point from the side of EVOS. The timing of those usages of those active skill cards were perfect, and PE Esports, on the other hand, they dropped the ball on the active skills pick. They didn't really put up a very strong fight for the cyber points as well. So I was really thinking, like, okay, where are they going with this? Unless, Neptune, they're so confident that they can go into a reverse sweep and make this into a nothing. I've got questions.
Well, let's see, though. Let's see. I mean, it's just the first round, I would say. We can call it the first round jitter. They don't know what adjustment EVOS Divine has done or will be doing for that first round. But let's see who our MVP is. And I'm pretty sure he does definitely need that prestige, because as a frontliner, we see him in the front lines. We see him in the battle most of the time. Coach Hill, double elimination that we've seen, especially in that refinery, just on that platform. It adds up by the end with 7 elimination, 2,813 on the damage, and 9 assists. Just the assist alone can show what his participation is in every match.
Bro, this guy is a runner and a gunner, man. He's got the Kelly for the extra speed. He's got the Luna just for the increased rate of fire. Every time he places that connection onto his opponents, you know he's smiling ear to ear. And he's brave on the front lines with that Zayn. Shani for that extra layer of defense. You really got to respect how deep the players on the side of EVOS have gone into this draft and made sure that they're not just winning it through the gunfights, because that's not what Clash Squad is about these days. In the past, it didn't really matter. It didn't really have that big of an impact. Now, it is really the difference whether or not you dominate your game, survive, or absolutely decimate your opponents. 7 eliminations as opposed to the 8, but still the MVP since the team took a really, really good run up against PE Esports. And then on the opposite side, if you look at the team that just lost this, LBT did a lot of the heavy lifting there.
LBT. But again, I think with MVP, it's a contribution that is being considered as well. With the assist that you can bring in, the damage that you can put in, helping your teammates to get that elimination. And it's good that I'm seeing a fresher view of how the MVP is calculated. It's what the in-game has been showing us, and I'm loving that, because as long as I'm making those hits, I can still be that MVP. So for all survivors out there, guys, don't worry about elimination. It's not about that. It's more of the contribution that you have, similar to what we've seen in the match summary of these teams.
And I really appreciate the stats that production is showing us now. The total elimination by headshots. Because when you see a player like LBT have 8 eliminations and 4 of those eliminations came through headshots, you know he is a dangerous player. One of the biggest reasons why he was the biggest contributor on the side of PE Sports was because of how efficient he has been, right? Yeah. Yes, he was finding the connection with the shots, but he was finding them on the right spots, man. Those players were not going anywhere after they had come across the crosshairs of LBT. But of course, that's just the game number 1. PE Sports took a beating. Again, I stress this one was lost in the drafts itself. As we head on into game number 2, fingers crossed I get my store correctly this time, Neptune. I want to see exactly how they pull this one through. Let's see some faces. And EVOS just as smiley as ever. Just excited, looking forward to this next matchup. Because again, they are playing for the upper brackets and they look quite confident. Okay, all right. I don't see a lot of worried faces here too. Yeah. Okay, all right, man. Sometimes we go digging, looking for some diamonds. Sometimes we go digging deep, looking for the spirit to make a comeback.
You know, the theme of Free Fire now is lost treasure. So that might be what he's looking for right now. But PE Sports looking for lost treasure, and they might find it in the next map, which is Nextera. So that would be their own pick, and hopefully the advantage as well to grab a point against EVOS Divine.
Speaking about pick, PE Sports gets the first band pick in a little bit. Nextera. And of course, when we go to the Nextera map, we got to talk about the store before we even get into the game, right? Because I think explaining it during the game itself is a little bit tough. So the store, the kind of guns that they get out of the store changes from map to map, okay, guys? Yeah. So as we head into the Nextera map now, we actually have the Alok as well as the Homer on the Cyber Airdrop store. And we have the Chrono skill in the Tactical Market loadout store. So if you've got the Tac Market, which we always have got players running on in there, getting the Chrono is going to be a no-brainer. So we are definitely not going to see the Chrono out here. Zane gets banned out by PE Sports. EVOS takes out Orion again.
Yeah, well, let's see though. I mean, they definitely hate Orion, but Coda will be stolen. So again, at least the Coda and Oscar will be split up, but we didn't see any advantage that PE Sports took for that. They will still maintain that Cassie pick. So I won't be surprised if later on, if it will not be taken by PE Sports, Zane will still be in the picture.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, PE Sports on the other hand, we've got the Oscar being dragged on in here, followed by the Santino. Earlier, we didn't really get to see a lot of this. Now, let's see if or not we can see PE Sports making some sort of magic work out of this. I guess they are understanding that positioning-wise, maybe they need a little bit of a change, but they bring in a Nero. Again, we saw both the Oscar and Nero on their side earlier. I didn't see anything big come out of those plays.
Yeah, I mean, yes, they get information, they can pull the plushie, but we've seen the speed as well of how EVOS Divine reacted to that. Whether you're prone or you took out the plushie just to get away from those skills effect. But Ignis right now still on hands of EVOS Divine, so that's 2 for 4 already that will be maintained by EVOS Divine. And why change it if you're winning the fight and a good chance that they can pull either a Sane or a Homer? But no, Gracia will be switching it up with an Iris if this gets locked in.
I want to know all your secrets.
So Nextera, I definitely see exactly where he's going with this, right? These boys are definitely expecting a lot of those defenses to come up. We know those portals. We know the usual places where those glue walls will get dropped out in the open. And as a sniper, he's usually got the bird's eye view. So bringing in the Iris for Rasia is a big brain play from the squad straight away, telling me that EVOS is going to be playing this one not by rushing straight up at the opponents, but if there is a case where they needed to rush, they've got the Ignis, Cassie, and Coda. You've got the information, you block out the vision from your opponents, and you power up your Super Slayer with the electrotherapy. EVOS, again, a really strong lineup of active skills. And then PE Sports Neptune. Yeah. I definitely like this one better than the previous one, but they have got, where's their information?
It's more of a, I think it's only Nero and probably that Santino that they are going to use. It's more of, for Santino, it's more the visual information, not really the skill information that they will be getting.
Yeah, so this is a team that says either we go full in for Coda plus Clue, whilst there is a clue in the store, or we go with nothing. They are being quite interesting with their picks for sure. But I don't know, maybe they got the information earlier and they're like, that didn't help us. And this time they're just going to drop that totally and kind of try to switch their gameplay here. Obviously, Nero, we understand that you get to disable those clue walls and so on and so forth. But I'm not seeing the connection here. I'll tell you what, let's just throw this into the interview that we've got for you guys with the players. We'll come back with our thoughts in a bit.
Hôm nay bắn với EVOS thì mình nghĩ là tự tin 100%, tại vì ba thằng đồng của mình ngủ đủ, ăn đủ rồi, nên là sẽ thắng đó.
Ya pastinya kita butuhnya kemenangan dong, biar poinnya nggak sama. Kalau untuk pressure sih pasti anak-anak nggak terpressure banget lah, karena ini CS juga kan. Jadi kita main enjoy aja pokoknya.
Mình có đôi lời gửi đến EVOS là lúc trước bạn vẽ logo của tụi mình á, nên giờ ba thằng đồng mình cũng hơi cay, nên tụi mình trả thù đó.
Ya untuk PE semoga beruntung karena kita bakal all out semua kekuatan kita di sini, karena kita akan mempertaruhkan poin yang sama kita supaya bisa menjadi top 4. Ya semoga beruntung. Come on PE.
All right, there you have it. I mean, now that we are in a potential of finishing this matchup and finding out who will be in the upper bracket, it also is being heard from players themselves, especially from the EVOS side, wherein they understand the situation wherein they're currently tied. Now, they have an opportunity to bring this to a close, wherein they move up and take the upper bracket, but I don't think PE Sports will be giving up that easily. So let's see though if that's something that they can pull off, especially for PE Sports right now.
Yeah, that's what you think, Neptune. It looks to me like they are giving them the upper bracket. Again, I'm much more a bigger fan of this current draft. They've got the Steffi, they have the Centino, they have the Oscar, they have the Nero. Very viable active skills to use out there. But I think it needs a little bit of teamwork out here as well, right? Again, the Santino, the Shape Splitter, great advantage of having a mannequin with 200 HP. That is massive, but it requires a lot of quickness, a lot of mechanical skills. Timing needs to be perfect. Your opponents need to be pretty predictable. And if anything, I think EVOS has been very difficult to predict, from the very start of this season. So it is a big question mark for me. Based on this first round, we should be able to tell exactly how well that Santino does.
Well, let's see though. I mean, so far, it's more of PE Sports going in for a speed run, especially with those portals. But as we can see, the plushie being let go. Aim God would be put in the corner. Rasia will be the first to go down. And EVOS Divine will be taken out a little too quick in that fight.
Yeah, amen, brother. Zaref was on fire. And like you said, it was PE Sports. They just went straight up in there for the rush. But of course, let us not forget, even in the previous game, it was PE initially with the blood that they took, and EVOS just ran over them right after that as they tried to turn things around. But that was a really, really good first round off of Seat1 as well as Zaref. It was the pistol round again. There's no med kits, so they just had to rough that one out. Again, into round 2 we go. They're the Kingfishers in the hands of the EVOS players. Ray brings in the Deagle. So this should be a fairly winnable round for the side of EVOS, since you don't see any helmets on the side of PE.
Yeah, let's see though. Potential that PE Sports can also turn things around. They do have a Thompson in their hand. So what Zaref needs to do is get up close and personal to make those shots happen. But Kingfisher, though, would be deadly, especially with in the hands of both Aim God, Rasia, and Gochiel.
Wang Shi needs to be really alert here with the Deagle in hand. He should be able to punish the player on the side of EVOS. Rasia trying to confuse Wang Shi by just running right below him, trying to trick him with his footsteps, and makes his way up, but Wang Shi pulls the timing perfectly. He goes down, C2 sprayed by Kochil. Kingfisher finds one fish. AimGod finds another fish. Ray traded out. Wang Shi with the deagle. As Zerif now hops on down with the Thompson, gets the assist off of Wang Shi. AimGod goes down, and Rasia, the final player alive, could not sort out the Thompson.
Definitely, Thompson is one weapon that you need to invest in, especially in early fights just like this. Even if it just fires on a hip fire, if you have that speed, accuracy, you will be able to make that work against an accuracy a shooter like Rasia. But now we are seeing those VSS being pulled in. EVOS Divine, I guess this is a forced buy for them. Just make sure that they can get the point against PE Sports.
How did he get a Thompson so early?
I think it's a... wow, hold on. Yeah, Thompson a little bit too early, probably at a drop.
I don't know. Well, but the man was really lucky to have it. Zerif once again with the sprays gets a double. Dude, the Thompson ripping through his opponents. EVOS. Zerif gets the ace. My God. Thompson for the win. Nobody was gonna be able to touch that one.
Oh yeah, he'll be going. Can't
touch it. Zerif gets the ace. Not a single death so far. Man has been stomping on EVOS for the past 3 rounds. In fact, LBT, C2, neither one of these players have fallen a single time. EVOS needs to step this one up. If they say time to recover, now is that time. VSS is in their hands. This is the round where they've got enough economy to play a decent round. Wang Shi tagged up. Thompson still in his hands. Ray drops LBT. Great start for EVOS.
Oh, let's see though. Pickup has been done. Ray right now try to make sure that AimGod can push forward, but LBT might have him. Oh, great use of that play. But unfortunately, no move. No movement for him to push, but still, he's in a safe.
Oh, brilliant Flame Mirage there, but does not take advantage of that wall of fire that was sent out. AimGod, but of course, he plays it safe and he saves his own life. Kochil, on the other hand, dropped by Wang Shi from afar. Whoop. A pickup still is possible. AimGod sends out another Flame Mirage, goes in for the spray, but the backup appears, and C2 drops him like he's hot. Rasia, the final player, sorted out once again, and PE Sports 4-0. Again, definitely liking this draft of active skills so much better than the previous one.
And I don't know what's happening with EVOS Divine right now. The ideation in that move with that Ignis is quite good, but the execution was just twice.
Yeah.
He first he missed, twice he tried it, and he got run down. He got gunned down by PE Sport. They were just waiting for him to do it again.
Yeah, I think he needs to increase the size of his button on his screen or something, because I think the intention was to the Flame Mirage was just supposed to stop right in front of the glue wall. It would have been brilliant if he was able to pull that off, giving him enough time to rotate as well as kind of baiting out the players on the side of PE. But that was a big botch, and obviously AimGod gonna get that second opportunity here. LBT on the other hand, with backup, moving up front. Electrotherapy connected. C2 alongside Zerif. The fantastic drop. But Zerif losing his own life in that process. The pickup not too difficult. Wang Shi helps them out in the meantime, leaving AimGod all alone. My God, Neptune, PE Sports has steamrolled EVOS in this game.
Yeah, I mean, they are taking advantage of really their familiarity, PE Sports' familiarity of this map, as well as EVOS Divine's lack of proficiency in this map. It was mentioned earlier during the interview from EVOS Divine, and that's one thing though. Knowing that you suck at one map should have, should have motivated you to practice even more. And Hopefully that would show in the other day. But right now, I'm looking at PE Sports will take 1 point away from EVOS Vine, making this a little more tough for EVOS.
Yeah, man. I mean, this is quite the shocker. And Zaref has got the Oscar, but he has not needed to break down many glue walls at all. EVOS has barely focused on buying those glue walls, playing it defensively for themselves, just most of the time just bumping into them straight up. Narrow plushie thrown on out. Gives them a little bit of an advantage here, Zaref. And just to catch yet another one, make that 2. As LBT helps him drop Aim God.
Let's see. Seat 1 needs to be picked up. Rastia will be confirmed. Zaref right now for the final elimination, and PE Sports grabs a point in this game.
Wow. This is amazing. But of course, thanks to our producer for reminding us, thank you, Carmen. EVOS did mention that it is difficult for them because they have not yet mastered the next Terra map, which is their weak point.
Yeah.
Well, if they knew it was their weak point, they should have mastered it faster, says PE Sports. Thank you for the win, boys. That was too easy. 6-0 stomp. They did not allow their opponents to do much at all. And Zaref was a beast. That Thompson buy or pick up, whatever it was brilliant, Deb.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that was, I'm looking at it, he passed it over to Wang Xi, if I'm not mistaken, and that was a Thompson X that they were using, so even more deadlier than normal Thompson. It's tough if you're going against that. Even in ranked games, if you hear, if you are familiar with the sound, if you hear that, pull away quickly.
And how much of coins did he already have to get that in what? I think it was the second round. That's 2,600 coins to invest in a gun, which means you technically, and I'm assuming here, you did not buy anything else. No helmet, no vest, YOLO, you only live once. I'm gonna Thompson this round out. And obviously he's betting on something big here. He's betting on the fact that we are not allowing those free medkits anymore. No medkits for anyone. No. And when you head on out there, you've got the Thompson X. Bro, you can spray and pray. You are not planning to eliminate all of the opponents. You are planning to tag up as many of them as possible, because then the rest of your team members get those assists. But no, Zaref, he tried and he was like, wait a minute, this is fun.
Yeah, I mean, I guess with the number of elimination that Zaref did manage to pull off, imagine getting more of those cash every elimination that you can get. So that's easy for you. An ace would give you what? A few more, if that's 100 for one elimination. So
yeah,
with the number of eliminations that PE Sports has, they can request. So they can request for guns as well in that buying phase. So everyone would be richer. If everyone is richer, then you have more weaponry in your hands.
I swear, when I first started playing Free Fire, I had no idea how people were requesting for guns and for items. And like, they want a mushroom, and I buy it for them because the button just appears. I only discovered that request button like so many months after. I think it was Delena that told me when playing it, really, like, you can request for a gun, right? I'm like, you can? But yes, now I know that I can request for guns, but my ego does not allow me to. 11 eliminations, 5 assists in total. Had the Rocky to valiantly dash around a few times more, reducing the cooldown of his active skill. I mean, this guy was just tearing through the town. He also had the Nikita. You guys know what that means. Your reload speed increases, and every time you hit an opponent, you reduce their healing by 50%. That's why he wanted to spray the world down with a Thompson. He was not going for the elimination. He was just trying to maim his opponents, and he succeeded.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, imagine reducing a chance for them to recover. Plus, we have that Joseph as well, being immune to any disruption effect, as well as being slowed down. And also that Shani that gives extra shield points for the team. But let's head over to the scoreboard right now. And, well, with a 6-0, it is evident that there's not so much of points that will be gathered by EVOS Vine right here.
Yeah, 6-0 and only one elimination for EVOS through the 6 rounds that they took a beating, and that was courtesy of Russia, and even that one elimination did not make much of a difference. Here's what's crazy. 42% of the damage only came from Russia. So the question is, Ray, Kochil, Aim God, when are they going to wake up? And I think I have a feeling. I have a feeling they're just trying to trick us to make us think that they because at this point of time they look really bad on Nextera, right? And if one of the opponents starts to underestimate them on Nextera, it becomes a very big advantage for them in the elimination brackets later on. So I think EVOS is going for that because that was a little bit unbelievable. I mean, I don't want to take anything away from PE. That was a damn good game, but it was not the usual stuff out of EVOS.
Yeah, that's one thing though. I mean, if you know weakness of a team, why not bring them there? If PE Sports could have, I would say PE Sports was lucky enough to get the first map pick, they could have chosen Nextera a little bit early, and it might not have been like this on the scoreline. Might not have been a 1-1. But let's see though, because as you did mention, EVOS might be able to pull something off because they were playing in Nextera that they're not familiar with, or I don't know. They might be tricking us or other players, other teams out there to say that, all right, pick Nextera next so that we can take it against you when we are in a better position.
You can trick these other kids that you're playing Free Fire with. You cannot trick the casters. You cannot trick us, okay? We see right through you, EVOS. But of course, we have got a potential to be at a good place here because we both predicted a 2-1, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
2-1 from and the result is different though. The winner would be different.
We both predicted 2-1, so one of us is going to get it correct because one predicted EVOS to get the victory. That was me. You predicted PE Sports, and if PE Sports played like how they played Nextera, I think I'm about to be in trouble. But this time, we've got a big advantage here because EVOS gets the pick for Bermuda, and they also start off the ban and pick phase. They will get the first pick, they will get the first ban.
Yeah, let's see though. We're going to go and jump into the draft and find out what the bans would be as well as active skills. Let's see. On the side of EVOS, they took out the Cassie, and on the side of PE Sports, they took out Santino. And EVOS will be going for the first single pick of this game. And Orion, after being taken out of 2 rounds or 2 games, they will be bringing it in, and I'm pretty sure Coach Hill will take advantage of that.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what Orion will be singing, man. Can't touch this. Because when I'm in my Crimson Crush, you really can't touch this, literally, you know. So PE Sports, on the other hand, responds with a Valiant Dash capable Oscar as well as Zane. So obviously the extra shields in the front. This shows me a very aggressive PE Sports, and if Zaref takes that Oscar once again, which I do expect him to, plus the Zane, you're going to have 2 super rushes down at the front. But without the electrotherapy Cassie though, very smartly banned out by EVOS. So PE Sports really need to think of this. I expect an informational play to come through from them later as EVOS picks the Coda. It should be the Clue on the side of PE.
Now let's see though. Clue is 100% pick rate, especially in Bermuda for PE Sports. Out of the 2 games that they played, Ignis though would be another one advantage for PE Sports if it got banned. But right now, EVOS was given that opportunity to take it. Zane will be in the picture, and also 100% pick rate and 50% win rate rather.
Speak louder. I want to know all your secrets.
So again, I do expect the Clue. You expect the Clue. The pick rates expect the Clue. Give us the Clue, PE. Really? No, says PE Sports. Okay, fine. Suit yourselves, man. So if you've got a narrow iris Zane Oscar here, could be played very aggressive. At the same time, you could just, chill first, right? And allow that iris to do a lot of damage from afar. This is Bermuda, so you do have some... I don't know. Bermuda is quite small, the compound. So this iris looking for the spam through those glue balls might not be the most effective thing, but maybe just for informational play, I think. So we'll have to wait and see how PE Sports rolls this one out. EVOS, on the other hand, yep, they are looking to whoop. They've got the Orion, they've got the Ignis, they can stop your info, they can get your info, and they got the Homer to just slow you down a tad bit before they pop out and say, surprise, we take the win.
Yeah, and there's one thing though. I mean, I think Homer would be a force pick by EVOS Divine right now, because as you can see for the side of PE Sports, they denied Razia of Santino, Iris, and Nero. There's not so much of sniper active skills that can be used. So the Skylar could have been there, but there's not so much of potential in that in Clash Squad mode. So Homer would be the best pick right now for Razia to choose as a sniper. At least you get that homing drone, and then you get information. You just have to wait for it to, wait for that opponent to show up, and you can snipe him from afar with the help of Orion already in the front line, the damage, as well as if they have that Moko and Miguel, they can give more information to Razia in that manner.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm not a big fan of the Homer. I think Razia could have maybe gone for the Chrono instead, because he's quite soft out here in Clash Squad. So having that Chrono, especially when you can't buy this off of the Cyber, oh no, you can actually get it from the tactical market. So okay, no, I'll wipe that opinion right off the board.
Let's see though, I mean...
See, that's the problem, okay, guys? You guys are just watching the broadcast, listening to Neptune and I talk. Neptune and I need to remember what map it is, need to remember which store we are going to be playing, which guns they're going to be playing, what character skills, active skill cards are available in each store. But of course, let's bring up some stats here so we can see, if not, we can help PE Sports flex a little. And yes, we can. Top 3 highest damage players. We've got Zerif at 21,033 damage. Yeah, a hell lot of that damage came from that game where we saw the Thompson rip through EVOS.
Yeah, exactly. Moshi right here, though he's not playing in this current round, he will be second place, and that pushes Razia, who's in a pinch, I would say, in this game, third. Because if Razia would be performing a little bit better, probably there's a potential for the rest of the team to make it work. But how will they be able to do it if it doesn't have that much of the active skill to help Razia out? But again, we've seen some movement from Coach Hill earlier that could be potential winners for them, especially when we witness it in the first round.
Absolutely, man. And of course, you tell me, Neptune, which draft do you think you're a fan of?
From the current that both teams has? Okay. Well, so far it seems quite difficult to pick, but it's more viable for the side of PE Sports, I would say.
You are biased because that was your prediction for the victory. Yes, sorry. Yes, please continue.
No. I mean, it's because with the bans and with the picks that they have, they denied Razia of that of that potential of bringing the stats even higher. But speaking of stats, like 20 elimination, 7,350 on the damage, and 44 assists. And that assist is because he's always part of those engagement.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, this guy definitely whooping everybody out there in the world of Free Fire right now within Clash Masters. But of course, you've got a couple of players on the side of PE Sports as well, right? You look at Zerif and you compare, the man's got 51 eliminations. Granted, it's not the same role when you look at the players, but you can see a very clear difference out there in terms of how they play. And I haven't seen the best version of Razia in a while. He's just not as aggressive as he used to be, and I want to see a little bit more aggression out of the guy.
Yeah, let's see though. Let's see. In Bermuda, we might be able to find that out. Nextera is already out of the window. EVOS Divine is much comfortable as long as it's not Nextera. But the beginning of this game would be in Sentosa, and let's see, as a switcheroo will happen after this pistol round, they can still get information either way.
For a more appropriate comparison, C1 has got 23 eliminations, so see the sniper on the side of PE Esports just being slightly better, but there a big mistake there. Does manage to get one with the WSP. USP2 getting him one, but 2 for 1 is the result of PE Esports instead, as they managed to scramble the brains of EVOS instantaneously with that push.
Yeah, I mean, Zaref is just distracting everyone despite of that plushie being put out. That really gives more information for PE Sports where their opponents would be. Even Aim God couldn't make those shots. And the moment that the opponents from PE Sports turns around, an instant headshot will bring him down.
That was a very, very good rush from the side of PE Sports. Well executed with the distraction, like you said, out of Zaref as well. Used his Valiant Dash not to break down glue walls, but just a little bit of a boost just to say peekaboo. As he popped up, that was rough. Rastia with the deagle from up top drops Zaref, the most lethal player on the side of PE Sports. Kochil tried to take him out of the equation, but gets surprised by LBT. Zaref shut down by Ray. Right after that pickup, Aim God is down. Rastia's the final hope here in a 1v2 up against the rest of the PE Sports players. LBT with the pickup. Wang Shi back up, and LBT doing everything for the team on that round.
Timing supremacy. The pickup plus the headshot against Rastia, and Rastia was a little bit too slow in jumping out and dealing with the final player. But Wang Shi as well as LBT, despite of them, one of them being gunned down, they still manage to get information where the opponent will be coming from, where we expect EVOS Divine or Rastia specifically to slow it down when he had the potential to go for the flank. But unfortunately, it's just the speed that PE Sports is making things work.
LBT, 31 eliminations so far, 52 assists. Usually loves the MP5, but of course, if you've got the Thompson, I'll take the Thompson, he says. LBT on the outside, looking to see if he can bait anyone out near the airdrop. Zaref finds one, Ray down on the ground. Kochil on the other hand, sprayed down. 2 more players alive on the side of EVOS. Aim God, great play, great glue walls, runs away in the thick of the smoke, still survives. Triple glue wall, but finally gets sprayed down. And again, leaving Rastia all alone.
And that's the problem, Rastia. Even with the weapon that he has, it's very difficult on a close range against multiple opponents. Seems like PE Sports will do a repeat of what they've done earlier, and EVOS Divine is in trouble. It's either they get weapons or the distance that they need to deal with PE Sports. But how can they do it if PE Sports moves a little too quick against them?
Yeah, absolutely. Wang Shi on fire. Of course, has the role of the rusher, but loves to use the AWM and the pet that he usually drags in the Rocky just to make sure whatever active skills that he uses out there is going to be able to refresh pretty much as quickly as he can. This time bringing in the narrow and having that refresh on that narrow, being able to toss those plushies out more often, obviously is a huge deal, but we have not seen that Rocky come into play because these rounds have been so quick.
Yeah, exactly. And that's one thing. I mean, that's one reason why the Rocky has been pulled in so many times, because most instances, because how quick Clash Squad is, you only use your skills once. But with that quick, a little bit of speed on your cooldowns, you can use it. You can use it twice, and in crucial moments, especially in the final moment with the Nero, you can deal with damage as well as prevent them from moving away. Get information if you have that Moko as well on them, and it's just a deadly combination in CS.
Yeah, and EVOS now with a little bit of a pause. I don't know who called for the technical pause, but it doesn't matter. EVOS is very thankful for it. They needed some time, a little bit of a breather, getting whooped right now 3-0. But this is the turning point in many matches, right? Yeah. You lose the first round, you're definitely going to allow that to snowball into the second round unless you've got a phenomenal Deagle player on your side, providing the map has the Deagle. In this map, it does have it, right?
Yeah.
So, but it wasn't the case. We did see the Super Deagle player on the side of EVOS get one knock, but it just was too quick of a pace. And PE knew that. They were rushing in at EVOS time and time again. There was just no time for EVOS to react. And I think PE has taken a lot of good advantages so far. But if there is a time for the game to turn around, it is on this round number 4. The economy is going to be decent on the side of EVOS.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's already some investment that has been done with the elimination they have. And right now, after the pause that EVOS has pulled, they are ready to start it off again. Our scores is 3-0, and we are seeing PE Sports with that Thompson once again, and Seraph this time with the MP5. You know how deadly it would be.
Yeah, I know how deadly it'll be. Everybody knows how deadly it'll be. Oh no! It's the level 3! Okay, we got money and we are not afraid to spend it. This is trouble. PE Sports took full note of what I said. If there's any time for EVOS to turn it around, it is now. And they just want to say, hell to the no, no, no.
Yeah, they are hearing into the future right now, because now with the delay, I'm pretty sure they didn't get what you hear up until this moment.
They hurt my heart, bro. They hurt my heart, man.
Let's see now. Abe's God, a little too sneaky. Might be able to go for the backstab, and that's smart. Because if you can get in that platform, go for the backstab, and you don't have that capability of denying them of that push, then you will be going down. And there you have it. First down. Unfortunately, Rasia is also down. Even with M590, Aim God doesn't aim that good, and it's left to 2.
Yeah, man, I mean, you've got the level 2, level 1 MP5. You take your guns, you get out of here, says PE Sports. We don't even want to loot your guns because we got better guns, says PE Sports. 4-0. Too easy, says PE Sports.
I'm pretty sure PE Sports would still loot because Wang Chi was eliminated, so he will be asking, I need some.
Bro, gun, bro.
Gun, bro, gun. Drop it, drop it.
4-0. You got the Thompson. AWMY coming out on the side of Rasia. It's a good compound to bring out that AWM. But with the speed of approach on the side of PE Sports, this looks very dangerous. But of course, advantage here for the side of EVOS within the compound. Ray and Kochil getting into position. Rasia, on the other hand, still not there just yet. By the time he gets in, Aim God is taken down. C1 with the MP5. Once again, level 3 in hand. Seraph going for the hunt. Looking for Rasia, and he finds him. Gets a double. Seraph the monster brings PE to match point.
Speed, bro, speed. And I cannot catch up with the speed of how PE Sports is doing. It's... Well, I guess it's anticipation as well. Even before the match started, with that platform that Rasia should take as a snipe, someone definitely would be guarding that. And it was Seraph who is on point. And the rest of the teams were just gunned down as they split up. And PE Sports was already crossing the boundaries even before EVOS reached their position.
And I think Seraph doesn't even have the chem, okay? He's just working this all off on foot, plus the booster that he's getting from that Valiant Dash. Tatsuya is just going to be that saw. Oh, beautiful jump. Seraph caught out this time round. Rasia, beautiful angle. LBT looking for Ray. But in the thick of the smoke, he is well hidden. And EVOS about to pull one round back in here. LBT does manage to find Rasia, but the damage has been done. Kochil back up on his feet. Rasia about to be lost though as Wang Shi turns things around. PE Sports making it back from nowhere. And now Kochil is all alone. Can't save his buddy. C1 approaches. And 6-0. 12 rounds in a row for the reverse sweep. PE Sports makes it to the upper brackets.
Well, I guess it's proved to show that PE Sports got this in the bag. They just gave that opportunity a little bit early, and there you have it. A little bit too early, though, on a trophy carry. But, yeah, I mean, I would agree. If you can take down EVOS Divine, you will have that confidence, that motivation to celebrate. And PE Sports did just that.
Bro, what? This was such a good game off of PE Sports. I am so salty that I did not get my prediction right. But PE, what a play. And Zaref was a running, gunning Rambo for sure. He had the Shani, he had the Joseph. He was not going to be slowed down. You try it and you're going to boost him up even further. And he already looks so quick on his feet. He's got that extra gear recycle on him. He uses the Valiant Dash. He gets that gear recycle. He bumps into you and he decimates you. There's so much of smokes out there, and just when you think that EVOS was going to pick up their own boys, it was just too confusing for them. They couldn't get to each other in time, and backup appeared. That was just a rough one for EVOS.
Yeah. I mean, that final moment when we thought that it could have been EVOS grabbing at least one more point,
yes,
it just didn't happen. The moment that they go for that pickup, they just head straight in. Probably doesn't have enough time to go for the heal, or probably they're taking advantage of the knockdowns already, which is not so smart because you know that they're very near against each other. The moment that they go for the pickup, they will have one staying behind and then the other who is at full health going for the rush.
And I think I want to make this point as well, right, Neptune? Because 3 out of 4 players from the side of PE Sports, initially we were looking at their active picks, right? And I was looking into their passive skills as well, because clearly not just the active skills were making the game happen for PE Sports. And then I noticed this. They've got 3 players bringing in Nikita in a mode where you don't have your med kits, and now you're getting Nikita in there. You get extra reload speed, but plus you've got the healing reduction. Every single time your players find those connections with those other players on the side of EVOS. This was a brilliant play out of PE Sports. Granted, of course, we did see a couple of Nikitas on the side of EVOS as well, but they just didn't go in with the full commit like PE Sports.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm really amazed on how PE Sports is adjusting to this new format that we have in Clash Squad mode, and there's a lot of things that we might see. I just want to point out as well on how well these players are adapting to not having this. And I think I mentioned this before broadcast, them bringing the Capella in with the heal that can be done for your teammates. I'm pretty sure that can be utilized in this kind of tournament, but for our MVP, no elimination or not much elimination, no problem, because C1 will deal with the assist. 16 and an assist plus the elimination makes that 20 from his hands. He does have that Iris, and he does have that Moko, Nikita, and that Otho. So that the combination of the Nikita and Otho is already deadly, as you pointed out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yes, Nikita is super deadly, but you also have the Otho there, especially when you go up against a squad that sometimes tends to stick together. And because of how aggressive PE Sports is, they were getting those knocks. And whenever the players on the side of EVOS rush on in to pick up one of their team members, if C1 manages to knock them down, that memory mist is really gonna mess you up, man. It is a sticky situation, like a bad breakup, and you want none of that. MVP, C1 with the 4 eliminations, 21 damage contribution, but Rasya is feeling the pain. The youngest player on the side of EVOS, carrying his big brothers on his shoulders in this matchup, and that's not good. This is just flashes of EWC once again. We need to see EVOS step it up, because they have officially made it into the lower brackets when we get into next week.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, a tough position for EVOS Divine to be in at this point, though. I'm pretty sure they will have plenty of time after this day to work up on those mistakes, check out on what they have done or what they can have done onto these matches. But as we look at the match summary, I know there's another heartbreaking detail for EVOS Divine because of the number of zeros that we're seeing, but with the numbers that has been brought in not only by C1 but also the rest of the team, especially Wang Xi on that elimination and assist department. That's only 2 players that shows why they won this game.
30% of the eliminations for the side of Zaref came through headshots. 20% or 30%, I have to say, of the eliminations for Wang Shi came through headshots as well. These guys are sharpshooters, man. And EVOS did not manage to find a single connection to those heads to get that elimination point for themselves. Of course, granted, they only picked up a total of 2 eliminations throughout the whole game. Earlier, it was only one, and that one was from Russia. Now we've got 2, and the 2 is from Russia. I hope we don't just see 3 in EVOS's next game, and even that be only from Russia, because then we will know what the fate of the squad is going to be by the time we get into day 1 of week 2. But for now, it is the setup of Group A, and EVOS Divine just booked their spot into the lower bracket final. But into the lower brackets. Heavy, on the other hand, they still have got, I don't know, do they have an opportunity?
I don't know. I mean, probably depending on how the scores would be, but nah, I guess it is already done, because even if Heavy gets a win, against
it means nothing.
Their opponent, which is Buriram United, it would be still the bottom half of that group. So, I don't know how they're going to play it out. Hopefully, they give all that energy still, given that fact that there's not so much that they can do to move up.
Yeah, the positions that you see on the leaderboard within Group A, every single spot is locked. So Heavy is currently sitting at 0 points. If by some crazy chance they manage to win over Buriram, they get 3 points, but still not enough. And of course, Buriram, they can sleep on the next game, man. Just like what Buriram... How does Buriram do this all the time? They can literally sleep on the next matchup. They don't have to worry about anything at all. They're still going to make it into the upper brackets. But I'm very sure both of these teams have got enough respect for each other to go all out so that we get to entertain ourselves with a really good game then.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Buriram United going against Heavy, and I'm pretty sure Heavy would want a strong opponent to show their strong side as well. Here's their chance to do so, unless they show otherwise. So this is it. I mean, the next match would be Buriram United against Heavy, and we've seen Buriram United really show up differently from day number 1, even from yesterday. Though we've seen a loss from them, but it doesn't matter that much because they still won the series and on the top of the group stages. But for now, we're going to go for a quick break. When we return, match 2 continues. Once again, this is Clash Masters, so don't go away. We'll be right back.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026. The biggest year in Free Fire esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
shovels because it's time to go treasure hunting. In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot to dig. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from anywhere. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages. This is the Free Fire Clash Masters Southeast Asia 2026 Spring. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with my brother, Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia, your casters for day number 3. First game was sad, as I did not get my prediction right. Unfortunately, EVOS, they will be in the lower bracket for our elimination brackets that we will see being played next week. And now we get to the match, which doesn't really matter from a standpoint of leaderboard, because the leaderboard is fixed, right? Yeah. Heavy doesn't get to change their fate, but maybe Heavy gets to try out some of their best strats against one of the best teams in the game. Literally, like in the game, right? Buriram United Esports. They are not the most lethal Clash Squad team, but at the same time, the last time we went into Global Finals, Neptune, we didn't even see them play. So how good they truly are, I guess we'll have to wait and see next week. But maybe we get to see a little bit of that today.
Yeah, I mean, there's one thing. We've seen so much of Buriram United, but there's those. They still had a loss. But right now, we are not predicting that loss to happen. It's a 2-0 for both of us. And Buriram United, again, we know already what they're capable of. Heavy, we want to see if they can at least pull 1 point away and break both our predictions.
Yeah, no. Heavy, this is production just messing around with you guys. You know, of course I love you. I would never predict a loss for you, right? I would never do that. 2-0, nah, Mustachio would never think so. But of course, it's quite convincing that the 2-0 scoreline might just happen, unless of course Heavy shows us some wild stuff out there, right? And at the very same time as Heavy shows us some wild stuff, Buriram shows us some double wild stuff by trying out some cheese strat that they've been planning to try to execute out there against a real team in a real competition-like situation. If those two things meet in between and it goes the way of Heavy, I am not going to complain. I am very sure that it'll at least bring us to a game number 3. But the lineup that is about to show them exactly how it's done. Jonah Moshi, Get High, as well as Wasana. A deadly Free Fire squad, Neptune, if I can say the least.
Exactly. I mean, especially with Jonah always leading fray, Wasana and Get High always tied up to the hip literally for some instance, if you are using that Cassie, if they're using that Cassie, and Moshi always in the back end, going for those shots from afar, making them deadly all across the board. But for Team Heavy, I'm pretty sure they will try their best, and they won't be, I would say they won't be hesitant to to pull out all the tricks that they have right now, because given the situation, even if they don't move up, they want to give us a good show, especially with this lineup that they have. Alan, Shiryu, Boy, and Don't Cry. And I know Shiryu has a skill that has an advantage. Let's see if Shiryu as a player will have an advantage for Team Heavy.
Yeah, we got to see if or not this is a real big advantage for the guy. Shiro versus Shiryu, right? Just one of the two. But of course, jokes aside, we haven't really seen a lot of magic out of Heavy in the recent times. But they've made it here. They're definitely one of the best Clash Squad teams out there. But Southeast Asia is just a different kind of beast when it comes to playing Free Fire competitive. We have got some really top heavy teams, not just in Southeast Asia, but in the world. So it's a tall task, right? You are asking them to conquer the 3-time world champs, because as much as we would like to say that this is Clash Squad, it's not Battle Royale, it's the same game. This is same mechanics. It's the same mechanical skills. The timing, etc., is all the same. The environment's a little different. The conditions are a little different in a flat-out 4v4. Now, on top of everything else, we take the medkits away. But when you take the medkits away, I think if you are a team like Heavy, it punishes you more than it punishes Buriram.
Let's see though. Let's see. I mean, as we look into the map right now for both teams, Buriram United did manage to pick the first one, and then we're going to start it off in Bermuda. And we've seen so many gameplays from Bermuda, but Tulara will be introduced by Heavy on the second game. And if we go to the third game, we are going back to Nextera, which is a Buriram United pick. But if this is something that Heavy won't extend, then it's very difficult to see or to say if they have a better advantage against BRU.
Let's take a look at the drafts now. As Buriram gets the first ban, they take Zayn out of the equation. Yeah, you be embarrassed for your coach. You be embarrassed for your coach. Heavy bans the Cassie, the electrotherapy's out of the equation. Buriram starts off with a very, very solid ban and pick, I have to say. They're taking this game very seriously by the looks of it. It's going to be the lock-in of that Valiant dash that Oscar can provide.
Yeah, let's see though. Valiant Dash already in, so speed is expected for side of Buriram United. Heavy this time around. Well, Orion will be in play. I'm looking forward to them pulling that Kenta back into play, because they did manage to win against EVOS Divine with the Kenta being used by Alan. But yeah, it adds a little bit more of excitement and also some prestige with that skill, because the last time we saw it with Ranze using it, I believe it was yesterday, he is just mowing down their opponents, not being damaged that much.
Before the chat starts calling you false news Neptune, you better start making statements, following them up with a little bit of a caveat, okay? Yes, the Kenta did win a couple of rounds. The Kenta didn't win the game. That would have been a different story altogether. Of course, Buriram, at the end of the day, looking to really decimate their opponents by the way they are picking. They bring in the meta narrow as well. And in the hands of Moshi, this plushie is deadly. And, you know, it's used as it was created to be used in the hands of a player as accurate as him. They go in for the Coda as well. This is going to be a big information play off of them, but it's not something that Heavy cannot counter, right? Just the clue is still up on the map here that they can bring in.
My way back home.
Yeah, let's see though. If they can bring in the clue, at least it's an even game in terms of information. But that would still be, well, dependent on what Heavy is going to bring in. So far, we don't have any sniper active skill yet available. So they can either use that Iris, that buoy often used because Nero is out of picture, or Santino. But again, there's no stealing for that away. There you go. Santino for Bowie. And let's see though, what do they need to be in the front line, especially against BRU? Probably a Steffi if Mufasa can bring that in.
Absolutely. You can definitely throw the Steffi into the mix. If you look at Heavy, they've got a decent front line. They've got the surprise element off of that Santino as well. A little bit of extra, backup in terms of HP of that mannequin. But that coda needs to be responded to, right? So bringing in that Clue definitely makes a lot of strategic sense for the side of Heavy. They lock in their roster of Clue, Santino, Ignis, Orion. Oscar, Nero, Coda, on the other hand, on the side of Buriram, as they contemplate on the final active skill that they want to drag in here. Hey, Tatsuya is still available. Granted, he is nerfed, but of course, being realistic with the current meta, bringing that Steffi in, although those nades are not going to be over-purchased in these rounds, because you don't have the medkit, the Steffi now becomes a very viable active skill that you can bring in, because it's all about that extra layer of defense. And we're not even looking at their passive skills just yet, Neptune, which is a whole other world of extra buffs.
And that's one thing though, I mean, this is where your point earlier comes into play, because as what we've seen, this is Bermuda they were playing, if I'm not mistaken, then still have that Steffi on the cyber airdrop. So this is where we bring that question. Why bring that Steffi in, given the fact that you can use that, you can get that from the store? But I guess they can let go of some of the airdrops, not really worrying about that specific skill, even the flash freeze as well as the Raiden skill. But I'm pretty sure Buriram United will try their best to take that advantage away from Team Heavy.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be helping out Buriram here by answering that question, right? Because technically speaking, Steffi is only very viable if you pop that Painted Refuge and the rest of your team members are right there somewhere within your compound. But in Clash Squad, looking at the way Buriram plays this, they usually go in for the split. Having two players that are able to activate Steffi's skill on the other hand is very, very, very advantageous, right? So there is a high probability that happens. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we have to see exactly how they execute it in a little bit. For now, let's hop on over to a small interview segment. We'll be back with you in a bit.
ก็รู้สึกสนุกครับแล้วเราได้แพ้แล้วเราก็ได้เก็บข้อผิดพลาดมาแก้ไขครับผมน่าจะเป็นเมืองวิด้าครับเพราะว่าเราเล่นไม่เก่งครับ
Sau 2 ngày thi đấu ở vòng bảng và Heavy không giành được điểm nào thì vào ngày hôm nay team Heavy sẽ tung ra con bài Shiru và để làm cái gì đó bất ngờ vào ngày hôm nay. Thách thức lớn nhất trong ngày thi đấu hôm nay em nghĩ là phải đối đầu với nhà đương kim vô địch Buriram.
ในส่วนตัวผมคิดว่าไม่ได้อยู่ในเมตานี้ครับผมแล้วก็ไม่ค่อยน่าเล่นเท่าไหร่ครับมันมีสกิลอื่นที่ทำลายล้างได้ดีกว่านี้ครับ
All right, there you have it from Alan and Get High. And again, it's a good point. It's a good thing that Get High did mention something about Kenta, but he did mention that it's not yet in the current meta. It's not just good choice for that play, and they can use other skills as well. But we'll have to find out though if in some instances that would be a viable option for some of the players out here, especially if it get changed a little bit, or if there's no need for a change, it's more of the adjustment that the teams has. But going to the other questions though, or other answers though, from especially from Alan, like they didn't score for the final 2 days, and hopefully with Shiryu in play, they will have something of a new strategy that Buriram United hasn't found out yet.
Yeah, absolutely. But it will be dependent on Buriram whether or not they tell Shiryu, you can't do it as well by the end of this, because they're just not in the meta, both Shiryu as well as Kenta, according to Buriram.
But well, Heavy would say, you can do it, sure you can. I had a response to every dad jokes you can throw, AJ.
That was the stupidest one you've had so far. God. Get Wasana, Moshi, Jonah. They are in a situation where they don't really need to break a sweat over this next matchup. Again, they've secured the upper brackets for themselves already. They've got an extra life. Whether or not they even use that extra life, we'll have to wait and see next week. And for the time being, they maybe can still... Because at the end of the day, if there's one thing about Buriram, they are a very, very, very professional team, right? They will always take every single match seriously. And for that, I think Heavy's about to be in trouble, because when you've got a serious Buriram on the opposite end and you have not been able to pull away matches from the other team so far, you're definitely going to be tested up against the best in your group right now.
Yeah, definitely agree. I mean, the only time that we will see Buriram United really smile, even on the tournaments itself, like on-site tournaments, is after the game, after they win all those games. Right now, as we are preparing, you can see they're all locked in. It's in a bit that we will see all those smiles, but I love the focus, the professionalism coming from Buriram United, and Team Heavy will need that mentality as well, a stronger mentality to go against Buriram United and make sure that despite of, even if they don't win this game, they will still have that confidence onto next week's battle.
Yeah, no doubt at all it is going to be a challenge for Heavy. But when we have seen Heavy at their best, it has always been when many players, many teams, many opponents, many of the fans out there thought that Heavy might not be able to do it. That's why they've got a heavy fan base behind them, because they usually just rise up to the occasion and they surprise the world. This day, this game could... he's laughing as I say that. He's like, that's the thing. We are gonna... No, I believe in you, Heavy. Let's see as we hop on into this first game between the teams of Heavy and Buriram at Bermuda. A best of 3. Is it going to be a 2-0? Is it going to be a 2-1? Who gets the victory? I'm pretty sure you guys have guessed exactly whom. But it's all for Heavy surprises. Initial tags off of the Buriram players. Genius. And great aim. Sentino, mannequin thrown out by Bui to play a little bit of a turnaround. Every other player from the side of Heavy just pushing Wasana and squad back. Great play so far. Moshi threw that plushie out already, and Alan, what a headshot, drops Wasana.
And there you have it. Alan and Shiryu, a combination that they would need to watch out for. Now it is left to Jonah and Get High, but Get High is cooking nade. Let's see Alan, though, with that Crimson Crush, but the turnaround might help them. Get High gets down and only left to the captain.
Hey, Captain Jonah, M500, this could be deadly. Alan, unable to do much as he gets stagged. But all he needed to do was just slow the pace down, hit that reload, and the USP2s gets Heavy a decent round off of Buriram, although they were the first ones who managed to get a little bit of a nick onto the players on the side of Heavy. But it was all about that mannequin distraction. And just when they thought they had to back away, Heavy had the perfect timing for the rush, pushing into them and annihilating player after player. The big play was when they found Moshi, who was on that high ground. So if they had not found him, I think that would have been a tough one to win for the side of Heavy, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. And one thing, though, that's Alan's taking advantage of is the pet that he's using right now. He's carrying the Fang. I mean, the Wolf Pack does give you extra EP or HP whenever your teammate's knocked down. So it's good and bad, I would say, because you're expecting your teammates to be knocked down, but it will add a little bit of your HP.
Yeah, absolutely, man. In a worst case scenario, right? In a catch squad, you are going to get your team members knocked out.
Oh, yeah.
Might as well benefit from something you cannot avoid. Backs away. Jonah with a mini Uzi gets a double. Thanks to Get High, Wasana. Oh, this is a full buy from Buriram on those mini Uzis. And they are going to town with the rate of fire. Spraying, barely needed any praying as they drop Heavy in the second round.
And that's one thing. I mean, despite of what Alan has brought in with multiple opponents, there's not so much that you can do, especially with boys already on the ground, and you are dealing with 3 players from Buriram United. So it's 1-1 right now in the scoreline, but Alan, as well as Don't Cry, will be bringing in the bigger guns, which is a MP5 as well as a Thompson X.
Oh no, not the Thompson. We know what the Thompson can do. No medkits at all, except Jonah, of course. Captain Jonah looking to rip through the opponents. Once again, Shiryu leads the charge. Jonah on the opposite end, but it's a straight round and rosy for the side of Jonah, looking for the backstab instead. Great positioning by the captain of Buriram. Wasana hears those footsteps, goes in for the chase, finds nobody inside the house. Shiryu! Mini Uzi tries to fight this one away. Mannequin dropped as well, forcing Wasana to back out.
See, there goes Wasana and gets high the combination, but still Wasana goes down. Here comes Alan for the push. Don't Cry from the second floor, and boy, wait a powerful knockdown.
They get the cyber point, they get the knockdowns, but here's the turnaround. Jonah and Moshi stepping it up. They've got the Deagle and the Mini Uzi. One more play to sort out. Alan has the Thompson. The Thompson is a big one as he takes Moshi down. Has got the Crimson Crush, recovers just a tad bit. And with the SMG picked up by Jonah, he should be able to equalize this one. Pixel peeping through the frame of the doors. Jonah managing to back away, and that one med kit that he got, in fact, the super med that he got from the previous round, is making the world of difference now. Alan as well on the recovery! And he gets the final say, and Heavy making it back from a round they shouldn't have won.
Well, the Thompson's still in play, and I'm pretty sure after that, everyone in the chat will be getting that in their ranked games. I mean, deadly up close in the mid-range as well, especially if you had the accuracy that we are seeing from Alan. But now, giving it up to Don't Cry, switching over to a level 3 MP5. They do have that advantage though, but position-wise, I think they will need to rely on Bowie, especially with the distance they have against Buriram United.
2-1 now, Heavy. What a play so far. Trouble on the super bonfire. Everybody stacking behind it. Don't Cry the first one to find one victim for himself. Jonah down on the ground. Don't Cry goes in for the finisher as well. And it looks like the team booster will not be able to get a easy pickup off of that. Wasana get high. Jonah all out of the equation. Moshi in a 1v4. Moshi against the whole world of Heavy. And this was yet another well-played round from the Heavy squad.
Definitely Heavy right now. And they are now a full, but Moshi AC80 and still managed to go for the elimination. So a few more coins for him for later, because I'm pretty sure it's difficult for him to clutch this against the 3 players of Heavy. But there you have it. Team Heavy showing differently this time around. They're leading by 2. The scores is 3-1.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And again, the Thompson is the MVP in this round. It was the gun that Don't Cry used to take Jonah down. Crazy rate of fire. Great on the damage. In the right hands, it can decimate. 3-1. And that's what I'm talking about. Heavy, if you want to step it up, you step it up when it counts the most. And when the whole world is doubting them, they are showing up the strongest they have ever shown us so far. Shiryu in a 1v1 up against Wasana. Makes the booking. He knows there's a meeting between him. Alan, on the other hand, Scar level 3. Great damage. Just couldn't find the connections yet.
Let's see though. Alan, a little bit too far on the approach. Jonah though, Deagle in hand. Despite of distance, he might be able to get a headshot. But boy, with that AC80, sure enough, it's easier for Marksman to do so. But for the rest of the teams, unfortunate for Buriram United, Wasan is already on the ground. No chance of pickup.
No chance at all. Shiryu, Don't Cry, boy, Alan. And the Thompson, although it does get the damage in, boy, with the backup. Does manage to get the drop on to get high. Moshi found as well by Alan. And it looks like Captain Jonah needs to figure out a way to get this done all on his own. No medkit this time around. And the final Punisher comes through heavy. 4-1 so far.
Yeah, well, it seems like for Heavy, they are showing up differently right now. But now, as they switch to Peak, and we know Buriram United knows this like the back of their hands, they might be able to grab their second point unless Heavy shows... continue what they're showing right now. Boy doesn't have much use of that AC-80, so I think he is going to add the AWM in this arsenal. But let's see if they'll be able to land those shots even from this close range.
I sense some EVOS trickery here because this is the map that Buriram said they're not so good at. So if Buriram's not good at this map, then no wonder why they're losing. But are they really not good at this map is the question you have to ask yourselves. Get high, MP5, level 3. This needs to find the perfect timing with the connection. And Alan, same gun. Super Bonfire gets the tag onto 2 players at the same time, but M590 finds him. Jonah with the headshot. Don't cry with the Thompson. As he hops on in, finds Wasana. Big play. And Jonah for the save, but prevented by Don't Cry, who runs into the time turner, spraying him down. And Moshi all alone in a 1v2. But even that is sorted out, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. The time turner just have to step in and out, know where your opponent will be, turns around and shoot you down, and it is being shown by Heavy. They can even beat Buriram United in Peak. And going back to your statement earlier, or to what was given to us, Buriram United, though, it managed to get a win against Esports 6-3 in Bermuda, as well as 6-0 against EVOS Divine in the same map. For Heavy, they did lose against PE Sports 6-1 and won the fight against EVOS Divine 6-5, and that's where, again, I want to point it out, they brought in that Kenta.
And that is why D-Long was dancing like that the other time, because he's like, we managed to fool them. They now think Bermuda's our weak map. No, they don't. Nobody does. Heavy might have bought that. Don't cry. Oh, MP5, bad play, but Shiryu was there for the save. Missed the initial first few shots. Get high with a fantastic jump shot with the M590. Punisher is there. Allen on the ground. Again, Moshi, the final player in a 1v3. With the AWM in his hands, he just does not have the rate of fire to sort this out. In the thick of the smoke, gets the first tag. And the M590 gets the final one, and Heavy crushes Buriram in the first game.
Yeah, definitely the scoreline is quite what we didn't expect, especially for Buriram United. But 6-1 the scoreline, and Heavy gets the first point in this series. I'm really loving how well they utilize that Antonio in that fight with Alan as well as Don't Cry using that active skill. It seems like the gangster spirit gives them a more of a chance to really bring in their A game.
Yeah, not just the Antonio, right? Because you've got the gangster spirit of that Antonio, you've got extra shield points, and then you also have the Shani that Wasana brought in. So the Shani and Antonio, you have got the gear recycle off of Shani as well. This is just all-out defense, and on top of that, he's got the Nikita on him, a further damage reduction, and sorry, not damage reduction, further healing reduction. So it's just really troublesome to bump into a lineup of active passive skills like that. And that was Wasana that I was talking about. And yet, you don't see a lot of numbers coming through from him. So, I feel sus.
Let's see that. Let's see. This is a good way for Heavy to get that motivation and prove that they really can. Now, let's see, though, if on the next game, on the next map, they will be able to, adjust even more to what Buriram United have to offer, because hopefully they don't get too overconfident. We know there's a tough team that they are going against, or that they went against. But if they get overconfident, not really try and strategize on what they're going to bring in, especially in the draft, then it will be difficult for them to get another win.
Yeah, absolutely. And this seems like it might just be doable for Heavy to get a 2-0 victory over Buriram if Buriram does the exact same thing in this next game, right? So I am just quite curious as to if or not we are gonna see Buriram force the game number 3, because first of all, they don't even have to. It does not benefit them to force a game number 3 and to continue playing this on. But there might just be a situation where they're a tad bit worried. Let me see if or not on the scoreboard you have any sort of a difference that can be made, because you've got the victory from EVOS Divine earlier, so they get 6 points.
Yeah.
But no, I think Buriram would still go to the very top. I don't think that changes either way, even if they're on a tiebreaker now, do they?
Yeah, I mean, they will still end up the bottom half of Group A. So, and again, I'm really loving that Team Heavy is just still, despite of that those odds, they're still giving this kind of gameplay against Buriram United. And I know you would say that is sus. They're pulling not only our legs but Heavy's legs. But I'm pretty sure that they will try their best to. I mean, Heavy wants to get another point. Another chance to prove that once it comes to the elimination round, they can still play it.
Okay, well, let's just see if or not that is the case here for the side of Heavy, because Buriram just didn't seem like they were feeling it all that too much. But you know exactly how this is, man. As we head on into this next scene, the MVP is going to be none other than Mr. Don't Cry, where he forced everybody to cry on those Thompson plays. 8 eliminations, 11 assists out of 2,900 damage he got.
Yeah, I mean, Don't Cry says to Buriram United, don't cry, but Cheer You says, sure you can. And sorry, I'm just repeating previous jokes. Kidding aside, Ignis, Nikita, Moko, Joseph. Know that Ignis with this combination of skills is quite different, but we often see that Moko and Nikita or that Moko and Joseph combination. And we've seen that Thompson's as well. It has been passed around so many times that we are loving the result of this game with 8 elimination, 2,900 on the damage and 11 assists. MVP definitely is deserved by Don't Cry.
Yeah, and of course that Joseph is a mainstay for players like Don't Cry, mainly because of that silver spoon ability, right? If you try to slow him down with the ortho on that memory miss when you try to knock down some of his team members, or if you're trying to mark him because you've got that Moko on your side, this guy is going to be empowered because he gets a movement speed of 10% for a long time. So it's like if you mark him, he's just going to be zipping around the battlefield. So, and there's just no way of telling who exactly you shoot. And obviously, marking players is one of the big target for many of these teams from the very get-go for informational player, right? So it's just it's like biting the bullet. It's a double-edged sword if you get the tag on this guy. But 31% damage contribution, 8 eliminations, big stuff out of him. But let's also see the amount of headshots that we saw out there. Jonah had 5 eliminations, through all were headshots. How about that?
Yeah, I mean, I believe that is with the help of that deagle that he was using earlier.
And the M590, yeah.
And the M590. And that's one thing. I mean, in the pro stage, in the pro level, you use that deagle to perfection. And we see that most of the time. We don't see that for most of the rushers or most of the support. But Jonah did manage to show so much of that gameplay, of that prestige, of this weapon, to make sure that he can flex 5 elimination with headshots.
Only Jonah can do this. You get trashed in a game, okay? You get trashed where your team barely wins any rounds, okay? And still we talk about you because you had 5 eliminations and every single elimination came through a headshot. That's Jonah right there. One of the most decorated Free Fire players in the world. So that's ridiculous stuff, Neptune. But of course, Heavy beating them in this first game was fairly ridiculous as well. Can they do the ridiculous 2 times in a row? Now that is the bigger challenge for them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's really tough to say if they can do it again. Right now, we're going to go to a different map. Solara would be our map. We rarely see this, especially in first 2 days of this Clash Masters. But this only gives us more of even playing field, because in most instances in Solara, the maps are quite balanced in both sides. It's only a few maps wherein it gives you that advantage when you're on the other spawns of the game. And again, just a recap of the order. After Solara, if it goes the length, we're going to go, and I guess with Buriram United potentially winning, they can bring it to next era.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Buriram will get the first ban as well as pick. And I do agree with you on Solara. It's a little bit more balanced on both sides. And the very first round itself, first and second round, as a matter of fact, we go into Aquarium. So I think that's going to be quite the rough one for these players who are not very aggressive, right? As well as very accurate, because you've got no med kits. It's such a small space, very open. It's going to be a fairly quick round by the looks of things. But of course, Orion is going to be removed from the board here. And the ban response from Heavy is taking the electrotherapy out of play for both squads.
Yeah, well, one is to be a little bit tougher. One is to help another player be tougher. So both of them are being taken out of the board. Let's see though what Buriram United is going to bring in. Will they start it off with a Coda to give to probably Jonah? But no, it's Oscar right now. And we rarely see them use an Oscar. I'm pretty sure this will be used by Wasana. But let's see what would be the response of Heavy in their pick.
Yeah, is this going to be a very aggressive lineup here for Buriram? Because usually the players who want to play that Oscar, they want that speed to get them up close and personal. They want to be a Zaref, if I can pull a comparison. They want to have that element of surprise, right? By appearing out of nowhere, breaking through those glue walls. So Buriram will catch up with them in a bit. Heavy, on the other hand, this is a good pick for them. If they bring in that Zane, they have got that extreme encounter, to have a couple of extreme encounters with Buriram. And having Wasana rush at you with an Oscar becomes something that is not so worrying as long as Zane is there, kept unactivated.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I believe, the first time that we're seeing Zane being pulled in by Team Heavy. And won't be surprised as well if Coda would be their next pick for Don't Cry. But no, I guess it's Ignis 100% on the win rate when they're using this. And it is mostly Mufasa who's bringing this into the table.
Yeah, Mufasa kind of swapped out by Shiryu. So I'm wondering exactly whose hands this is going to go through to this time round. Buriram United, on the other hand, have got a double pick response coming in a little bit. There's no informational play just yet that Heavy has taken, so both the Coda and the Clue are available. Buriram going for the priority on the plushie, most probably by a personal request from Moshi. And right after that, should potentially be, I mean, bringing in the Coda should be a no-brainer for all of the games.
Yeah.
Unless Buriram wants to try something new.
Well, they experienced something new from the earlier game, so there you have it. I guess they want to go back to their old ways, and with this, especially with Jonah, most of the time using this, it would be he would be even deadlier with those headshots.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So let's take a look at the Solara store as well, because that's going to be a very important point for us, right? When you look at the Cyberdrop store, there's the Skylar skill card and the A124 skill card. So you don't have any informational play, but you do have the Chrono skill if you have the tactical market, and almost all teams will definitely have the tactical market. So this is a big play that is going to come through later. Only problem is the chrono skill is 1,200, so you're not going to see them come through in the first couple of rounds. Earliest round 3, I would say.
Yeah, well, so far, let's see though on how that is going to end up for Heavy. They did respond with that clue after the pick of Coda, but before that, they did use that Santino. So Nero's already, I believe, already a Numoshi pick, and their snipers needs one, but that Chrono, again, the question remains, why pull in something that's already in there? We can try and justify it, but I guess this is a much better way of being a support. I'm pretty sure it's Get High is going to use this.
Yeah, I think they are giving a little bit of respect to the side of Heavy, or they forgot that Chrono was in the Solaris story. It's one of the two. Can't go so far from these two situations. But of course, on a more serious note, I think it's always beneficial to have the active skill in your lineup of active skills, and at the same time, have the other players be able to play the same active skill out there, right? Since we can't duplicate these active skills. And Chrono's skill is a bloody lifesaver, Neptune.
Yeah.
I can't tell you the number of times I've been saved by the time turner. And of course, the numerous times we have seen multiple saves out there by the time turner. Either you protect yourself or you go in there for the pickup onto one of your team members who have been down. Very essential to have on your side. But granted, again, like I told you early, guys, it's 1,200 in the tactical market.
Yeah.
So they kind of have to earn some money.
Yeah. Well, when it comes to that, we'll have to see in a bit. But right now, we're going to go for a little bit of insight for the players themselves. Interview coming in. So we'll be right back.
Đối với tụi em thì tự tin luôn nằm ở mức 100%. Còn về kết quả là do thực lực thi đấu của tất cả anh em. Mình chúc Buriram may mắn có thể giành chiến thắng cho trận đấu này.
ก็ไม่มีทีมไหนอยากชนะเป็นพิเศษครับอยากชนะทุกทีมครับครับก็ฝากถึงเฮฟวี่ครับแข่งเสร็จเดี๋ยวเราไปนั่งกินเฝอด้วยนะครับ
Well, we are seeing now that the confidence really is showing, especially from what Alan did mention. And again, despite of how difficult Buriram United is in the previous days, we're seeing that respect coming from both teams, in both Heavy and Buriram United, especially in this part of the competition wherein there is little no hope that Heavy can move up, but that respect goes a long way to motivate your opponent so that you yourself, even if you have the prestige of being a strong team, can still find the great challenge against a team like Heavy.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, Heavy also said that they wish Buriram the best of luck and they hope they can secure the win in this match. They hope Buriram can win. Why would they hope Buriram can win? But of course, that's just a little bit of a teaser. Buriram might be trying to win, might be trying really hard to win, as a matter of fact. Again, they've got the Oscar Coda Narrow Chrono. Very deadly setup that is capable of going in for the rush. You look at the disruptive ability of that plushie, and Moshi is one of the most accurate players in Free Fire right now, okay? Hands down. We've seen many players miss with the plushie toss. Moshi very rarely misses. And of course, you've got the Coda to get the info. You've got the Oscar, another disruptive active skill. And you do have the Chrono in case things do turn south when you go into disrupt. So I think I'm really liking the lineup here from the side of Buriram. But at the same time, I'll have to say, I don't think that the side of Heavy is any bit weaker, right? You've got the Zane Ignis clue. They've got a clue on how to get this done, but Moshi Jonah opening up hot, hey, baby.
I guess the speed, and if I'm not mistaken, everyone has a shorty on them. Everyone from both sides has a shorty on them. So it's more of the accuracy that they are getting those eliminations. It's just a matter of seconds. surprisingly. But one thing is, we're going to repeat this pattern, only switching side. But this time around, I don't think they just be wearing that shorty. They will be bringing in much stronger weapons.
Yeah, and now Heavy is teasing with the shorty on the other side as well, Alan. No, he sold it back. He's like, no, I don't want that. I think they're going to be ready for this one this time around. Great placement of the Flame Mirage. Just blocking out the halfway point. Moshi finding one, get high on the follow-up as well. Buriram's definitely a lot more serious in this game, number 2, as opposed to the previous matchup that they took up against Heavy. Another swift round here at Aquarium.
And you can see the usage of those utilities. I mean, we have the deep freeze, we have those grenades being thrown, and there's a little no chance that anyone can get out. If you get tagged of those, especially in this part of the game, you are still not having those weapons that you expect to win those fights or get away from those damages. But right now, for Buriram United, guess they have everything other than get high, have half of that helmet that needs to be fixed.
Now you need that ranged guns here because it's archway, and since we know the sequence of maps, I guess the teams should be a little bit more wary of the purchases that they make around these rounds as well, right? You've got the Mac 10s off of the players on the side of Heavy, and those are really short guns. You know, best case scenario, they reach out a little bit towards some mid-range engagement, but that was just a very deciding round on the side of Buriram, purely won out by the fact that their guns had range. They had the assault rifles to do the damage.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, so far, we are seeing some power falls on them, and even trying to fight back with Mac 10. It's very difficult for Don't Cry to make that survival against like multiple opponents. But now it gets even tougher. MP5s, level 3 from Get High, Mac 10, a couple of rifles, Powerful from Moshi, and AN94 for Jonah. From the other side, there's a potential of a close range win that can be done by Don't Cry and Shiryu with that Mag 7.
Much better pickups this time around, and obviously because they had the economy to do so, Heavy bringing in the better guns. Wow, Valiant Dash, wrong timing for Mui. And Wasana pops a hole right through him with that Mag 7. Leaving 3 players alive on the side of Heavy, about to become 2 with this push, but Wasana sorted out. Get High gets the triple as he gets high up the leaderboard with that performance.
Yeah, it's really tough right now seeing what they are doing against Heavy. But again, Solara, from what we're seeing in most instances, Buriram United does know how to move. There's only a few areas right here that is long range. So that's one reason why Buriram United is also rushing their way into some areas of this map, especially in Eco Drain, wherein you have those pipes, you have those elevation as well on second floor. If you take that building, but on the left side from where Buriram is facing, there's so much opening right there, and they're trying to avoid to go that route because they don't want to give that advantage too Heavy.
They definitely don't want to. Buriram looking for a clean sweep here of 6 rounds. Alan found very early. Level 3 MP5 hitting deadly. And Alan just putting himself in a little sticky situation. Get High, very aggressive, but will be punished for that. Wasana, on the other hand, finding Don't Cry. And this is going to be that pump that just absolutely decimates Team Heavy. Wasana with the double. Wasana with the triple, maybe. And Jonah steps on in there with the assist as well. A deadly form of Buriram.
Yeah, that's definitely deadly. And I'm loving that how Buriram United is really putting so much of aggression right here. It's Alan who goes down first, and it's Get High who gets the first blood. And after that, Wasana is just helping them out in moving forward across that line. But still, we are in a pickle right now, especially for Heavy. They only need, Buriram United needs only 1 point to end this, and I don't think they will be slowing down.
Yeah, match point pickle for Buriram. The Aurora Vision popped already, gets the information. Alan with the Mag 7 looks, Valiant Dash bumps him back, pulls out the Chrono Time Turner instead, survives long enough. Beautiful play by Alan.
Wasana healing with Superman. The full health would be a deadly Wasana, but Get High will try to defend himself, distract the opponent, making sure that doesn't have an opening. Push for that corner, but here comes the jump, and still managed to go for a takedown against Don't Cry, and Get High as he backs away with MP5. He gets another knockdown, and 3-man strong against Boy. Despite of Get High being taken down, there's potential that he can go for a pickup.
Yeah, smart play. Shiryu picked up. Bui with the plays. M590 in hand, waiting for Buriram to show up once again. But it's a 2v3. Buriram going for the pickup on to Get High. Spotted out. Wasana with the backup. Mag 7 strikes once again. And looking for the prevention, but instead they find a punisher. Shiryu. M1887 in hand. It's an M1887X on top of that. Definitely should be able to make some magic work out of this. Shiryu one more time, but Get High just had the better rate of fire off that Mag 7.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, despite of the 3 shots that can be brought in by that M1887X, doesn't have enough to go against the couple of players remaining for Buriram United. And it's tough though. It's tough. At this point in time, if Heavy felt a little bit of confidence earlier when they won that game, with the way Buriram United ended this second round, it's tough to call if they will still have that confidence. But hopefully they don't lose it, because again, there's still a lot of surprise that they can bring to the table against BRU.
Yeah, no doubt at all. They can bring a lot of surprises. Again, Wasana with the highlight plays, Neptune. You've got the Antonio, you've got the Shani, you've got the Nikita. You're making sure your opponents cannot recover as quickly, even if they bring in a passive skill to recover some sort of HP in that moment. We saw a couple of players play that Leon, in some of the games as well. That's just not going to work out against a team like Buriram, who runs that Nikita, and he's got that gangster spirit off of that Antonio. He's got that Shani with the gear recycle as well. Capable of being extremely aggressive up front. And that's what he does, man. Oscar, valiant dashing everywhere, breaking down those glue walls, breaking the hearts of Heavy in the second game.
And stuff though, I mean, not only is Wasana bringing that gangster spirit, it's 3 of them. So if I'm looking at Get High is also bringing that in, and also Jonah. So 3 players with a gangster spirit gives you 20 extra shield point from the beginning of the match, as well as it recovers the shield point. So if you survive that battle, if you get back up, not taken down, then you become even more stronger, making it difficult for Heavy to really put a man down against Buriram United.
Yeah, no doubt at all. And of course, that first round when we were talking about, sorry, not first round, the third round at Archway, when we were talking about the gun purchases that the teams need to figure out, this is something that teams need to be really careful about, especially when they're on the losing end. Force buying in round 2, you have to see if or not, if you get that victory, whether those guns are going to be viable in that round 3. Yeah. Even if not, you just gotta see, man, because you technically know where you're going to play. You can't just look at the fact that Kalahari is bigger, Bermuda is smaller, Solara is... No, it doesn't work that way, right? Each individual compound does give you a little bit of an advantage, and we've told the players already, and it seems like Buriram had that in mind when they were going through their list of purchases. You saw them switch from gun to gun. Finally, when the MP5 level 3s came out, obviously a very versatile gun, you don't really need a lot. And they combined that together with a long-reaching assault rifle just to sort out that range issue that the MP5 has. And it was very nice to see them progress through that round after round.
Yeah, exactly. But right now, let's see. Moshi as an MVP, 5 elimination, 2,318 in the damage and 14 assists. Doesn't wear a sniper that much because he's needed in the battlefield with some speed and some firepower. Thus, Powerful would be the weapon he is carrying. But of course, with the Nero, he becomes even stronger. Nikita, Otho, and Moko with added support that can be given for the entire squad, thus him giving so much of assist.
Yeah, absolutely. Memory miss off of that Otho, and you have got your Moko just tagging up everyone. One downside, again, if your opponent has got the Joseph, but at the end of the day, Moshi doesn't really allow you to run away too quickly, right? Also has got the enhanced hammer, like you said, just to make sure whatever gun he chooses to buff up through all of that extra coins he picks up. He's gonna do that extra bit of damage, 24% damage contribution off of our MVP Moshi through the 5 eliminations, but of course outshined by the support player Get High with 8 eliminations to his name.
Yeah, I mean, 8 elimination, that is lost, especially if Get High is in the front line. And we've seen him really gear it up with that chrono. He doesn't go down that easily. He does have the Joseph, J Beebs, and Antonio, as I called out earlier, and Team Booster as well. So this is and we know Get High doesn't get that much of the spotlight, but he is a crucial factor, a key factor on the aggression of Buriram United, because he's always in the front line given the fact that he is a support of the team.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, when your support player is playing in a way where he just wants to decimate the world, you know you've got a good squad. And he does his supporting really well too. Overall, looking at the eliminations, it seemed like Buriram had one hell of a good time out there, getting a total of, what is this, 24 eliminations in total through those 6 rounds where they just busted through Heavy. And Heavy, on the other hand, unfortunately couldn't really rip away too many from them in the second game. Just a single elimination off of Shiryu.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough though if Shiryu, who didn't play in the early parts, in the early days of the group stages, is showing up differently and still being better than those who had that experience in the past couple of days. It's really getting tough for Team Heavy. But again, hopes still for Heavy. Hopefully they can bring what they did in the first round or the first game of this match. But still, Buriram United, a tough team to beat.
Very tough team. And whether or not Heavy beats them is going to be dependent on whether or not Buriram says this next map is their weak map or their strong map. That's because you can clearly see there was a totally different play style, totally different response time coming through from Buriram. I mean, obviously, drafting-wise, they went all out in that first game, but engagement-wise, I don't think we saw the best out of Buriram in the first game. Second game, on the other hand, looked like Buriram played.
Yeah, I mean, Solara, they just dominated. And just to looking back, Solara is one of the best map of Buriram United when it comes to Battle Royale. Yeah. That's just one thing. Whatever you practice, especially in the CQCs, in VR, carries over in Clash Squad. It's just in a different way. But let's see though in Nextera, because so far Nextera is something different. We have a couple that would give you those elevation you're looking for to prevent Buriram United from rushing against you. But I don't know. They still have that Moshi and Jonah factor that they can use against Heavy.
Absolutely, man. And of course, when you talk about Nextera, the very first compound we go into, it's going to be the Decker Square. Usually, Decker Square is great when you've got like snipers, assault rifles on your side, where you'll see the snipers kind of just camping on the highest spot of the map for a long, long time. But you kind of open it when you've got pistols in your hands. So we're going to see some forced encounters out there. But looking at the drafts, Heavy takes the Oscar out of the equation. They want to nerf Wasana, and I understand why. Buriram United Esports, on the other hand, they clearly love the Coda, but this time they don't want Heavy getting their hands on that Coda, so they banned that out instantly.
Yeah, well, Coda Oscar being banned out. Let's see what would be the pick of Team Heavy, and hopefully there's something that, well, Zane is back in play for them. Isn't he so much? But I guess it's more of a denial against Buriram United. Thus, they're using that Zane.
Yeah, I do agree. In terms of making sure that Buriram does not play the best game and you pull away a couple of skills, definitely good. But remember, we kind of highlighted this earlier on as well between PE as well as EVOS. If you just sneak away your opponent's strong skills, the question is, has your team really practiced the synergy of those skills to dominate out there? That's going to be the big question to see how that execution later on is going to be for the side of Heavy. Buriram, on the other hand, Orion and Cassie. Okay, looks like they are getting serious.
Yeah, it's tough though. I mean, earlier it has been banned by Heavy heavy, that Cassie, and then the second time it was banned again. This time, no bans for Cassie, and Buriram United is taking advantage of that. As a response, though, well, I guess a little bit of damage coming from that Flame Mirage would definitely hurt them a little bit. Plus, that Nero being taken away from Moshi. So I guess this is something. The theme of the game for Heavy is just to take away any strong points that Buriram United can bring to the table.
Now that you don't have free medkits, then obviously the Flame Mirage is capable of doing a little bit of damage that's going to be impactful in the game, right? But you look at Buriram United Esports, you've got the Cassie, you've got the Orion, and we always talk about this. It's not just about informational play, it's about beefing up your presence on the battlefield. And both Cassie and Orion allow you to survive a little longer out there. So the Sentino is going to be a wild play that's going to be away from everybody else. Who is the Cassie going to be pumping up? You don't have the Zane to pump up, but you definitely need some sort of informational play. You've still got the clue out there, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, well, I guess that answers the question. Who are you going to pump up? It's Tatsuya, and it's rare that we see Tatsuya right now. Probably it's because of Oscar being banned, so they had to go with the next best thing. But let's see though, if there's something that can be pulled in by Heavy to probably prevent them from rushing in that quickly, because the second round, it was just a rush play. That was a blitz coming from Buriram United, and that's what Heavy needs to counter.
Yeah, they awakened their Alvaro. They went in there for the blitz, and they blitzed through that matchup. But of course, Heavy has the chance at the clue, but they're going to be banking on the Homer instead. Again, guys, this is going to be Next Terra. So in Next Terra, we will be playing the Next Terra store, which means Alok Homer is available in the Cyber Airdrop store. And in the tactical market, you've got the Chrono, right? So, and you also, of course, have the UAV. You get a little bit of info off of that. I guess it's a trade-off. And the UAV is quite cheap off of the tactical market. There's no limit in terms of purchases. Yep. So this could be a fallback to not having that informational active skill out there as well, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. Now, while you were reading that out or checking that, giving that out to the viewers out there, I was looking into the Homer, and we were talking about how to slow the opponents down. And again, the Sense Shockwave does help because you will reduce the movement speed by 40% of the opponents that you will tag, as well as the firing speed. And I'm loving this kind of counter, but then again, for every pick that the player throws to the table, how well can you use it? That is the biggest question.
Yeah, the biggest problem that I have with Homer is Joseph is a passive skill, right? And many of the players out there are running the Joseph. And you know for a fact, Buriram's definitely running the Joseph on a couple of players. And usually these are the frontline players. And the Homer usually finds the frontline players. So instead of nerfing them, you're going to give them a speed boost, which is obviously not going to be good for business, you know? So it's a tough one, man. It's going to be quite the challenge for Homer to really dominate out there. But let's take a look at some stats here that we've got for you guys as well. The top 3 most used loadout is the Tactical Market, followed by the Team Booster and the Enhanced Hammer in third spot. Neptune, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, Tactical Market, from what we've seen, a couple of players from each team mostly use the Tactical Market. And even in Battlefield, we've seen so much of Super Bonfire being thrown. And either you, like, especially with a Team Booster, you need to have at least one of that. And the same goes with the Enhanced Hammer. We've seen how well it boosts your weapon, even if you're in an even playing field. So Tac Market just provides more of the options for your team, whether it's the smoke, which we rarely see, but Super Bonfire is really helpful. Not only does it give you that healing, wherein healing is starved in this tournament, I would say.
So you've got a possibility to repeat one of these items, right? Do you repeat your Team Booster or your Tactical Market? Which one would be your preference here? Because both obviously opens up a different store.
tactical market, I would say, because in tactical market, if you know specifically where you're rushing in areas of the map, you can just place it there. And if you soak yourself while going against the opponent, then you might be unstoppable. You have a little bit of healing that would happen for you, and even your sniper or those who goes for a split will have that same effect.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And I do agree with you because Team Booster, at the end of the day, you've got the team full EP purchase. Just one player needs to crank that out. The tactical market loadout, on the other hand, would definitely benefit a couple of players out there. Top 3 highest elimination weapon. Oh, are we surprised? The MP5, especially the level 3s that you see getting upgraded out there, definitely taking the cake. And the VSS, one of our favorites in the second spot. And the Mag 7, this one's a surprise. So not even the M590, obviously not the Trogon, the Mag 7 coming into this spot. Mainly because, of course, that's the gun you get to purchase easily.
Let's see. I mean, I guess the rise of MP5s is back. It hits like a truck. After such time where we thought we're not going to see that because of the changes, the adjustment that has been done into the gun. But the VSS, loving how it's being used most of the time. It has that accuracy. It has that fire rate. You just need to decrease your distance to make sure it's very effective. But even in long range, if you can control it, you will be able to make those headshots.
Yeah, absolutely. And Buriram United Esports just gearing up for this matchup here. It is a 1-1 scoreline for the time being. The winner of this next match gets to call themselves the winner of the best of 3 between Heavy and Buriram. It's going to be next Terra. And as we head on in here, I am actually quite comfortable with both of the lineup of active skills. Nero, Zane, Ignis, Homer on the side of Heavy. And you've got Koda, Orion, Tatsuya, Sentino on the side of Buriram.
Now let's see though, for Buriram United, 3 of them has purchased a G18, and Moshi would be getting that M500. But for the other side, like we are seeing one player who's sticking with the default USP. So hopefully he get the backup because it doesn't have that fire rate, and Alan would be going down. And again, even a pistol round, you need to consider the weapon that you'll be bringing in.
Yeah, no doubt at all. Yeah, finding Shiryu, who plays down on the ground. Don't cry. Oh my. That was an instant drop. Ellen on the pickup. Barely any HP on him, but it's a 1v1 up against Moshi. Where's the M500? Lower rate of fire, but a great replacement. He pulls in the bait and switch off of the shape splitter. Repositions, but Allen gets the triple to pull the round away from Buriram.
Oh my goodness. Great pistol round, great comeback showing. And this is what I'm talking about. The use of Super Bonfire, position in the place where you intend to go against your opponent. And both teams are trying to capitalize on that. But unfortunate for Moshi though, the moment he pulls away so that he will not be gunned down, gives an opportunity for the opponent to go for a potential pickup as well as the timing to wait on the door whilst Moshi peaks.
What a shape splitter, a life-saving shape splitter. But the response from Alan was, okay, I've got time, let me pick up my buddy first. And he wanted to play the game of numbers, but of course, he ended up getting the elimination on his own as well right after that. Very smart response coming through from Alan. Presence of mind in that moment was definitely there. Jonah managing to take the problem out of the equation first, since he was too smart for them in the previous round. They eliminate him on the initial encounter, and now a 3v4 for Heavy to deal with.
Let's see, Wasana, Crimson Charge, but doesn't get so much of a result from that. But don't cry, in spite of the elevation that he had, still has been gunned down. And second to be eliminated from the team, or knocked down from the team. Shiryu goes down first, and it's up to Boy, who will not be able to buy time. And the score goes to Buriram United.
Yeah, they say Boy to Boy. Yes, they kicked him off of that roof. Unfortunate, but that's just how the cookie crumbles. Buriram with a forced buy situation victory, and they are going to be very pleased with that. Economy-wise, we are very much on the same, situation as that second round as to how Buriram had to force by now. Heavy has to figure out if or not they want to push their way through this. And they don't go all the way. I'm liking this out of Heavy. This is a round where they might be thinking of just giving it away to Buriram.
Yeah, I mean, let's see though. I mean, VSS has been purchased by Heavy, couple of Uzis, or mini Uzi, triple mini Uzis. So a good chance for them to get up close with the smokes as well. And there you have it. Buriram United just made that investment of Heavy go to waste. And that is a flawless run coming from BRU.
Yeah, that was a very half-hearted eco, right? If you want to eco, you eco. If you don't want to eco, you don't eco. They still had some coins in their pockets, and it was just not the right set of guns for this compound. If you want to engage, you know you've got those long angles that you have to peek around at the top floor. So it was a little bit of a drop in terms of opportunity. As we head on into this fourth round, we move from the museum into Farmtopia. Same situation, you've got those long angles, but this time Heavy has enough for the VSSs.
Yeah, VSS MP5s brought in by Heavy. Let's see though on how they are going to make it work. Shots from afar as they go into the gondolas, but will they be gunned by the time the gondolas reach its target? But here we have it, Wasana up close and personal. Crimson charge and switch over, not given an opportunity to close the gap, especially with the blue closing in.
That was just deadly. You have got Wasana on the Orion, and you have got Get High behind him, pumping him up with the electrotherapy. How insane is that? Wasana still has the ability to Crimson Crush a tough situation, and worst case scenario, Get High is backing him up with that advanced therapy. This is the kind of combo you do not want to be taking on out there. Wasana and Get High is just a nightmare in the making, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's one reason as well. But Get High is getting so much of elimination because of how well synced they are. So Wasana is in the front line, and at some point, sorry to say, Get High steals all those elimination from Wasana.
No, he assists, but he accidentally got the elimination.
All right, let's put it that way. Make it sound much better. but for me, that's still a KS.
You know how it is, bro. I was just helping you survive, man.
Because I do it most of the time.
Buriram, I've got the VSSs to punish. Great blue wall. Shiryu protecting himself, surviving for the time being. Bui, on the other hand, is going to be a little bit in trouble. Don't cry. Helping a little bit of pressure from the opposite end, but instead he tries to help and gets punished for helping. Bui straight down. One by one, they all drop like dominoes.
Yeah, Alan, the only remaining, not so much of challenge can be brought in, especially with Jonah. And that turnaround plus a headshot, that is once again being added to the record of Jonah's headshot elimination. But from what we're seeing, Buriram United, despite of 1 point going into Heavy, they want to bring it over to a close. Getting 2 more would end this series against Heavy.
Welcome back to the Trogon. Got it in the hands of Get High. But obviously, he's going to VSS his way through this as much as possible. There's a potential he rushes down the middle of the map as well to see if or not he can dance around with the Trogon. Just a tad bit here. Moshi with the tags from across. You can see the Flame Mirage coming out as well to say hello to everyone. And instantly Crimson Crush forced out of Wasana in a 1v2. Ooh. Get High, gets sprayed down by Don't Cry. Wasana still has the Crimson Crush, manages to back away. Still surviving, but finally punished by the Trogon. Shiryu brings in. Moshi and Jonah have to find some sort of a great clutch in a 2v4. But now this is danger zone as Moshi gets put in a 1v3.
Yeah, MP5 doesn't do that much if you are surrounded by 3 players and Moshi moves in on the other side. Elevation is what we're looking for. Will he be able to make that or land those shots? Switch over with a Shade Splitter, 5 of a second with smoke, but doesn't matter. Shiryu with his car is waiting for him. And another point added to Heavy this time around, extending their play against BRU.
Yeah, I think this one was a misplay from Wasana. He went in way too aggressive, and then the glue walls that were laid out in the tiny little space was just so confusing for him to navigate around. Crimson Crush was depending on a backup of electrotherapy, but the electrotherapy user got taken down first. With Get High out of the equation, I think Wasana panicked. They were not expecting Heavy to respond in that manner. And Buriram needs to be careful because this is Heavy, you know. When you go up against a team like Falcons or HE Global, such a mistake will not be forgiven, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see though. I mean, they're moving in the same area in Grab Labs. They could have meet up each other, but it's a good thing that Heavy managed, or Buriram United managed to pull away. But here comes BRU. Opening up the doors. One of Blair's already knocked down. Allen goes for the shot just to make sure that they don't enter that building. But it's just a trade-off right now as Bowie has been taken down. Jonah can still be picked up, but another trade has happened. It's now a 2v2, but when we're talking about HP, it's Buriram United who has a lead.
Absolutely. Oshi and Wasana might be able to attempt this pickup. Jonah all the way at the top, but Grab Labs allows him to get up. Homer tags up Wasana. Information sent away towards the players of Heavy as they are able to secure this one. Wasana gets to find Don't Cry, leaving Allen in a one-way too.
Here comes the pinch. This might be it. Allen. Gap
nice one.
Close by Wasana, but the time Turner saves him. But unfortunately, Wasana with a Thompson plus a headshot brings them 5-2 in the scoreline and match point for BRU.
They just knew the compound so well, and Bowie was a tad bit over-aggressive. Unlucky as well as he got caught out. But the trade back to find Jonah and Get High was a decent one off of Heavy, but it just wasn't enough to nerf Buriram. And now they sit on the series point to complete this game as we head on into the battles of Group B. This is quite impossible to make a comeback from, I would say, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, same map, and they are the ones losing that game. It could be the same result despite of how they switch it up from the squads. Now, Buriram United just switching the tables, though, turning the tables against Heavy from what they've seen earlier. And this time, Shiryu goes down first. Wasana tries to weave in and out, and it's just the pressure of multiple players gunning you down. It's left to Bowie and Allen, but Bowie already goes down. And there you have it. Buriram United wins this series.
They crushed Heavy in the second and the third game, but in the first matchup, Heavy showed everyone exactly who they are and confirmed the statement of Get High that Bermuda is their weak map. If you buy that, I will find no bigger gullible baby than you.
Well, there's one thing though. We both lost that prediction. We were expecting that Buriram United is going to bring it to a close 2-0, but I'm happy that Heavy did manage to get a point in that game. But there you have it. Buriram United, 3 series day 1, and they get full points out of the group stage, and they will not be backing down, especially on elimination rounds.
And like I told you guys, you know, the production, they messed up my predictions. I said, you know, there's no way. There's no way Heavy loses this 2-0. At least but good on
Let's
Heavy.
go with your story.
Let's go with that story, okay? In this situation, it was a tough one for Heavy, right? They were literally at the bottom of the grouping, facing up against the team at the top of the grouping. And Buriram, you know, obviously was way too dominant for them, as you could see in that game number 2 and 3. There was just no match at all. The accuracy, the speed, and the drafting, the active skills, for sure, making the process so much more easier for the side of Buriram. We want to take a look at the highlights once again as well, Neptune, because there were some moments where it looked like Heavy might have been able to turn things around.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some glimpse of brilliance coming from Heavy, especially if they are stacking together. And this is one of those, because earlier, from the beginning of that pistol round, it was a Heavy going down first. But from the final moment where Alan managed to go for that clutch against Moshi, this is it, wherein that shape splitter saves him for a little bit, but not for long, because they know exactly where he will be coming from.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, when you talk about a player like Moshi, it's all about how he plays it out there. And again, the Otto, the Moko is a absolute standard for this guy. But I see that he swapped out his Nikita this time to bring Luna into his list of passive skills. And when you have Luna on your side, you've got an increased firing rate. And whenever you hit an enemy, a max of the 10% of the firing rate gets converted into movement speed. How insane is that? And if Moshi is running around a little bit faster, you know, more firing rate with the VSS in his hands, I think that's, you know, a tad bit unstoppable. So great combination of active passive skills off of the sniper on Buriram.
Yeah, definitely. And it's one thing though, I mean, knowing that the stores that is available, the weapons that you will be buying, you can anticipate the passives as well. And you did point in a great point. The VSS plus a Luna is already deadly. And then there is that enhanced hammer. So the VSS is becoming to be a pain to the ends of all the players right here, especially with those who doesn't have that much accuracy comparing to what we've seen Buriram United do. But there you have it, MVP. Finally, I think after a long time, we are seeing Masana on that board, but 10 elimination and 4K in the damage, AJ.
Yeah, running around with the Sensei Tig as well, just making sure he reduces the duration of those marking skills. We see so many players playing the Moko, and obviously Wasana does not want to be spotted for too long. He's buzzing around out there. You take away a skill from him, he just replaces it with another. He was the Oscar user earlier. When you take away the Oscar, you make him even more furious because he runs around with the Orion, powered up by a Cassie. Just give him the Oscar.
Yeah, I mean, if you have an Orion, especially in Wasana, or from everyone, definitely you will see that Miguel that gives you that 200 EP and helps you charge that Crimson Charge a little, Crimson Crush a little bit faster. But the scoreboard right now, it's not only Wasana who's bringing food to the table, because as you can see, there goes Jonah as well with 6 elimination and the assist coming from Get High, and it's just a switcheroo from what we've seen earlier.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And a good highlight from you, Neptune, on that Miguel, because every time you get a knockdown, you get 200 EP. And EP is what we are kind of balancing out here at this point of time because of the lack of medkits. Those EP conversion into HP is very crucial. And if Wasana keeps getting those knocks, converting that knock into EP, being able to survive longer, using that EP as well for his Crimson Crushes. Bro, this guy is a rinse and repeat monster. 10 eliminations, 35% damage contribution, a lethal combination of active and passive skills. This is a masterclass of Clash Squad, courtesy of Buriram when it comes to the drafting.
Yeah, looking at the match summary right now, you can see those elimination headshots as well coming from both Jonah and Wasana. And Jonah is not yet out of the picture, though it's not a perfect run, but it's a 50% headshot elimination coming from the guy. And we've seen that so many times. Even with the Thompson, he turns around, he goes for the headshot. Regardless what weapon it is, that is what he is looking for. And sorry, Moshi, you might not be getting that much elimination, but at least he's putting so much into damage.
Let's take a look at the standings. And as we mentioned earlier, it will not really move even if something crazy happens. But nothing crazy happened. The craziest thing that happened was Heavy took that first game off of Bermuda, but like I said, it's their weak map. Buriram, 9 points, the only team to have 9 points at this moment of time. But of course, all gamers global are not done with their matchup just yet. We will have the games for Group B coming up next. We've got 2 more games to go, so you guys should not go anywhere. In fact, you should order some snacks and be on standby.
Yeah, I mean, what would be happening later would be in Group B. It would start off with the rivalry that we have been seeing so many times in Battle Royale when it comes to Southeast Asia, like AG Global and WAG. Why I say Battle Royale? Because in most instances, if AG Global would be staying, WAG would be rushing. But this time, it's like a boxing ring. There's no way out. It's just a close quarter combat and a rivalry continue. And then hopefully we will see a glimpse of brilliance from WAG to take down the global final champions in Clash Squad.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, the main reason why there is a big rivalry between WAG and AG is because WAG has AG in it, but they always get the dub, at least in their minds and hearts, right? The W is there. But when it really translates up against the current world champions of Clash Squad, I don't know, because AG Global looks like they've been playing this game on a different level altogether. Dew has finally woken up. He has found his spot to shine. Battle Royale may not have been that place, but in Clash Squad, it definitely is that place. And Clash Masters is the title they want to claim for themselves after becoming the world champions for Clash Squad. But of course, we'll see that showdown when we come back from a quick short break.
Survivors. 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
Two players to be able to... This is it! A Swam MD7!
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting. In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot today. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from anywhere. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. This is the Free Fire Clash Masters Southeast Asia 2026 Spring. And so far, 2 matches over, ended in a 2-1 on the score line. This time, we move over to Group B. And back in the desk, I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, joined by my brother, the Mustachio AJ.
On a day that I want 2-0s, they give me 2-1s. On the day that I predict 2-1s, they give me 2-0s. This is the problem of my life, all right? But it's okay. Now we move on into a situation where it's going to probably be another 2-1. But if I predict a 2-1, will I get a 2-0? That is going to be the question. WAG versus AG. You're talking about the best in the world right now for Clash Squad. The best in the world right now in Clash Squad, not just Southeast Asia. Up against WAG, who's not too bad.
Not too bad at all, especially with their rivalry going from Battle Royale to Clash Squad. I believe they have that motivation to go against the global champs of Clash Squad. But we'll have to see though what they have to offer. Because from what I'm seeing, Nan7 is something as a good addition for WAG, helping X-Bor out. And with that combination as well, against Du as a sniper, I guess that would be the challenge that AG Global needs to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, I think WAG as a squad, as a whole, is not too bad at all when it comes to Clash Squad. It's just the combination of going up against AG Global. Again, damn it, I should have predicted 2-1 so that we get a 2-0. So this is not good. I had a long day yesterday. I had a long day today. And it looks like it's going to be an even longer day by the way the predictions are messing us up, right? But this is the kind of game I would actually welcome that with open arms because I love both WAG and AG. They play some amazing Free Fire Clash Squad out there, Neptune.
Yeah, let's see though. If WAG would be aggressive and going away from their manager's name, which is Calm, that would be quite different. Like a different result that we are seeing from WAG and AG prediction that we have laid out. But so far in this situation, AG seems a little bit stronger, especially with a couple of wins that they had against Team Falcons. And you know how it is. We were expecting that Team Falcons might put AG in their place, but it's just that the global champs is still being worn by this team. So WAG has a tall order if they want a win against this team, but hopefully they give this a good fight, similar to what we've seen in Buriram United and Heavy earlier.
Yeah, like you pointed out already, right? I think it's a tall order. If you look at AG Global and WAG in the grand scheme of things, I think there's quite a bit of difference when it comes to the eliminations and the firepower in the kind of skills that they use out there on the battlefield. For WAG, you pointed out Nan7 to be a great addition, but T Kui hasn't shown up very strong in this season just yet, and we know he has it in him. Expo, as usual, is always that solid, consistent player on the side of WAG, and they've also got the backup off of Wang. This is a very viable squad. If you ever would want to make a wild pick on who can take down All Gamers Global. But it has to be on a really good day, on a really good bunch of drafts.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, as we introduce the AG Global team, the global champs of Clash Squad, we have Saifa, Baros, Nameless, and Du, and we know he can do a lot, especially in crucial moments. And we've seen that several times, but there were some instances wherein he is trying to pull off a clutch, similar to what we've seen in that global finals, but it was difficult. They didn't manage to get the window when Nameless is popping off. So this is another combination that will bring so much pressure against WAG later on. And let's take a peek of the players as well. What would be the mentality right here? I'm pretty sure for WAG, the focus would be on there. And later on, when we take a peek of AG Global, we'll see that confidence rise on this Champions Stadium. But WAG, there's a lot of things that they need to worry about.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Baros and Saifa especially, these are the two players that WAG needs to look out for. Baros and Saifa both have 34 eliminations apiece. A majority, in fact, more than 50, close to 60-70% of the eliminations from the squad has been courtesy of Baros and Saifa. So that is the two deadly players that you have to sort out very early on if you want to stand a chance. And looking at the map order, we see that Lady Luck is smiling at WAG, allowing them to pick 2 out of the 3 maps and also giving them the first ban and pick. This is to the side of WAG. They've got everything going their way right now. The only thing that can ruin that is the Clash Squad World Champions.
Let's see though. I mean, in terms of map, I guess the win rate for AG is 100%. It's for the first time, for one time that they played in this map, in this competition, they won it. And it's a 50% in Bermuda for WAG. But let's head over to drafts right now. The first ban would be Santino, making sure that their snipers doesn't have, or AG snipers doesn't have that much of option in terms of pick.
Yeah, absolutely. And because the first ban is going to be that Santino, taking him out of the equation. No surprise play, no extra HP. And you know, I've always talked about Santino with the positioning, with the mechanical skills and all. Again, without the med kit, it's always beneficial to have an extra 200 HP somewhere, right? From that perspective, Santino is actually super meta in the current state of the competition.
Yeah, I mean, the same goes. Speaking of super meta, that Cassie, that also deals with HP. So I'm loving that the knowledge of these teams, of the current format, of current rules, they're taking advantage of that on the draft pick. Now, let's see though of what the skills they will be taking for WAG. They want to go with that Oscar, and I'm pretty sure that's going to stick with T Kui as well.
Well, let's see if or not that Oscar's going to be enough for them to annihilate all gamers. Okay, all right. I see you. Like, oh, you Oscar? Come at me, bro. I've got the Orion. I've got the Crimson Crush to crush your dreams. No Electro. Oh my. A double frontliner setup here for All Gamers Global. Very strong with the Orion and the Zane. Extreme encounters are what All Gamers Global are expecting.
Well, that's one thing though. I mean, you have strong frontliners already for the side of AG Global. And I would say a good frontliner, but it's not that tough compared to what we're seeing from AG Global. It has a capability of disable the vision, but not really the players. So let's see how well WAG is going to use this. Good combination of that and that Oscar would be in play, and either sniper would be using this Nero, and it's a good thing that they are denying all potential for Do to really rise up.
Yeah, no doubt. So you've got the Oscar Ignis Nero on the side of WAG. All Gamers Global now get to go in for their final two picks. You don't have the informational play at this point of time on the side of All Gamers Global, Neptune. And a good coda pick here could really make a rush to bring WAG's rounds to quick ends really viable. But they want to go in the defensive way. They will walk into this next one potentially with that Steffi as they lock her in. And the final one, you could just bring in that Iris for your support play. Dew would be more than fancy on that Iris play, if you ask me.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, Iris or probably something that he can bring up close and personal. Now, they don't want to mess up the roles that they have, but I want to be surprised. Like if they take away all those potential sniper skills and then just use other skills that they can use up close and personal, then that's a different version of AG Global that we might see.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Final pick here for the side of WAG. They already have a skill for their sniper. They've got the two frontliners. The backup player is going to be bringing in the time turner off of the chrono. Great picks, I would say, on both sides. You can definitely play a slow enough game and then ambush with the Nero plushie opener, as well as the well-timed Oscar's Valiant Dash. So WAG has got that element of surprise on their side. All Gamers Global, on the other hand, they've got the defense very heavily stacked on their side. Orion, Steffi, and Zane all focusing on the defense, and that Iris to just tag you up, pump you down through those glue walls. All Gamers Global look equally as threatening, but these are two very different play styles.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we know WAG is that aggressive team, similar to what we've seen most Vietnamese do, like Heavy and PE Sports. But is this smart enough? Is this a way to really go against AG Global? Because yes, their tactics, if we compare how they are with EVOS Divine, their tactics is to keep their distance. But we know for a fact that there's also capability of them to go up close and personal, especially with Nameless and Saifa in the front line. So it's tough to call if this is a smart way to do it, but if they can do it with speed like PE Sports, WAG might be able to win it.
Yeah, no doubt at all. I think that's exactly what WAG is aiming for in this battle. But the question is, of course, can they keep it up for 6-round victories? Because All Gamers Global, again, they have been able to thwart the attempt of many teams that some would say are like the best in the world. But of course, we want to jump on over to the interview to see exactly what both the teams have got to say for all of us. We'll be back with you in a bit.
Trận đấu hôm qua với team Falcons thì tụi em gặp khá là nhiều khó khăn, nhưng mà ở map đấu quân sự thì chưa biết tận dụng được những lợi thế sau khi ăn được thính á, nên là thua mấy round quan trọng, nên là không có tiền đề để thắng Falcons. Thách thức lớn nhất hôm nay của team em đó chính là AG Deal, xạ thủ số 1 thế giới. Em nghĩ là chỉ cần khắc chế được anh ấy thì team em có thể chiến thắng AG một cách dễ dàng.
ครับวันนี้ก็เหมือนเมื่อวานนะไม่มีอะไรเปลี่ยนแปลงเยอะ 2-0 เหมือนเดิมทีมที่อยากเยอะมากที่สุดก็น่าจะเป็นบุรีรัมย์ครับวัดกันไปเลยว่าใครจะได้ครับ
And there you have it. Well, it was pointed out by WAG, Wang M, that the battle against Team Falcons was quite difficult. And they pointed it out in Bermuda map as well. So the airdrop is very, very crucial for them. They want to take advantage of that. And hopefully this time around, they can use that to strengthen up their offense. Because so far, they are looking out against Do. And that's a #1 sniper in the world, as they say. And it's tough really to counter such a prestigious player.
And I think this is like the flame mirage, but it's like the kind of mirage that you see when you get stuck on a desert. All of a sudden you see an oasis, you see water, you run, you drop down on your knees, you drink all that water, but it's sand in your mouth, right? They think that Dew is the problem. Like I've already said, it's Baros and Cypher they need to be worried about. Because if you look at the stats, Dew currently has 18 eliminations. Baros and Cypher have 34 eliminations each. That means they both have double of whatever eliminations Dew has been able to get so far. His snipes may have been very crucial, very important, and he may have gotten the biggest clutch of all time in Clash Squad. But if you look out for the wrong opponent in this battle, you're probably going to regret that. And I think WAG is already focusing on the wrong path. So if you try to strategize to prevent the sniper from getting away from you, what do you do about those rushes that you haven't really focused on containing just yet? So this might just be a problem, but fingers crossed, like, you know, we've got some teams who like to lie here to say what is their weakness, what is their strength. So hopefully WAG is lying about who they want to focus on.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that fibbing might give them a little bit of advantage, but right now in Bermuda, we start the first game between AG and WAG. Let's see on how they are going to, I'll say, start off hot and fast, because they definitely need this. And if WAG can get that advantage in terms of points, they might be able to get a 1-up against AG Global. But you did mention about the frontliner, Cypher, who's already on point, but not looking up on the rooftop where the opponents might take them down.
And not yet. Aimless down. No Orion for you. No Cypher for you as well. WAG doing phenomenally well. And this is what I'm talking about. Make sure you take Cypher and Baros out. But the pickups are coming through almost effortlessly from the side of AG Global as they continue to push on out. And the sniper is slicing everyone down with the sight instead. Obviously, since you can't really bring those snipers out now. But the M500 is what I thought he would be focusing on. And we are left with the sniper of WAG all alone here, Xbor.
Ooh!
Sorted out by Cypher and his USP2. Brilliant play by AG to turn things around.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I was thinking that WAG would have advantage because it's out of reach, especially if you reach that rooftop a little early, and then the quickness of T Kui to go for I would say a survival battle. But you did mention about Zhu, just the accuracy and on point every time he goes for a rush with that side. But you know how it is, the struggle that WAG has to deal with, especially with multiple opponents, and Dew still alive to bring them down.
Brilliantly done by the AG Global squad. And now they've got some extra economy to play around with. So more resources. Xbor playing with fire. That fire's name is Dew. Iris already popped. So he knows exactly where Xbor is. If Xbor peaks at the wrong time, he is definitely going to pay a big price. Nan gets tagged up. Just sacrificing the EP first, not the HP. And now 50 more HP left on him. And Nan, what a headshot, turning the situation around for himself.
Yeah, Nameless and Baros, the only one remaining, but Xbor has been taken down by the mini Uzi coming from Baros. Here comes Nameless, trying to recover a little bit of HP with that Crimson Crush, but unfortunately, the headshot was a little too quick. So good thing that the pickup is also quicker for side of AG Global, but it's a 2v3 situation this time around, and AC80 doesn't have any health. One hit can bring him down. He has the potential to take him out on a headshot. Oop. That's it.
Yeah. Sees exactly where he is. Nan going in here for a little bit of a rush as he finds Baros. No way of recovering right now for Mr. Baros. All alone. 1v3. WAG. There's no way WAG does not get this equalizer. And Nan says absolutely. Even though Baros managed to find Xbor first.
Well, that's one thing though. I mean, given that situation in the 2v2 without any medkit, Dew was in a tough situation. He is in the rooftop. and one plushie can bring him down, and that's just what happened. There's no recovery out after that. Even if he jumps out, he will still be knocked down. And with Barros left behind, there's little no chance that he can survive, and thus it happened.
AG is literally playing with 3 glue walls. How crazy is that, Neptune? No medkits on the side of AG. No medkits on the side of WAG as well. But look at the number of glue wall stack for WAG. He was going to be so happy with that Iris. Oh, beautiful play on Narrow. A timely throw. Manages to get the tag. Plushie doesn't get taken out. X-Ball finding Dew as well. Great big punisher there. X-Ball, yet another one for him. And the assist from Tikui, too good. And AG will go down on their knees. Barros annihilated as well. WAG, 2 rounds in a row.
And the rivalry continues, and WAG is showing that they can bring it on against AG Global. Saifa, I mean, position-wise, it's good, but you don't have the weapon to go against a long range of a mini Uzi. Even if you are on second floor, you have the opening to get your opponents down. It's very difficult. But as we switch over different side of the map, WAG has an advantage of elevation, especially that platform just above them. But Wang M would be heading on a split against the 3 players that's moving on the left. But for AG Global, it's a 2-2. So I don't know who's going to take advantage, but damage being received by Nameless, no recovery, plus a ice grenade being thrown at him. Great timing to pull away.
Ice grenade is more than perfect to make him just try to reposition a little bit. Saifa, MP5. Not a lot of levels on that gun, but great rate of fire either way. Manages to get the first tag. Nan responds, but of course, he's got the better gun here. Gets tagged up. Not a lot of HP to work with, and Saifa, one wrong move, just didn't have the gun to win out that battle.
Let's see, none.
Oh, nice one.
There you go, MP5, quick turnaround, glue wall stopping them on their movement, plus a time turner, but Nan is not stopping at all. Still goes for that shot, and Tikui, a headshot with an MP5 level 3. WAG seems like they're getting away with this. Not quite sure what's happening with AG Global this time around.
You're not sure? It's because we predicted 2-0, bro, and they're going for 2-1. That's what it is. Okay? That's what it is. My goodness me. On the day that I'm really hungry. 3-1 now. With a cyber point on their side. 3 rounds in a row, WAG has managed to upset AG Global. But now AG brings in the Thompson X, brings in that level 3 MP5. They've got the arsenal to absolutely wreak havoc on WAG. But it's all about the timing as well, as Dew takes position right up on top.
Let's see though. Dew, great position for him to use a sniper, AC-80. But Tikui, let's see if he can
nice
get
one.
down. Saifa pushed away because of the nade. But the only question, though, is if Tikui will be rushed, how can he get away? He's just buying time right now as the rest of the teams is trying to go for the flank. But Tikui goes for the Valiant Dash and the takedown against Saifa.
Oh, that was a really good play off of Tikui. Valiant Dash breaking through the defense as Tikui again. Barros this time punished. Nameless trying to get Tikui out of the equation. Backs away, but Tikui hits a triple instead. Somebody stop this kid. You sorting out M. Tikui, can he get the ace? Looking for Dew. Nan7 and X4 still there. Dew finding Tikui, dropping him with the headshot. And Dew once again put in a situation where he has to take on all 4 players. And WAG all that too smart with the pickup. And Wang M finally sorts Dew out.
If there was a time, a little bit more time, and the Blues not closing in, that angle that Dew was taking is crucial to get a potential clutch because he's just funneling them in one specific area. But he had to move away, go with the blue, and Wang M is just waiting for them. Does the shot on the noggin, bringing Dew down and bringing the score 4-1.
How do they get this done this time around? WAG is 2 rounds away from wrapping out this first game. AG Global on the 5 rounds in a row. The smokes are out. Here comes the Flame Mirage as well, blocking out a little bit of spacing here off that Cyber airdrop. WAG looking for that point, trying to unlock it first in a 1v2. Nan7 make that a 1v3, still drops Cyber! Traded out, but Wang M is there to make sure the rest of the players on the side of AG pay big time. Cyber point and the round win for WAG.
Talk about speed, and this is what we're talking about. They were motivated by PE Sports earlier and how quickly they managed to get around. And against AG Global, that's what you need. No time to let Do take those aims. No time for Let Do to get those positions. Despite of the Iris, they are still putting up those glue walls, and it's not becoming a challenge for WAG. But this time around, great opening for both teams to use the snipes. But WAG is a little bit closer to get into the middle of this platform, of this second floor. Glue walls already put in, and Wang M as well as Nan7 in the front lines in the mid.
Can they bring this to an end? WAG, they've got everything going their way right now. X-Ball finding one, and it's a big one. Cypher down for the count. No more pickup. It's total annihilation. Ooh. Valiant Dash bringing them yet another as well. Do will get punished, and that is about it. First game wrapped up. Easy peasy for WAG.
Yeah, it seems like WAG really planned this out. The speed, the execution, the movement that they had against AG Global to make sure that they can get that 1 point against AG Global. Now let's see though, what will be the response later on? But before we go there, let's congratulate WAG for that 1 point.
Yeah, for that 1 point indeed. A 1 point taken phenomenally well. They definitely stepped it up in that game, not giving any chances whatsoever to their opponents. And All Gamers Global, the current world champions of Clash Squad, definitely did not look very aggressive in that game.
Yeah, I mean, the aggression is coming from WAG, and it's really tough. For each round, the purchases is just like growing and growing for the side of WAG and making it difficult for AG Global to go and fight. But on the second round, it seems like they have the potential to go for a takedown. AC80 already pulled in by AG Global, but it's just that they are too fast in getting close against AG. Thus, that marksman doesn't have any chance to take on points.
Yeah, absolutely, man. WAG so far has managed to win 2-0 up against RRQ, but they got flattened 2-0 up against Falcons. Does this mean that the Falcons is slightly better than AG Global? Does this mean that AG Global became champions because Falcons was not there for Clash Squad? Because we all know how crazy Falcons is on Clash Squad. Even Buriram struggles up against them sometimes, right? So this could just be a tad bit of a premonition, a little bit of a preview. Although we don't get a direct confrontation between AG Global as well as Falcons, again, in a very serious way, right? Because it was a best of 3. I think if it was a best of 5 on the first day, we would have definitely seen that go back and forth. But a 2-1 scoreline, I think AG might have gotten just the first say in this long argument between themselves. But WAG up against AG this time around, I think they just blitzed through this one, and it was a great way that they brought this first game to an end, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. And now the only question remains is, will WAG play with the same tactics? Will they be going for the blitz once again? Because them showing it in this round gives an idea of AG Global and what they need to do. They just need to fortify their front lines. Their active skills pick later on would definitely change because of what happened here. And that would translate that AG Global would, I would say, make it easier to win against WAG, or WAG really planned it out with new tactics that we've seen day after day. They might be able to get a 2-0 against AG.
Let's see if WAG is possibly going to make this run a crazy one by getting a 2-0 over AG Global. 7 eliminations, 10 assists, 3,330 on the damage. Rocking the Rocky, making sure that Plushie can be thrown by this narrow time and time again. And this is exactly how this guy has managed to conquer the battles. And the G36 was just too good on that long range.
Exactly. I mean, if you don't have early parts of the game, if you don't have the snipers just yet, this is well used by the snipers. G36, you have a chance as well to switch it up a little bit, whether you want to go for range or up close and personal. So the MVP definitely is earned and deserved by X4. But let's see on the other side. 10 elimination from T Kui. That makes him even deadlier. I mean, you did call him out. We haven't seen most of him, but now, despite of not being the MVP, still bring it on.
And this is how I know how AG is not really on their best up against WAG right now. Because Barros and Cypher wasn't even shooting, bro. Okay, 620 damage. Oh, come on. There's just no way. I mean, again, I'm not taking anything away from WAG, but this is definitely not the way Cypher usually plays. This man is a walking, talking Terminator in the world of Free Fire. So I'm definitely looking forward to a good second game, unless, of course, AG is not really feeling it today and WAG is just on fire.
Yeah, let's see now as we look into the summary of the match. Again, MVP, even damage is being taken more by T Kui, and even elimination by headshots. X4 just provided so much of support for the team, thus he had more contribution into the game. But for AG Global, I do agree that Cypher is not on his, not even in his C game, if we call it just that, because one elimination and that's even a torso or leg hit. So it's tough to see Cypher go down quite easily as well in those engagements, not bringing those damage that we accept him to do to help out AG Global.
Yeah, he had an average of 88 damage per round. What was he doing? Taking a stick and hitting his opponent? There is just no way. That's Cypher after I hyped up his 34 eliminations so far. But of course, it's not the end of the series just yet. It's just the start. It's just the first game. They're just messing around with our predictions, Neptune. Now, it's time to see if or not AG Global wants to go all out. Or do they actually shock the world by dropping the ball big time? Does WAG pull off the most unsuspecting victory, a 2-0 over the world champs? I think that'll be quite fun to watch.
Oh, definitely. That is quite fun. And the expectation towards the next stage would be different because with this record that AG Global already has, they did manage to get, 6 points already out of the 2 days that they played. And then they are going to lose one. Is this enough for them? If they lose, is this enough for them to get into the upper bracket? Or would they rather take the longer route in the lower bracket in a much difficult at that point?
So if WAG gets, actually you need to think of it this way, Neptune. If WAG gets a 2-0 victory, they will get 6 points. That puts them in the second spot. And now that leaves Falcons in a situation where they may just end up in the lower bracket for the elimination bracket week. That would be a big game changer. Okay, I think that'll mean a lot to so many teams out there. So WAG is playing for a lot here right now. Of course, they need to depend on RRQ pulling away a map from the side of AG as well. So sorry, not AG, Falcons as well. But that is, besides the point, right? WAG now has got a big responsibility. They need to slice down AG 2-0 and end this series.
Let's see though. I mean, it's tough to call, though we are in Kalahari and we know that WAG does have the potential of double snipers on their side, wherein AG Global only has Do that they often depend on long range. But as you did point out earlier, it's not always, when we're in Kalahari, it's not always a long-range engagement. It's just most of the time that they have that, like command post or Santa Catarina or even refinery. But for other parts of this map, there's an option for them to go in a CQC. But before we go there, let's find out what tactics they're going to bring in with the drafts that they're going to pull out.
Electrotherapy off the board here as All Gamers Global ban out Cassie. I do expect the Oscar maybe to get taken out. Orion is really dangerous. They don't want All Gamers Global on that. The Narrow could be a possible ban as well, since Dew will be looking to acquire the Narrow. A good Iris ban as well. But you know, the problem here is Dew has so many skills. And again, that 1v4 clutch came off a Santino. And Santino is super meta right now. But WAG is going to focus on banning out the skills that are on the front line as they take the Oscar out of the equation.
Let's see. I mean, hopefully for side of AG Global, they prioritize on where their captain Dew would be strong at and use that first. Otherwise, it would be more difficult for them to really catch up on the back and forth in terms of pick. So they only have one option, but they have to go with Orion. And I do agree, it's a smart move because up close and personal with the speed that WAG has been bringing us in, they would need that Crimson Crush.
Absolutely. I think the Crimson Crush is so essential in the current state of the game. If you can survive a little bit longer out there, you can be invulnerable for a while. I think it really serves up a lot of advantage. And similarly, you've got WAG. They've got a double pick. So the Sane and Narrow locked in. Super meta. Extra layer of defense. You also have the capability to disrupt and distract your opponents with the plushie. So WAG has got a strong front line with their first two picks now.
All right, let's see though. There you have it. The response for Orion is Zane. Ignis now being pulled in by AG Global. Now, we've seen potential here, but it's still not... I would say this is not the... If we go for top 3 picks, this should not be part of it. But if their plan is to get close, make sure that they have information as well. If it's tagged up with a Moko, then anything that Flame Mirage hits will be tagged and they will have more information. But finally, Santino being brought in. Let's see if the champion's blood will be in here or will be spilled later on.
Yeah, and there is a clue skill card available from the Cyber Airdrop store as well. There is a team limit of 1. So if All Gamers Global does not pull in the clue manually, they might struggle because how often you can't really use that skill card all that too often, right? It's just a single use and then it expires. So All Gamers Global really needs to think of this because WAG now has got some positional information. You've got the Steffi for the defense as well. So double defense, 1 disruptor as well as vision for WAG, looking like a very balanced squad to either take the rush or play this very passively because that Coda can really determine the pace of the team. And All Gamers Global... No, really? No, you can't. No, because you already have the tactical market. You can get the Chrono active skill card in there. There you go. That's better. Bring in the clue.
Don't worry.
Don't tease me. There you go. Okay, this makes sense. So they've got the clue to counter that Coda. They're not going to bring in the Chrono skill since that's the active skill card in the Kalahari store. So we are all good. Neptune, this one is going to be a slugfest. But I'm actually banking on WAG getting a 2-0. I want to see what happens to the leaderboard because in Group A, it was a very straightforward battle, right? EVOS takes the first game and the group doesn't really move. But in Group B, it's a different scenario altogether. This is a big match.
Exactly. I mean, if AG Global loses here, then it's a struggle on the top 3 from that Group B. And we want to see how that's going to end up. Despite of the next match, what seems like a mismatch, but there's still some potential for it to be a scramble once again. But again, I'm looking forward to how this is going to end up. WAG seems stronger, but the response for AG Global would be to fortify their defense in the front line and also get their information so that Orion as well as that Ignis combination would be great. And he, like Dew, the captain himself, will have his own comfort in that Santino.
Of course, we've got an interview coming up for you guys as well. So let's hear exactly what both AG and WAG has got to say to each other. We'll be back with you in a bit.
ก็3แบบนี้ก็ไม่มีอะไรยากครับเพราะว่าซ้อมเราก็ไปซ้อมกันเพิ่มเติมมาแล้วครับ
Vũ khí và nhân vật yêu thích của em tại map Kalahari đó chính là Koda và Vedet. Tại vì Koda nhìn thấy xe địch và đi chung với Vedet bắn thì rất là mạnh, có thể lấy được lợi thế cho team ở các vị trí khác nhau. Hôm nay em tự tin là 70% sẽ thắng AG, tại vì em nghĩ là AG là một đối thủ nhẹ ký hơn so với Falcons và team em có thể giành chiến thắng trước AG.
ครับก็ไม่มีอะไรเปลี่ยนแปลงครับพวกคุณก็ระวังเหมือนที่ผ่านมาครับ 2-0 เหมือนเดิม
Em có lời nhắn nhủ tới team AG đó chính là hãy đợi đấy, vì hôm nay sẽ có khá là nhiều bất ngờ đấy.
Shots have been fired. We think we can beat them because they're not as tough as the Falcons. Damn, that one cut deep. AG Global. If you were thinking of making this one easy, I think you might think not right after that statement. All Gamers Global looking like they've got their game faces locked in. But you see, I can see why there is no fight in AG right now. They've already qualified for the, upper bracket. There is just no need for the extra effort because they are not really in competition with anyone.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. It's let's see if this would be a breeze from here on forward for AG Global, because WAG, well, I guess the first round made Nameless eat his words because it did mention a 2-0, but this is a good play for AG Global as well to throw off anyone who's watching the game and again pull a bluff. But there you have it. Nameless being responded by and responding to X4 with that USP2.
And Dew finding a sharp shot to the head, M500 getting the connection. Wang M all alone in a one versus the world full of AG Global players, and he does not survive. It is, if you were stuck in a apocalyptic world where zombies were trying to eat you and you needed one sharpshooter, you don't call Wang M. I'm just kidding. AG making that one look very, very easy. But it's the pistol rounds. No medkits, we understand. Second round, though, it's going to be a forced buy off of X-Ball, the G36. Sell it away, bro. It's not worth it.
Well, let's see now. G36, he might be able to fly like a G6 at this point, but he needs to get position. And X-Ball doesn't have that much. And as you can see, though, there's backup on him together with Tikui. But Wang M being tricked. Let's see if there's something that they can make work, because that shot revealed his position.
Yeah, absolutely. Wang M just didn't expect to see a mannequin there. He was like, oh, all right. Dew getting Wang M out of the equation, like you said, his position revealed, made that too easy for Dew. Baros on the other hand, VSS finding the double tag. Tikui! Oh, beautiful Flame Mirage timing, but the backstep by X-Ball, who gets a double. And he sorts off both Baros and Cypher. Big plays, X-Ball with the pickup as well. But he's just not close enough to the rest of his team members to pull that off successfully. And Dew, what a play from up top.
And X-Ball thought that it's safe to leave behind Cypher knocked down, not expecting that there was one player from AG Global to go for the pickup. The distraction being done as well from above really saved them from not even losing most of those resources. So AG Global keeps them, those resources, even steals away, as you called out, the wasted G36. And now another force buy coming from WAG with triple BSS, as well as another G36 from Tikui.
2-0. AG looking solid. WAG. Ice Grenade's gonna... Oh, beautiful Steffi Pop. Timing perfect by Nan7. Going for that cyber point, almost unlocked now. It's just a matter of seconds as Tikui tries to control the center point of this map as well. Denise return one final round. Cypher spotted out. G36 just not getting him enough of that damage, and Cypher just ran past the opening. VSS from up top, on the other hand, gets Baros ahead.
And a headshot as well. Saifa needs to recover, but will he have a chance? There you have it. Tikui takes him down with G36. Now it's a 3v3 situation. And there goes the sidestep from Wang M, taking down Barros, but it doesn't work against Du. Pickup can be done, but needs to worry about Tikui, who's closing in.
A beautiful play by Tikui, just taking the fight straight up to Du, who managed to shift a little bit of a spot with a shape splitter, but he's in the same place. Wang M expires. Tikui with a sliver of health. What a shape splitter push, and Du gets the backstab. But X-Ball was there, but holy hell, that's how you play the Sentino, Du. That's how you play it. This guy, masterclass Sentino player, but it just wasn't enough.
I mean, that was cinematic. The shape splitter was just very close, and then he goes and step in a few steps away from that shape splitter and switch it up. There you have it, a backstab. If it wasn't for X-Bor, that definitely is another highlight for AG.
Yeah, that would have been another clutch play by Mr. Du, and my oh my, that's... We gotta just ban everybody else from playing Sentino except Du, okay? It's boring in everybody else's hands. This guy makes Sentino look like a triple S class active skill. X-Ball finding Barros, one of the biggest threats out there, but Nameless shuts down X-Ball. 1-for-1 right now. Nameless, Crimson Crush, and they take each other down. Nan7 and Nameless at the same moment with a headshot and the body shot. Cypher caught out by Tikui, leaving Du all alone in a 1v2. Tikui, can he survive this? Du spots one. VSS, great blue wall as Wang M barricades himself in. But Tikui, without a medkit on himself, cannot put a daring foot forward, but it's going to be the pickup of team members instead that WAG focuses on. And with 4 players, they managed to overwhelm the super sniper of AG Global, pulling us 2-all on this exciting game, Neptune.
Exactly. It's getting exciting. I'm on the edge of my seat right now, and AG Global again being caught off guard in that final moment. Whether it's X-Bor, whether it's Wang M, it's really tough for Du at this point. So the rest of the squad, especially Saifa, needs to move because yes, 7 assists, but no elimination.
We've got 8 VSSs on this map.
VSSs.
We have got 8 VSSs. And it looks like things are about to get a little bit messy. And this time, Tikui is the first blood. Down on the ground, not eliminated just yet. Wang M sprayed down as well. Saifa stepping it up with a double for himself. Du taken out of the equation, leaving Nan7 and X-Ball a little bit of an easier job here, but up against 3 players on the side of AG who have those VSSs. It's gonna be tough.
It's tough indeed. A little smart move from Saifa in here. Put in some damage, bless that Flame Mirage. But let's see if Saifa can do it once again against Nan, and there you go. Nan goes down, and AG Global managed to pull a point away from this game. And going back to my point, Saifa, it like starts off with the damage, use that Flame Mirage to continue on and knock down the opponent, and it's just that move that makes Ignis a crucial part of this engagement. Not just blocking the vision, that additional damage also helps out bring their opponents, fewer opponents against them in the latter part.
Onto the refinery we go this time round, and because we see 2 shotguns in the hands of WAG, it definitely means that they want to get up close and personal. They want to play the middle because they want to contest for the airdrop. Wang M takes the flank around. It's the cyber drop on top of everything else, which means it's a crucial one for them to obtain. Nameless tagged. Saifa spots out a player. Unable to take him out of the equation just yet, but it's up against a AWMY. Saifa has to be careful. X-Ball sorts that out easy, Neb.
Yeah, I mean, Saifa, 1 step and he's down. Barros almost taken down.
One.
Nameless knockdown, but no one to pick up. Barros will also be on the ground. X-Bor, though, tries to get up close, but needs to deal with Saifa in a bit. Wang M, though, just taking his time. He gets information out of shots that's coming from AG Global. But a number of opponents against AG will bring this to another tie.
Clue can be used. Clue has been used already. AG knows exactly where WAG is, but it's a 2v4. Dew does not have a medkit. Neither does Cypher. These players are in a lot of trouble, and X-Ball finds the backstep onto Cypher. Dew gets spotted out as well by Wang M. And this is WAG at their finest right now. 3-all. They pull the equalizer. They also managed to get the cyber airdrop point in this matchup. This is a big win for WAG.
And WAG, definitely the loot as well. I see T Kui grabbing that Scar level 3 from the airdrop. Hopefully they didn't let it go and pass it over probably to a different player. But yeah, let's see though. BSS, Mag 7 and AWM still works for them, especially in this part of the map. But in the front lines, there's already Nan, X-Board taking second floor of this compound of this building, and position already taken by all players of WAG.
Now I see that Mag 7 out there for Cypher. He's not going to be able to get a long reach with that shotgun. Wang M will find the Punisher initially, but the pickup is easy. Cypher, beautifully done by Wang M. It spots the opportunity, takes it for himself. Wang M with the double. Brilliant play of the WAG player.
Wang M pressure overall with the utility play, but Nan right now making sure that he doesn't get hit by utility, pulling that Steffi off. And the distraction, just make sure that position will be provided for the teammates and bring Nameless down. Only Dew remains once again against 4 players, and it's very difficult to go for the clutch. And there you have it, the equalizer in this game. WAG, or not the equalizer, is a lead. WAG would be taken right now.
Wang M hits the triple, and the most important thing is those dragon freezes that came in so essential for him to take on that 1v2. Without that, he wouldn't have been able to pressure 2 players at the same time, plus get the consecutive knocks. My goodness me, that was perfection of Clash Squad, courtesy of WAG and Wang M. It's got decent numbers right now on their side as we set up this next round at Bayfront. But of course, the situation is such where WAG is spread out a little bit too thin for me, Neptune.
Let's see though. Hopefully they can toughen it up. And that's where they are being caught off guard. If they're spread too thin, it's where WAG is just picking you, or the AG can pick you down one at a time. But for AG Global, they're making sure that they are in good position to back each other up. But on a 1v1 happening against Wang M, seems like Wang M would be the loser, but responds a little bit too fast from Cypher.
It's a 3v2 unless Nameless gets picked right off the ground here, which WAG needs to look to prevent without putting themselves in a little bit of a pickle. They managed to sort that out easy. 3v2 now, Barros tagged up, great play. The players on the side of AG don't have medkits. WAG, on the other hand, has got T Kui with the possibility of topping his health right back up. X-Ball on the left flank, looking for Cypher. Barros, half his HP left on him, and the WAG players are going to stack up onto each other. Moving together as a squad will be their plan. Circling around. Bye-bye, Cypher gets the first tagged in. Non-7 with the Mag 7. What? And Cypher tries to use the little opening in the glue walls. T Kui stuck in here, manages to find a little way out and sorts it out with the Mag 7. Match point. No. Series point for WAG to secure a 2-0 victory over AG Global to bust open the leaderboard here in Group B and put a big question mark on what's going to happen to Falcons later.
Oh my goodness. I mean, serious point as well that WAG needs to take. And this continues their rivalry, and this puts WAG, or brings a name to WAG, that they can bring down the champions. But let's see though, X-Ball already taking on point in a small opening that he can get from spawns, but Nan7 already in front lines, get tags up by that Flame Mirage. Information has been relayed, but Wang M goes for the sport.
Mag 7, Nan7, waiting. Oh, has the VSS as well. All right, man wants to flex. Let's go. See, this is a Flame Mirage tagging him up just a tad bit here. Pulls up the glue wall in a very risky position. Blocks himself away from the cyber airdrop, but what he does not do is give up on the cyber point. AG now has access to the level 4 West Neptune. WAG needs to finish this right here, right now.
Exactly. Don't give them any leeway. And there you go, the starting point. G Kui for taking against Cypher. Frontliners already reduced. Wang M goes in, trying to deal with the rest. And there we have it. Only Barrows remains. This is it. And WAG wins it 2-0 against the champions.
They just kicked the world champions of Clash Squad down the dumps. Slam dunking a 2-0 on them. My goodness me. And now the big question is, Falcons, oh Falcons, what will happen to you? But of course, again, this is dependent on whether or not RRQ Kazu can do anything big up against Falcons later. Maybe even pulling away one map would be good enough to give them a big boost up. Because if you look at WAG, currently they're sitting on a 4-2 scoreline in terms of the number of map wins and losses.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I was not expecting this, but I'm loving that we're seeing WAG taking down AG Global 2-0. And the scores really is, I don't know, it's crumbling my mind right now because I didn't expect this, and it seems like it would be tough really to call how it's going to end up later on. Especially once the shuffle has happened, and there's still some matches that we are expecting from Team Falcons and RRQ Kazu.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I'm looking for the tiebreakers, right? Because if you look at the fact, if any team gets tied up, if the teams are tied on points, ties will be broken in the following order.
Bro. Production is rubbing this in our faces, bro.
Wait. I predicted 2-0. They didn't hear me, okay? They didn't hear who I said is going to get 2. I just said it's going to be a 2-0, all right? We need somebody to dig their ears, all right, to check out the Mustacho's predictions correctly. Now, let me get back to my point. Tiebreakers, okay? Because Falcons are about to be in trouble. If we look at the tiebreakers, we will first of all look at the head-to-head result between the tie teams. And second of all, the map differential, right? Yeah. So if you look at the fact of the battle between WAG as well as Falcons, that one has come to a decent end where Falcons beat them down 2-0. So you cannot have Falcons winning this one out at all. It needs to be a situation where RRQ grabs them, slam dunks them, and takes the victory away from Falcons, just like how WAG managed to rip it away from AG Global. If that happens, Neptune, this is going to be crazy.
Oh, yeah, it is going to be crazy. It's either it goes to a tiebreaker or a tiebreaker. Because... Because Team Falcons will be broken fully at this point. Yes. If RQ wins. But let's see though. I mean, I've been surprised by what we've seen from beginning of this game, from the beginning of this day up until this moment, because we were expecting a few of those sweeps happen, but so far 2-1s happen. And when we thought the 2-0 will be happening favoring AG, WAG says, no. We're going to turn it over to our side, and they brought down AG, the champions, to their knees.
Absolutely. And WAG obviously did a lot to pull this one to their side. AG, on the other hand, now understands why they are only part of WAG. And WAG is the one with the dub. Okay, so stupid jokes aside, it was a decent game between the two, right? AG Global obviously looking for the cyber points to turn their fate around, but WAG didn't allow the game to go that far. So the level 4 West never really saw any bit of daylight here in this matchup between them. And of course, the MVP, none other than Mr. X-Ball. 8 eliminations, 7 assists, 4,068 on the damage. Again, with the narrow and rocky combination.
And with double plushie side by side. This time, instead of a G36, he is using an AWM. He's comfort weapon, I would say. But for AG Global, I don't know what's happening. The most instance from the time that they are winning those gunfights because they are grouped together. And probably they are afraid of X-Bor pulling that plush against them and damaging damaging everyone. Thus, they need to split up. But if they have stuck to that game plan wherein they're always together, pickup would be quicker compared to them, like only Do left behind, the rest is just spread across too thin, then it could have gone favorable to AG Global. But it is what it is right now, and WAG really deserves this celebration that we've seen earlier in that winning cam.
What will the scoreboard look like? Will we see some? You was still the MVP on the side of AG Global side. 5 eliminations, 36% damage contribution with some flair, if I can say the least, with that Sentinel play. The shape splitter professional, the shape splitter master, the one and only Do. Look at this, man. The guy lost and we're still hyping him up.
Same story goes. If you're a star, you will be hyped by the casters out there, and that's how it is. I mean, he really shows that he has the potential to clutch up a lot of those engagement. If some of the players from the side of AG will still manage to survive, then they could have win most of those battles. But let's take a look at the numbers. More numbers, more details to give us a storyline of this match. And again, it doesn't fall away from each other. It was a back and forth until WAG says, we're done. We want to end this and not give a chance to AG Global.
Yeah, absolutely. X-Ball, a 5-0 KDA, the highest amongst the rest of the players here that battled it out earlier in the 2-0 victory that WAG took over AG Global. Very impressive scoreline, 4,000 on the damage. Clearly the biggest contributor overall. 2 headshot eliminations in total over the 8 eliminations that he managed to pull throughout the whole matchup. This is a phenomenal run, and now we get to take a peek at what Group B looks like. WAG sits down at the top. All Gamers Global in that... Wait a minute. Wait a minute. If AG is on that second spot, Neptune, if we have a tiebreaker... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I did not see that one coming because we know AG has already beaten Falcons. So regardless of what Falcons does right now, they're going to the lower bracket. GGWP.
Exactly. I mean, that's one thing though. But if Team Falcons win differently against RRQ Kazu, there might be a chance that Team Falcons overtakes AG Global based on the tiebreaker that we have. So it's a tiebreaker on a tiebreaker that we are going to see later on. But that would depend though. That would depend. Hopefully RRQ puts in a better fight and doesn't lose 2-0. That gives more chances to AG Global.
I'm not the smartest guy in the world. I'm not the smartest guy at all in a room. And I find it very difficult to follow this whole tiebreaker thing. And I'm very sure some of the audience is confused as well. What are the tiebreaker rules again? We've got many rules on the tiebreakers. But at the end of the story, basically just means it's okay. We don't need to explain. You just wait and look at the leaderboard by the time we end this next game. Because it's not going to be a simple game that you can skip over. It is the match up between Falcons and RRQ. That's not the kind of game you want to miss, Nep.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that is a rivalry that has been happening for a longer time. One has been winning, though, but the rivalry still continues. So let's see if this is the revenge that RRQ is waiting for. against Team Falcons, AJ, because so far it gets even more exciting as we get close to that fight. But before we go there, we're going to go for a quick break. When we return, the final match of the day as well as the group stages will happen. So don't go away. We'll be right back.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
Two players to be able. This is it! A Swam MD7!
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting. In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot to dig. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from anywhere. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Free Fire Clash Masters here in Southeast Asia. We are in our 2026 spring season. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustache. Down here with the one and only Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia. The final day of our group stage in the inaugural FFCM. And we've got some drama. We've got some dilemma. Because if Falcons wins, okay, they might just take the number one spot. You see, I told you guys, my brain cannot brain sometimes. Thankfully, we've got a great producer who told me it's either Falcons gets the number one spot or the fourth spot. So this one is a hot match. This one is a must-watch match. This one is a must-win match for Falcons, or else they get put down in the lower bracket, which is not the worst because there's still a good chance they get to whoop some good butt down there in the lower bracket and make it into the grand finals. Or we could just see RRQ really step it up as well and say that, hey, you know what? Before we get into the elimination brackets, we are going to show everyone what we are made of, right? Yeah. But at the same time, if they do sneak into that number one spot, then it puts the other two teams that we just saw in battle at risk of being pushed down into the lower brackets. We'll catch you guys up on all of that a little bit later. Once again, it's just too much of calculation and tiebreakers for my tiny little brain.
All right, when it comes to predictions, well, I guess this is something that might change that. So it's 2-1, and with that, with what's happening in our predictions versus the results, it might happen as a 2-0. Whether who takes it or not, that would depend on the teams themselves. But the one thing I would say, RRQ has been in a rut from day number 1 up until yesterday. And now, if they can at least get a point, they can get out of that big donut that they have been sitting on.
I don't know if or not they're going to be getting out of any donuts, bro. But what I do know is I am, for the first time, hoping and praying that our predictions are totally wrong. Okay, first of all, we need to see a 2-0. Second of all, we need to see the team that we did not predict winning the series, just to see the drama being elevated a little bit more in the elimination rounds next week. But of course, I think there's a lot to ask for because Falcons are usually geared to kick some good butt. Pina, Limit X7 on fire, and Kororo on standby. On fire looks a little bit like Husky.
I'm pretty sure Husky's listening right now, and that we would see that response later on in the chat. But well, let's see though. Team Falcons, I'm really looking forward to them performing right now against AG Global. It seems like it was difficult for them. I was thinking that it would be an even playing field and it would not be that far, but we've seen that the champion against champion battle when one-sided, and even the final moment was a great loss against Team Falcons. But motivation would be back. We know how Team Falcons is. They have that way of getting back up and stronger. The same story is asked as well for this next team, which is RRQ Kazu with Dutz, Abeye, Ye, Ranze, and Maal. But Ranz, as I mentioned, regardless of whether he used a Kenta or not, he was phenomenal on their play. It's just unfortunate the rest of the teams couldn't catch up.
Yeah, I'm still just questioning like what's up with that Kenta. It seemed like they were serious, but obviously they just got capped later on. So that didn't really work out all that too well. But I would say extra points for creativity for Ranze for sure. It's just been a while since we've seen RRQ win big time, man. Yeah. You know, and look at them flex this. All right? look at them just sitting down there just pretending to be nonchalant, like, we've got a trophy on our table. Nothing much to worry about. We are just beginners in this world, Free Fire world.
No, it's one thing. We're not seeing the smaller trophy, but biggest prestige.
I think there is a situation here where this is just to piss RRQ off, and that's what I want, man. Let's go, RRQ. RRQ, no, man. Not feeling the smiles from RRQ, are we?
Well, I guess it's something that RRQ needs to deal with before and after match, because there's I know they're locked in, but their reaction after each match, especially if there are the loss, brings them down even more. But let's focus more on the maps right now. Solara, Bermuda, as well as Nextera. And Solara is something that can be taken advantage by Team Falcons right now in all of their games.
You've got the map order there just moments ago on your screen, guys. So you know exactly what's going to come down in a little bit. We've got the drafts between Falcons and RRQ. Let's see if or not we get to see some magic out here between the two.
Well, let's see. Ban's already in. We have Zane being banned and Orion from RRQ being taken out. Now, first pick would be Oscar by Pina. Now, let's see what would be the response by Dutch right now. Coda being there, and we know how deadly Dutch is with a Coda. He knows the position, he knows where to lob those grenades, and that Nero is even more deadlier if they get that initial damage already.
Well, Coda and Nero is a great combination. I agree with, all of the points that we have broken down in the past about these two skills, because it's just OP right now, right? Super meta. But Falcons, on the other hand, they are working with something decent as well. They've got the Oscar, the Valiant Dash, the capability to disrupt and surprise and shock the brain out of your opponents. Well, the Ignis, on the other hand, I just have not seen perfect uses from many players out there so far. But in the hands of Team Falcons, I kind of have a little bit of trust, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, if it happens to what we've seen in Coach Hill, then yeah, it would definitely fail. A little bit of tweak that could have worked. But let's see though. Let's see if this is something that they can change right now, as we're about to see the second pick. That would be a time turner from that Chrono being pulled in by Team Falcons.
Chrono is a brilliant one to bring in here, because the time turner, up against a team like RRQ, what's going to be most concerning is the capability of players like Ma'al and Ranze to reach out far with those capabilities to knock. This time turner is going to prove to be a lifesaver later on for Team Falcons. RRQ, on the other hand, bringing in the Steffi shows us that they're probably focusing on a more defensive stance as they take this battle up against Falcons. And it's good to see the respect coming out from both teams, right? The Chrono and Steffi shows that neither one wants to underestimate their opponents. But of course, we've got the final pick here coming for RRQ. They've already got the info. They've got the capability to disrupt. The defense is there. Now, maybe something for the attack might just be decent as well. What do you think, Nep?
Hell, let's see though. Let's see. I mean, there's a little bit of option, but Santino. And we were guessing that Ma'al might be using that Nero. No, they have something else in plan. And Ren, denial of what Team Falcons can bring in for their sniper. And let's see, what would be the response? It's quite difficult to say how they're going to make it work. But if they want information, they have to bring in that clue.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we were talking about how they needed something for the attack, and Santino could not be any better. We saw how Dew bumped around with the Shape Splitter earlier on. Let's see exactly how Ma'al runs around with the Santino this time in this matchup up against the Falcons. And like you said, the clue could just be the next pick here for Team Falcons. They do need a little bit of information. If they go for something like the Homa, I will be surprised, but not so shocked on the Iris. They do have a big viable play here of Limit on this Iris.
Yeah, well, Limit X7 definitely will be using that Iris, and potentially on the latter part of the game, mid to latter part of the game, that's where the effect would be felt by both of the teams. So there you have it. We have the picks, and now they are locking it in. Let's see though on how they're going to apply all those skills into this game right now. And I'm really looking forward to how Team Falcons, or rather how RRQ Kazu is going to utilize all the skills that we have right here to at least get 1 point away, 1 match point away from Team Falcons.
I I don't know if it's just one match point they're looking to grab away from Falcons. I think obviously RRQ is going to look for the victory. I mean, they've been tortured so far, you know. They've been treated like heavy in their own grouping, and that's not what RRQ wants for their brand. They want to show that, yes, we are capable in Battle Royale. We are capable in Clash Squad as well. We want to stand a decent chance at becoming Clash Masters. Of course, regardless of how far away they seem to be right now from that title. But of course, we've got a little bit of an interview with the two teams as well. We'll let you guys tune into that and catch up with you in a bit.
ก็ชนะ WAG มาก็เรียกขวัญกำลังใจทีมครับเพราะแมตช์แรกแพ้ AG มาครับก็อยากเจอ AG ครับอยากแก้มือครับวันนั้นก็ถือว่ายังสูสีครับแค่พลาดนิดหน่อยครับ
Buat pertandingan ini sih untuk kita latihan aja sih Bang, karena kalau lihat dari poin kan kemungkinan kita bakal main di lower bracket. Ya itu sih Bang. Jadi pertandingan hari ini buat kita latihan aja sih. 50-50 lah Bang. Soalnya kan dari mapnya kan Solar sama Bermuda nih lebih fokus ke jarak dekat kan, jadi kayak kita nih pasti harus perang jarak dekat terus. Nah itu kemungkinan menangnya 50-50.
Alright, there we have it. Well, first off, from Pina, he did mention that they want to win against, they want to face off against AG Global again. And going back to the storyline that we're trying to build earlier, if they lose and they if they end up or if they end up in a lower bracket, they might be able to, I don't know, get away from that story already. But if they end up on the upper bracket, it's more likely that they'll be facing AG Global and getting their revenge. But one thing I would say for RRQ Kazu, especially Maal, you did point it out earlier when we saw them in the player cam, the confidence seems like it's dwindling, AJ.
Dwindling. I didn't see it there in the first day also, you know. It's a big problem, and it's understandable because RRQ is not the most lethal team when it comes to Clash Squad on the Southeast Asian level, but I have to say I expected more out of the players. I expected more out of the team. But it's good to sometimes mess it up a little bit early because you still stand a chance to save a little bit of face by the time we end this group stage. This is the final opportunity before we make our way into the elimination week where we set up our double elimination bracket for these teams to play on. Of course, the worst case scenario here for RRQ is not an elimination. It is that they have to play in the lower bracket, which they can't change for themselves. Even a victory here will still keep them in that lower bracket run. But what they could do is really try to go all out to shut down Falcons, because if they do stand a chance, then maybe they get to walk into elimination week with a little bit of extra confidence.
Yeah, well, let's see now if they can muster up all those confidence, because we're dropping in, or not dropping in, but spawning in Solara. And this is, as Maal did mention, it's more focused on a close range engagement, and hopefully they can find the quickness to utilize that. But as you can see, the speed from both teams, Team Falcons already in the middle, and Pina almost taken down.
Well, without Pina there, this is a situation they won't be able to recover from. As I say that, they don't lose just Pina, but Limit goes down as well. And it's a great run of those shorty plays off of RRQ.
Yep, definitely shorty plays that did favor them from that engagement, and also the timing that they used to counter what Team Falcons was planning. Even with that Flame Mirage, seems like it's very difficult to go across and put in some damage against everyone from RRQ. But it's still the same map, same trajectory from both teams, unless they want to buy some time and go for the edges of Aquarium.
First round taken by RRQ. Now they've got decent resources on their side. They've got the sight in the hands of Dudes, who can just run on in there, slicing and dicing. They still want to force the issue with the shorty, but Falcons have force-bought their way in here. They've got the mini Uzis. This makes me very uncomfortable. The AN is here as well, but Ranze, beautiful pump with the shorty. It's a 2v1. Ranze about to get dropped, and Dudes walks on in with the sight, and RRQ overwhelming Falcons, leaving Limit all alone now. Abe circling around, looking for the final pump with the shorty, and he finds exactly that.
2 points already by RRQ. And again, it's the Ranze buff that they are utilizing in this game with the use of that Ignis really failing Team Falcons right now. Even their vision is impaired and not seeing how RRQ is moving towards them with that small area in the middle. Now, as we move into Archway, there's a longer reach for both the teams, but as you can see in the weaponry, AN94 being pulled in by Limit X7 and Pina, but on the other side, they're more focused on the close range, especially Ranze, and he moves quick in the middle.
Absolutely, and it's good that RRQ played that eco on that second round without force buying their way through. Yes, they had the resources to buy. They just wanted to depend on those shorties, and that was the right decision made, because now they get to go all out in this round 3. They've got, many of their players have got those double weapons, so capability to deal with those short range engagements as well as the mid to long, and it is very crucial to have that on this compound. Abe turns around, Steffi gets pulled out, extra layer of defense, Ma'al drop, and Dudes 5's on fire. That's a big play. Abe barricades himself in, has got the shorty in hand. Pina, level 3 MP5, wild sprays, gets Ranze, even though that was a great jump.
LSD Dudes with that side, switching over to a rifle and goes in for a takedown together with the Bay. Now Pina just mows against RRQ with MP5, and there goes the triple for this guy.
Yeah, Pina on a roll this time round with the AN, initially finding Ma'al and then whipping out that MP5 level 3. He stole that one off of RRQ, I think, and he just went to town with that. Falcons also have got the Cyber Point on their side, so big round victory for Falcons now.
Definitely this big round for them. Now, as we switch to Eco Drain, I don't think Abe will be able to utilize that Mag 7 unless they go into the platform on the left side. But I don't think Roro and Pina will give them that opening. But as you can see, Ma'al's position plus the glue wall being laid in, just make sure that he doesn't have that much leeway for Falcons to shoot him down. On fire. Already getting close, and he might be able to see that shape splitter, that mannequin from Ma'al.
Yeah, this is a tough one. Eco Drain is definitely the kind of place where you want to have those CQC weapons, but in certain situations, the long range helps you. So deciding exactly what sort of a position you want to take alongside your active skill becomes extremely crucial. Sight in the hands of Pina with the AN94. And it's just a little bit of a slowdown here off the pace now.
Yeah, P90 from Dudes can bring in some damage, but we haven't seen that being used quite often. Pina for the backstab. AN94 not expected by Abe, and Abe just blocked himself. One reason why he got shot. Only Dudes and Ma'al remains, but here comes On Fire, mowing down from the glue wall. Only one remains, Dudes. Now, will he be able to clutch this? Zone closing in. It is a no, and it is Team Falcons getting the point.
And Eco Drain, Falcons making their comeback here. RRQ with the initial 2 rounds that they pulled away were looking a little strong, but Falcons making sure they break that rhythm, break that momentum to pull something back to their side. But On Fire, Limit and Karoro have not stepped it up. It's just Pina's show so far. 6 eliminations. The man's on fire, carrying his squad. But that's the problem. If just a single player is disabling the whole of RRQ, RRQ needs to think of a solution.
Yeah, I mean, they need to stick together, make sure that even Ma'al has a little bit of back because Abe and Ran's a little bit too aggressive, similar to what we're seeing right now. And that's where they are being baited in by Team Falcons. Abe, though, Great use of that Steffi. Perfect timing with that ice grenade, but unfortunately he's gunned down plus his flame also damages his HP. And Ranze, on the other hand, will be taken down. Kiroro with the time turner and Elimination 7 on point.
Great team play. Dudes manages to take Pina down, but the numbers are just not on the side of RRQ as Falcons flattens them. Looking for the upper bracket, looking for that number 1 spot, looking to make sure as hell they get an extra life. Not like they need it based on how Falcons have been playing this so far.
Yeah. Let's see though. Let's see. And a little bit of change of scenery might help RRQ get another point and keep the back and forth happening. Now, as we switch over into Bayside, there's a few openings that Maal can take, especially that ditch or that ditch that he can use as a sniper's nest, but he will need to be cautious. Abe, again, the aggression is on him, but the problem is, he's always caught off guard, and now damage to half an HP. Flame Mirage plus Ice Grenade. Good thing that he has a Steffi, but damage has already been done.
Yeah, Painted Refuge is there. Oh, bobbing in and out of that Flame Mirage definitely didn't do him any favors at all. Pina strikes him with the Mag 7, drops him on fire. MP5 level 3, but dudes! What a Thompson, but sorted out by Pina as the backstab comes through. The Mag 7 wins out once again, leaving Maal all alone in a 1v4 potentially as they pick up on fire.
Yeah, there you have it. 4-2 in the score lines right now, making it difficult for RRQ to really recover. And, well, Bayside might not be the place that they can get those elimination, but I'm pretty sure Bloomtown, with that with a couple of elevation from both sides, they might be able to make those snipes land, especially for Maal. But the timing of how Falcon is isolating each player of RRQ, aggression is not working for Ranz as well as Abe. So they need to slow down a little bit and not play to the music of Falcons.
As we watch this phenomenal reverse sweep, you just have to acknowledge how good Falcons is keeping their nerves and also responding aptly to the strategic advances of their opponents. The UAV sent out. Got some sort of information to play with here, but Pina with his wall of fire. Flame Mirage tossing them up. Oh, but he gets tagged up here by the plushie. It's a little bit of damage, but in and out. Quick footwork off of Pina. Spots one with the scar, but punished around the wall as Ranze shows up.
And that's what I'm talking about. If they isolate one player, at least 2 players of Falcons, they might be able to go and win this fight. But no, the glue wall might have trapped them. Wow. It's a good thing that the hop-up by Ranz a little too quick, and they still managed to get away from those glue walls. Pina is out. Kiroro is down. Next is On Fire on the list.
On Fire, being pursued. Limit has been spotted out as well, but On Fire now has got the backs of these players in his crosshairs. As Ranze goes in for the hunt, spotting out Limit. Great time turner! And On Fire turns things around. Dudes with a headshot off the Thompson. Quickly in for the save, but Limit shows up just to disable him. But saved by Abe, the final player alive on the side of RRQ. What a scary round that was for RRQ.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they started off well. Ranze as well as Abe on that second floor, not really rushing into middle, and they just went in for the chase or blockage. I was saying before, they went in for the chase against the 2 players of Team Falcons. But Limit X7 as well as On Fire putting so much of pressure with the weapons that they have. But the Blues closing in, and it is just RRQ doing quite well. But unfortunately for them, they lost a couple of players as well as a couple of resources, but hopefully they can recover it this time around.
Yeah. 8 more seconds. As
no, don't spread out.
Start seeing this magic. I don't think they can hear you now.
Because that is a problem for RRQ. Yeah. I mean, if they spread out, that's where Limit isolates them, and then On Fire, we've seen him use that sniper as well.
Kiroro's on the flank here. This is going to be a big play. He's got the Thompson in hand. Oh, great deep freeze. Dragon Freeze is just going to tease them a little bit as Kiroro gets pursued. Run save with the Mag 7 now. He knows what's up. He wants Kororo on a platter. Spots out a different player instead. It's a 2v1 and on fire. Gets caught out by that Mag 7. Great play by RRQ.
Pina already putting pressure, and Ranza has been taken down. Pina with the blue closing in, but pulls out a little bit for him to heal his HP. Now, what would be the plan? Still have the tactical market on him. Elimination 7 providing a distraction. This might be good for Team Falcons to go for the backstab, but Elimination 7 losing all those HP. Here comes the rest, and there goes a Bay with a Mag 7 takedown.
Limit managed to find the connection with the AWM, but it just wasn't enough. It was a clip on the foot, and instead the Mag 7 sorted him out. But Abe is there to save the day, even though the Thompson looked absolutely dangerous. And RRQ finds the equalizer for all.
All right, I guess they are going to stretch it all along. Next up would be Windmill. But I'm loving the adjustment being done by RRQ. Communication as well, because you can see the timing of each pinch, of each approach from both Rans and Abe. And Maal is just waiting for the opportunity. But even if he's being taken down early, they know exactly where the opponents are. But now they are heading into the middle, converging on that small bridge. But as you can see, the split up coming from Team Falcons might be the advantage that they have to go for the backstab against RRQ.
Thompson X for Kororo. Ranze has the same weapon as well. AWMY in the hands of Maal. Dragon Freeze tossed out already. Ranze, Thompson. Time turner pulled out. Great passive play, but Pina with the backstab manages to drop him. MP40 just a little bit stronger in that situation. Time turner again on the investment as Abe manages to find on fire. Abe, can he pull a double? Deuce is there for the backup. Abe fights Kororo. Limit all alone in a 1v4.
Abe definitely yay. And now Elimination 7 is stuck in the rooftop. Will he be able to clutch it out? Probably a takedown, but no! Deuce with an AWM, and there you have it. Elimination 7 felt that AW right there.
Where was RRQ all this time? Where was this version of RRQ up against WAG? Holy mama, this one is a fight. I think it's like watching the grand finals already. Both teams really giving their all. 2 cyber points apiece as we head on into round number 10 at the studio.
Someone got knocked off their boots right now, but it's not RRQ. They just left their boots because they don't need that speed boost, because they want to take it slow, making sure that Team Falcons feel every damage. But split up! Almost taking Ranze down, but this is a problem. Without any medkits, you won't be able to recover that HP quite quickly.
Yeah, a little too aggressive up front, and Ranze gets punished for that. Cannot recover, like you said, no medkit on him. Time turner, but Abe and Maal, the combination is beautiful. Abe makes sure he expires instantaneously, but Pina sees him running straight towards him in the MP40, managing to strike him down. Dutz with the Thompson, AWM clips Pina on the shoulder. Ranze for the finisher, and he will get that sorted out for the team. Living Limit now in a 1v2. Dutz cannot be picked up. Ranze too far away from him, and Limit on the hunt.
Let's see, it is a 1v1 with a great one, and Limit might have his limits right now, because up close and personal, Ranze is something different. And there we have it, a takedown. Kororo needs to be taken out with a sliver of health, and there goes the hit. Ranze, yeah, gets that win for RQ.
Ranze, beautiful play, and that Thompson X really cutting deep this time round, and this is a big win for RRQ. 1-0 only. Don't get excited just yet, Falcon haters. There's still a potential comeback here, but Ranze AA gonna be smiling all the way to the bank if he can pull this off again and again and again to get his team into the grand finals, or at least as far as they can get, because so far the run for RRQ hasn't been too great. This, I dare say, has been their best game so far, Neb.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've seen the rise of Ranze, and it's just the other players of the team couldn't catch up, as I pointed out earlier. But now you can see that even Abe can go in toe-to-toe with this guy with a backup of both Dutz and Maal on the snipes. And it's not just dependent on Maal anymore. We've seen even on that windmill wherein Dutz just making sure that Elimination 7 doesn't move an inch from that rooftop.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, when you look at RRQ, you look at their stats, you look at Ranze and how well he has been doing in the competition so far, you really got to respect the capability of this kid, right? I mean, he's just full on fire. His accuracy, his presence of mind in some extremely tense situations where I know for a fact I would have lost that battle. This guy, he holds his own out there up against one of the best in the world, Neptune. Falcons definitely had a tough time up against RRQ this time around. I think the draft for this next game is going to be very, very, very tricky because I want to see exactly how Falcons deals with the situation, right? I'm expecting them to double down on the up-close and personal battles and not really focus on the long range in this next matchup. But of course, we'll have to see how they go with that.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, as we look at the highlights right now, a little recap where, yes, RRQ did manage to get the first point on. And it seems like with that situation, when Team Falcons started winning all those games back-to-back against RRQ, we might have seen the usual ways of RRQ wherein their confidence is already being brought down. But it runs who was hyping the team, not only in energy, but also in the battlefield. This is where we see RRQ just slowly show what they are made of.
Fun fact, Ranzeye is the youngest player in this game right now. When you put all the players, Falcons and RRQ beside him, he is still the young chump that's just running circles around his big brothers. It's like the Rastia of RRQ. Ranzeye is definitely something special, and well, we don't have to wait another day to see more from this something special of a kid. We get maybe 2 more games.
Let's see now. I mean, we are ready as well to find out what Ranze has to offer right here. Another wonder kid in the making, and this is just waiting for a championship for that to be inscribed under his name. But from what we've seen, it's just phenomenal gameplay from both teams, I would say. But it's just that RRQ managed to adjust to their plays. Now, you did mention earlier that when it comes to draft, Team Falcons need to focus on not only countering what happened here, but also to take down a potential pick that can be used by Rans.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Limit needs to perhaps think of a different situation or a different way for himself to get involved more in these battles. But speaking of getting involved in battles, one guy who did not shy away from it is Dutz. 7 eliminations, 11 assists in total, rocking the narrow and the rocky, allowing for those refreshes. And you know what it is, man. And after a long time, we get to say Mr. Andrew back in here with the passives.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen Andrew, and I'm really loving that the Wolf Pack is back in play. I mean, armor durability is something that you need, especially in a battle wherein you lose HP, you're going to lose the game. And this is one thing that we love about RRQ. They put in a few things, or bring back a few things that we don't consider, and thus the mastermind is back in play.
Extra firing rate off of that Luna, potential speed boost off of that Luna as well. And he had the Moko for all of the tagging so that the rest of his team members can follow up with that. But had the Thompson, most importantly, just ripped through the skin of the Falcon players. But Pina on the opposite end looked quite fancy as well. 11 eliminations in total, 2 assists. Not as fancy as the assists that Dutz managed to combine in there. But 32% versus 31% contribution. Both these players did phenomenally well. I say Falcons played a really good game, but RRQ was just slightly better. And one of the good reasons is because everybody was awake, even Maal. Although it looks like his eliminations were not too high, but the assists that he was throwing in there, look at the damage, even more than Ranze.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's more of how he can provide those, reduce those HP from the opponent from afar. And I guess the great combination is slowly getting that chemistry. A new player from this team gives them the boost of of confidence, and now it is translating to the board. Now, as we look into another board where the numbers are crucial, find out who really made so much of effort right here. Again, elimination-wise, yes, Falcons has most of, I would say, instant elimination because of the headshots that they've done, but the coordination as well as how well RRQ is adjusting to what Falcons is doing is showing up right here.
Yeah, quite crazy that Pina was the MVP on the other side. He was playing the Ignis. He had the Joseph, Moko, and Luna on his passives. And obviously, we just talked about Luna earlier on as well. The Moko, you guys know, the Joseph makes this Pina super, super difficult to deal with because every time you try to slow him down, every time you try to debuff him, gives him that extra boost of speed. And when he's running at you, the Flame Mirages are so well timed. I think he's one of the better Ignis players that we have seen out there because sometimes it's just a waste of Flame Mirage. It's really ineffective, but not in the hands of Pina. I would say, you know, super timing, super positioning. And in terms of where he stops those Flame Mirages, I don't think I've seen anybody do it better than him.
Exactly. I mean, he pulls it off and then it stops in a perfect time, in a perfect position wherein it damaged more of the opponents. And that is why that Ignis is very crucial in the first part and first half of that game, of those games. But it's just unfortunate that despite of what Pina has done with that active skill, it's just a translation that's being done better by RRQ. But again, there's still more we can see from both Team Falcons and RRQ because that's just one game out of the potential 3 that we can see right here unless RRQ wants to bring it home with a 2-0.
Yeah, man. And I think this is a brilliant opportunity. And, you know, if you think about the map order here, obviously Falcons do have the advantage because they picked 2 maps. But RRQ, having sneaked off the first game, first map pick that Falcons brought in, now stand a good chance of 2-0ing them instantly. This is Bermuda. This is their pick. Let's see what happens, my friend.
Now let's see, we're going to go for a draft right now and find out what would be the bans from both sides. And for RQ, they take out Oscar, and for Team Falcons, they take out Coda. So it's quite tough right now to get information. It's only up to clue. But for Team Falcons, they want to take Orion to their side, making their front line a little bit more fortified.
And I realized that the Ignis is actually super meta right now, especially when the battle for the Cyber airdrop has become so important, Neptune. Imagine just sending that Flame Mirage and just stopping it right on that Cyber drop or right on any one of those airdrops. Basically, your opponents cannot approach without taking damage. And taking damage is severe because you barely have any medkits in the current state of things. So, damn, I want to see more Ignises now.
Let's see though. I mean, so far, we don't see the smoke vortex anymore, but it's a good thing that Ignis is putting that into play. But right now, we have Zane being brought in by RQ. And I'm getting an idea that will be Ranzay's pick. But Cassie, together with Zane, Abe and Ranzay, front line. Both of these skills, a little bit more deadlier.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's going to be very, very deadly to bump into RRQ. This is some shades of Buriram that we are seeing out here with the Cassie and Zane combo. We know what Wasana could do, but of course, the Cassie and Oscar combo is super lethal as well. But RRQ just didn't want that to fall into the hands of Falcons. Ignis is going to be pulled by Falcons. Again, super meta right now. They clearly know the rules of the game and they have come to understand exactly how to just put their opponents at a certain disadvantage. Narrow is just one of those skills as well. The capability to disrupt now is in 3 skills. The Orion, Ignis, and Narrow. Falcons is not going to be easy to deal with. So RRQ needs to think of how to be a little bit more tankier. And what better way than to bring extra 200 HP into the battle. But of course, Ma'al needs to be very quick with those switches.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, similar to what Ju has brought in, but Steffi being brought in as well because they felt those through all those utilities against them that damages them in most instances, especially with the ice grenade. That's one thing that they have utilized earlier quite well. So now I'm questioning who would be using that stuff. Would it be a Bay or would it be Guts Probably, because earlier we've seen Abe use that quite well, escaping from those ice grenades. And as a response, with that Steffi, they bring in that Chrono for the side of Team Falcons.
Again, the tactical market is technically available in the game. 2 players will be able to bring in the tech market and purchase the Chrono skill. Granted, it's 1,200 coins. So Chrono usually is not my main pick, but you also have to look at how the fact that Team Falcons is looking at whatever active skills are available on the board. And clearly RRQ has snatched away quite the good ones. So dropping back here for a Chrono as a constellation pick isn't too bad in the grand scheme of things, because it still does give them a very heavy layer of defense when things do go south. But RRQ can counter this Chrono very easily by getting up in their faces, and that's exactly what the current layout of active skills enables them to do, right? That's Steffi to block off the damage, Zane to run straight in with the extreme encounter, powered up by the electrotherapy. RRQ has got the active skills to outdo Falcons, but the question is, will the execution be clean enough? Because even in the earlier game, although they won, it was way too close. I was getting a little nervous now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a little bit of scrappy gameplay from the earlier parts. It's when they kept their distance. But now, I think with the setup that RQ has, they will be forced to get up close and personal, because it would go to a waste. You have that Zane, you have that Cassie, and if you're not going close enough against Team Falcons, then that's where you will fail. But right now, we're going to hear from some of the players as well for another interview. And we return, the battle continues. So let's listen what they had to say.
Tantangan terbesar untuk pertandingan hari ini sih gak ada ya, main kayak biasa aja sih. Paling kita kayak harus banyak belajar dari Falcons sih hari ini buat nextnya nanti. Pesannya sih paling buat limit ya, hati-hati ya hari ini, kayaknya lu nggak bakal main deh ketemu gua.
RQ จำหน้าผมได้ไหมครับคนที่ตัดคุณไม่ให้ได้แชมป์ EWC วันนี้ก็เจอผมใน C4 ก็ระวังโดนผมตัดอีกนะครับ
All right, there we have it. We heard from Maal a little bit of challenge onto Limit. And, well, hopefully that comment was in-game, because did mention, be careful if you run into me, I won't let you play. So it's Maal's not usual statement, but it is scary, though, coming from the guy.
Don't poke the bear. That's all I gotta say. Some may say you are the bear, but there's a bigger bear when it comes to snipes. Of course, Limit is a teddy bear, some would say. He's got a lot of fans out there. At the end of the day, it's going to be a situation where we see if or not RRQ can dig deep and outplay ooh, Smoke Vortex, hello there. Long time no see.
Long time no see. But from what I'm seeing, the position that they're taking, the Smoke Vortex is just a distraction, forcing them to look that way and just go onto the other. And with that, it won't be a magic if you don't have the shape splitter. And great play from RQ. Now, the only question though is, will they be able to pull in Team Falcons to one area? There goes the plushie, gives out their information, and on fire with that sight, even deadlier up close.
A beautiful play. Is on fire going to get this? Limit manages to get this, but Abe sorts him out with a USP2. And that's what you get for trying to sight one of the RRQ players. Great time turner played out here. Oh, wow! With the M500 straight ahead. A rushing Runze gets punished. Inside the time turner, he executes the player as well. It's a 2v2. Dudes Valley has got HP on him. Going for Kororo. Limit has got full HP. Abe needs to find a way to sort out Limit.
Halacino, Abe has the sight already, but Team Falcons is out of sight, if you get what I mean. Now, Abe connected with that basic therapy. It heals him up, so it does help. Now, with that plushie and Dude's HP recovered, it would be deadly to go against this guy, but Guerrero managed to slip away, and Dudes is the one who goes down.
Oh, perfect bait here by Kororo. They take Dudes out of the equation. No more electrotherapy now for this guy. But he's trying to slice and dice them with the scythe. And smart play from Falcons, Kororo and Limit X7 to keep their distance here. They know the plan. Abe wants to be cheeky. He doesn't really have the right gun. Gets tagged up a sliver of health. This should be the end of it unless Abe pulls off a miracle play here.
Oh, Sida, I mean, he's going into where the circle will be shifting. There goes the second floor, and that might be it. The moment Limit X7 gets sight of him, even the sight will not do anything at staying in the edge corner of this. And even if the HP is slowly recovering, the Blues closing in, that would force Abe to be stepping out in the open.
They spotted him out already. Abe has no chance now. Gets sacrificed to the circle. Nice try by RRQ. Just had a little bit of a challenge there with the execution, mainly because Falcons went in there for a super rush. Initially throwing in the Orion, and On Fire was just so disruptive, and they had the backstab and the timing of the narrow by Limit when On Fire went in with the Orion was just perfection. They managed to take 2 players away from RRQ, and of course On Fire was clapped right after that, but the damage had already been done, Neptune.
Yep.
And of course the final encounter with the 2v2, I didn't actually expect Dudes to get taken down so easily with that misplay.
Yeah, I mean, it's just unfortunate. Limit X7 had a headshot on him, but now they have forced by onto the Mini Uzi as well as G36, but still On Fire takes down Dudes. No recovery with that team booster. Pina, though, has been taken down, but it's now a 2v1, 3v1 situation against Mal.
Kororo sorts out Ranze. Mal all alone. And there's just no way in hell he gets this one. Might be able to get lucky with Limit. But On Fire and Kororo on the hunt. Kororo does have the medkit on him. And Maal finally shows up. Oh, beautiful. So he gets Limit out, but On Fire with the Orion. Crimson crushes his way around and pulls the scythe out for that final showdown. 2-0 as Falcons take a comfortable lead now.
Yeah, comfortable indeed. 2-0. And the weapons as well as the skills that's being used by Team Falcons right now seems like they can bring it to a 3-0. The real comeback might happen onto the next round unless that MP5 investment would pay dividends in the hands of Ranze. But it would be tough though, because despite of Team RRQ getting in, have an opportunity to get a second floor, they will be forced to spread out by Team Falcons, and they don't want to be out in the open right here.
Absolutely. Deagle in the hands of Kororo. This is deadly. We know how he plays around with this step. He has been popped as well. Extra layer of defense. Abe makes a big mistake. Just takes too far a step ahead of his team members who can't really back him up just yet. They're going to come for the save. Ranzema. Oh, big play! As they drop Kororo and Pina. On Fire now. Perfect with the play. Crimson Crush gets pulled out. And Dudes does not manage to outplay him. Still one of the better Orion players out there.
Yeah, perfect timing on that Crimson Crush, and then it recovers. And in a few, he might be able to use it once again. But I don't think he needs it, because a full squad against RRQ means a firing squad that can bring them down. And now the points is 3-0. And the Bay, as Lit pointed out, a huge mistake to sticking in there, trying to distract the opponents. But it was 2 players that's gunning him down.
Yeah, Crimson Crush with the combination of Miguel in his passive skills as well. And you know what that means, man? Every time you knock down an opponent, you gain 200 EP, which means Crimson Crush on Rip. Let's go. This was just too easy for him to execute. And you gotta appreciate On Fire for just showing us a perfect play on this Orion. But let's see if RRQ can make a comeback, because if there's any round where the resources are gonna look kind enough to them, it is this 4th round.
Let's see though. And looking at the items, weapons that RRQ has, they are being forced to really invest so much. Limit X7 though, G36, not even a sniper on him. Might be wrong, but we might be seeing a few more shots coming from this guy, or just waiting for the perfect opportunity to use it against RRQ. Keroro, a little bit too close, or Pina rather, a little bit too close for comfort against a couple of players from RRQ.
Limit has the G36 and Maal in the open. He knows exactly where the two players are. Tagged up already. Information on his side. Just refusing to stand up, but on fire. It's outplayed this time with that mini Uzi as Abe sees him on the chase. Abe now with the time turner laid out. Keroro has that perfect play up against him. It's a 2v2. Unless Limit gets picked right back up. The rest of the players on the side of Falcons is a little too far. Dude's very low on his HP. So it's all up to Maal to get a big play here.
Alcido Maal being pushed by the zone, and seems like it would be lost effort if he goes down. Keroro for the rush. There you have it, only loot remain. Little no chance of recovery, but no, Team Falcons is being taken by the blue as well. An opportunity that Deuce can take, but a quick movement coming from Keroro and Pina for the mini Uzi takedown. 4-0 with his core, and RRQ is at a loss right now.
Yeah, lethal headshot there. RRQ not looking like a great match for this version of Falcons. 4 rounds in a row. Falcons making this one look a little easy if you ask me, but RRQ, the brilliance that they showed us earlier on, just not shining on this map. Bermuda seems to be a little bit of a challenge for RRQ.
Let's see though. Bermuda still have potential, but we're still in the same area. And 4-0 is not a score that RRQ would be using to bring back that confidence. Pina, especially on AC80, was deadly already. Now, as 2 gangs up against him, he might be able to go, he might be taken down.
Ranze, very brave. Steffi popped in the nick of time, so no Dragon Freeze touching them. On fire. Oh my, what a back-to-back snipe. Keroro finds the third one. Maal, the final survivor, on his feet. Sorted out. Damn, what a sniping round by Falcons.
When you're sniping around, either with a sniper, with a deagle, AC80, Team Falcons just know how to play against the minds of RRQ. And now, let's see if those investment will be utilized quite well in this peak map, because CQCs would be the name of this game, and we're seeing from the economy as well as the weaponry of RRQ, where they're investing on this Thompson, 2 Thompson to be exact, and 1 MP5.
As we start this round at peak, look at that super bonfire setup there. They're about to start a camping session.
When there's fire, there's smoke.
There's fire, there's smoke. It's a little bit of flame mirage as well. You can't barbecue on that set of fire, but you most definitely can cook up your opponents. Pina on the hunt. Keroro gets dudes first. Oh, that's an easy one for Falcons. 2 more players to sort out. It's Abe and Maal. Maal already half on that HP. No medkit to play around with. Abe, the final one in a 1 versus the world. Finds the first one with the MP5, but sorted out instantly. 6-0 Falcons. Slam dunk RRQ.
Yeah, 6-0. Another donut being taken by RRQ, despite of them winning the previous round. Well, I guess this is what you expect from Team Falcons. You push them down, they stand up and push back stronger. But I'm loving that the adjustment from both teams are just this good, especially with how well the distance of Team Falcons is pacing themselves, positioning themselves and pacing themselves as well. Their timing of RRQ playing, because they earlier when RRQ was pushing so hard up to get close, that's where they were at loss. But when they adjusted, that's where they got that win against Team Falcons. So Team Falcons, you know how it is. They make adjustment real quick. They make good decision as well. And with that round, they got 6-0 points, making sure that they will not be gunned down that easily.
Yeah, so thank goodness, man. We got our... I don't know whether I should thank goodness or not, but 2-1 scoreline is what we will get. Who wins it out? We'll have to wait and see. RRQ made it look like it was a possibility in the first game. In the second game, it was just all out Falcons. No mercy sort of gameplay. Barely an ounce of opportunity given the way of RRQ. But now they've both taken off a map selection of their opponents. Now we head on into a situation where it's yet another Falcon map pick. The advantage for Falcons now.
Yeah, I mean, advantage for Falcons right now, and I guess this is something that they can bring to the table that just to secure their position on the leaderboard. But as we look in the highlights, I want to take a peek as well into the weapons that the players has been using. And we've seen earlier that's a couple of M500s plus the USP2 that we've seen from Team Falcons. And it seems for RRQ though, they did only bring one of that M500, knowing that on the long range, they will have advantage against RRQ. But as we move along, because of the loss that RRQ is getting, stronger and stronger weapon has been put into play until they, like Deagle, being purchased by Kororo on round number 3. And we know how it is. With that Kororo clutch, with the Kororo moment, he can still pull it off. And towards the end, if I'm not mistaken, did get that M590. So he's the one who's bringing back that accuracy into this play.
Yeah, no doubt at all. And Limit had a clean game this time around. On Fire, just showing us a masterclass of the Orion usage. Everything went the way of Falcons this game. But they are definitely fighting for their lives. They're fighting for a spot in the upper bracket. Do they get to earn this for themselves is the big question. Or by some blunder, do we actually see AG get pushed down into the lower bracket? This is just a day full of suspense, guys. You do not want to go anywhere. We have got one more game where we will be able to sort out all of these situations and questions, and you get to see exactly who sets up themselves in the upper bracket and who gets pushed down into the lower brackets where they no longer have an extra life.
Yeah, that's one thing. I mean, we talked about this before, about the surprises that can be pulled in by situation. But speaking of surprises, we've seen On Fire pull off those backstab that surprised RRQ. Thus, he did manage to pull off 8 elimination, 3,460 on damage and 7 assists. And how can you pull it off? If you have that Orion, you can be confident, and we always tie it up, or they always tie it up with that Miguel. Now, Moko and Luna on the side as well, and we've seen so many times that this Luna with that fight or flight, where we've seen On Fire always on a fight, still managed to get all those elimination.
So the MVP Husky with the On Fire with the Orion, and the Sensei take there as well, just to make sure nobody messes around with him on those markers. Doesn't want to be detected. Hardly you're able to aim to shut him down, thanks to the Crimson Crush. And the recovery of that EP, thanks to Miguel on those knocks. I mean, the guy had 8 eliminations, man. He was resetting that Miguel time and time again. And of course, on the opposite side, you see the damage contribution, 36% off of Abe, but he barely did anything. And that just shows you how RRQ just could not function in this game up against Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, it's just tough because we were expecting Ranze to really pop off together with the Bay and contribute even more, probably lead to another win by RRQ. But again, we keep talking about how Team Falcons doesn't really express a loss in a bad way. They use that loss, learn from it, and then come back stronger. So now that they've won, will they come back stronger, or will they be weakened and RRQ would be the ones recovering? Because otherwise, it will be a 2-1 forcing Team Falcons to go in the lower bracket.
Yeah. And let's take a look at the match summary here as well, Neptune, just to see a few extra numbers, especially those headshots. There's a lot of headshots. 50% of the eliminations for On Fire came through headshots. Same as Kororo, 50%. Pina actually has about 40% of his eliminations coming through headshots.
Oh my God.
Limit 50% as well. My God. You cannot mess with these headshots that Falcons are throwing out there. I mean, if half of their shots are instant eliminations, how do you even fight back?
It's tough. It's tough to fight back. I mean, they tried their best to, defend themselves, and we've seen that on the skills that RRQ has brought in. But it's just unfortunate that they have to deal with this, especially in a map where it seems like Team Falcons is very familiar with. But as we go in onto the next map, and this is still favoring Team Falcons. I want to see the rise again of RRQ Kazu, because we don't want to end it that way. Nextera can provide them with that much distance as well as a compound to work with, so that they can play this game to the timing that Team Falcons cannot catch them off guard.
You said you want to see the rise, and my tummy rumbled because I'm really hungry. I want to see the rice too. Okay? It's not the kind of rice you want to see. RRQ up against Falcons, one game apiece. This next one decides who takes it. Let's see who has got their game faces on, all right? Whether it's RRQ or Falcons. Okay, all right. Kind of game facey.
It's no difference. I mean, from both teams, it's no difference from what we've seen in the beginning of the game, bro.
I can't see the faces, though. So it's kind of hard to say if there's a game facey there. If you can't see the facey, map order. Next up, we've got Nextera. It's the map picked by Falcons, but RRQ gets the first ban as well as pick.
Well, let's see, though. I mean, this is where they need to be playing it smart. Put on that mastermind helmet and really think about how they're going to counter it. Again, from earlier when RRQ was initiating those bans and picks, seems like they understood how Team Falcons was rocking it. But when it was reversed, they were outplayed not only in the drafts but also on the field.
They think that Falcons are a little too difficult to take down with the extreme encounter up front and personal, so they take the Zane out of the equation. Falcons have got an opportunity here to really punish them, and it's going to be the electrotherapy cancellation that's going to make RRQ much softer and so much more easier to take down out there in the open. The Oscar could be a viable choice here, but they steal away the Orion instead, and I feel like this is a crucial steal because the Orion in the hands of On Fire was just unbelievably good.
And that's one thing. I mean, they for our Team Falcons rather, they, despite of them winning, they reduced that chance of RRQ from making sure that Duts survive longer. But it's a good thing that there's still that Orion that they can use, and it's pretty much the same effect. But instead of giving HP, you are taking away HP from your opponents with that Crimson Crush. But the response right now for Team Falcons is they want to go with speed. And we've seen how well Team Falcons can use that Oscar, breaking down glue walls and the timing of their turn, that 180 before they shoot. And you did point it out, the accuracy of the headshots by Team Falcons. It's easy for them to utilize this combination.
Absolutely. If anything RRQ wants to purchase in every round, it should be a helmet. Because those headshots are just deadly. RRQ, now with the narrow pick, the plush is obviously going to come in very handy, and Ma'al looking to play some clutches with the Zentino, so that's a big play once again. But Falcons with the insta pick on that Ignis, you got to love it. Again, Flame Mirage played to perfection by Falcons every single round, and this is starting to become a really troublesome character to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, well, there's one thing though that would trigger some teams, or especially Team Falcons, on the next time that they are going to deal with Team Falcons, they are going to ban Ignis. But let's see though on how well they can use that against Team Falcons. But now they're using Steffi, so I guess they understood that if you give Duts that opportunity, or whatever skill he's using, but opportunity to throw those nades, then they have to counter it. And thus, they bring in that Steffi. What would follow through though? Because so far we don't have a sniper just yet. Iris can be something that Elimination 7 can use in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Without that narrow, the Iris is a very good pick, and we have seen him use it fairly effectively. But in the game where the Iris was used by Limit, we didn't really see a victory being pulled on their side. Instead, it's going to be the clue. And this clue is most probably going to go to Limit X7. And I think that's a decent enough pick, right? Because he doesn't really need to function out there with the active skill. He can just snipe from afar. RRQ, on the other hand, have some disruptive capability with that spider. So Raiden is going to be brought in here by RRQ. I like this. Very aggressive setup. Get up close and personal in the faces of your opponents. You toss out that plushie. You throw a spider at them beside that plushie. Maybe even swap out your spot with the mannequin that the Sentino throws out, and you might just be able to catch a monstrous Falcon.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, pull those webs, you go and catch something, and let's see now if this would be effective. But I'm loving the play right here. You have that, Falcons has that Oscar, then they have that Raiden. You know as well that if you throw it somewhere in the middle, it will catch someone like Kiroro on that Oscar, whether it's Kiroro or Pina. That would slow them down, give an opportunity for Rans to go for that aggressive push. So let's see if this works. Let's see if this is viable enough to win against Team Falcons, because on paper it does.
It most definitely does. 1-1. This next game is the decider. We go down the wire. Do we have a one-sided match like we saw in that game number 2? The Falcons manage to rampage, or will RRQ subdue one of the most lethal teams out there in the world of Free Fire? Falcons don't mess around when it comes to Clash Squad. I really wonder what would have happened if they had bumped into each other. But Limit, let's take a look at it. It says 45 eliminations so far in the competition, 59 assists. That's not bad. That is amazing.
Yeah, definitely amazing. Damage especially, because Elimination 7, similar to what we've seen earlier in the stats, and most of the snipers are the ones who engage early. With the range they can have, its accuracy as well, they chip off the HP of their opponents, and thus the damage constantly grows for this. It's more of the follow-up that's being done by their teammates as well that really makes Team Falcons get all those elimination, get all those win quite quickly. So let's see if the Limit can add more to that, or will he be denied by RRQ, especially if Maal and Dutz would be on the snipe.
Yeah, it's all about the denial at the end of the day. And you look at the players on the side of RRQ, it looks like they are ready. Looking at Maal. This is a bit of a problem. You saw the sniper on the side of Falcons, and then we get to see a little bit of the sniper on the side of RRQ. The numbers are not matching up, Neptune.
I mean, it is adding up, but it's not matching really on a comparison scale. But it is what it is right now. Maal, especially left alone, is having trouble in getting all those numbers in, and even it translates into the scores that they have so far. Out of the 3 games, they have lost so much already. It's a good thing that they did manage to get at least 1 map away from Team Falcons, just to offset their numbers. But going back to top 3 in damage dealt, Moshi has moved to that number 1 spot. Earlier, I think he was in 2nd place, and now Elimination 7 is slowly catching up, and Seraph now is on 3rd. But as you can see, between 2nd and 3rd, Elimination 7 and Seraph, it's very, very close, but we still have 1 more round. So 2nd place might go to 1st later on.
Absolutely. Limit X7 about to take the #1 spot because to get 3,000 damage in one game is not impossible for Limit, but of course there has been a couple of times where he has not walked away with more than 2,000 damage. So we'll have to wait and see if or not he takes the #1 spot in a little bit. But of course we move on into Nextera, the final game of the day, the final game of the group stage. So we get to see exactly how our elimination brackets will look like later. And we start things off at Decker Square. In fact, we go back to back on Decker Square as we head on into this Nextera map.
Right, split being done by RQ with the user portal. And again, aggression of Ranzay might cost him so much. More than half of the HP already. It's a good thing he managed to pull up that Crimson Crush. And now a payback, but unfortunately on fire. With that USP, not even buying a weapon, still managed to take that hit.
Ranzay went in, baited out all the players of Falcons, managed to get a headshot as well, and then the rest of the players on the side of RRQ toasted them with Ma'al, the player that we were saying has got not enough points on the board to compare to Limit, sorting them out towards the end. Very messy, very creative, very scary, but looks like it was effective.
Yeah, it is effective indeed. Now, Falcons would be cautious. But the thing is, they are the ones who can pull up the same tactics as RRQ did. Because it's just a switcheroo on the spawns right now in the same area of the map. Now, RRQ, they need to be cautious, stick together if they have to make sure that whatever portal Team Falcons will take, and it is just one portal for everyone, they are ready to fight back.
This time, RRQ flipping the sides. Straight up onto that second floor. Ranzay tagged up. Mini Uzi, but there's not a lot of damage there. Has to be really careful. Lost some EP in that engagement. Now Kororo. Orion popping up. No. Ranzay backing away. Good glue wall by Ranzay. That's the bait once again. Trying to switch with Dudes. Dudes spots out Pina. Pina, a sliver of health. Ranzay punishes Pina. And here comes the Orion once again. Dudes needs to go in for the backup. And they arrive on time. And straight into him, Kororo runs. But Ranzay with the punisher. And RRQ now left with 2 more players. This is danger zone because if they pick Pina up, Falcons not allowed to do that.
LSC though, Elimination 7 has plenty of HP to play with, and Ranzay is in trouble. Just building up those EPs, just make sure that he can pull off that Crimson Crush, but he gets crushed by Elimination 7. The confidence with the number of HP that he has, and it's now a 1v2 situation against Abe.
Abe can't step out of his defense. Spotted out by On Fire, who has the mini Uzi. Whoop. Wants to cut the distance, but the Raiden... It's gonna just slow him down, but just no effect because it was a 1v2. One guy got stuck in his web, the other one was capable of shooting him down.
Yeah, he's using that other guy as a replacement of a glue wall. You're stuck in the web, I've used you as a cover. But still, it is effective. They're both still alive towards the end of the game. But I'm loving this. Though, despite of losing that engagement, that Raiden proves very effective the way they use it. It's just the timing that they need to work on. If it was done a little bit early, then they could have survived. But HP's already been spent, and even Ma'al falls down to his knees.
Yeah, good cover here from the players on the side of Falcons as they were running up the stairs. Now Ranzay's going to get tagged up as well. GG, Abe, a sliver of health. This is just not the round of RRQ. As Dudes and Ma'al, a sliver of health left here on Ma'al, but the damage has been done. The cyber point has been claimed by Falcons. They are 4 players strong. Unless a miracle play now is pulled off by Ma'al, who barely has 20% of his HP left on him.
Yeah, I mean, Museum is a place that you don't want to split up, especially with those platforms, with those stairs readily available for you, and you have great cover with those glass walls as well, so you can still get information even if you stick together, and then that's when you set up a trap, and that's what Team Falcons did right here against players from RRQ. And in spite of back and forth scores, Team Falcons would have a more advantage on the next round.
Let's see if or not RRQ will be able to be as cute and as deadly. Not often do you get absolutely shocked by the appearance of Zazil. One of the cutest pets out there. So every time a medkit is used, Zazil gives you the ability, or the possibility, I have to say, of getting an additional one, which is great with the current state of things because you don't have a lot of medkits.
But the only question now is, when will you be able to use those?
Amen.
It's counterintuitive, but Pina, well, not really thinking twice, not really stepping away from that battle, but on fire, and the rest of Team Falcons just gunning them down up close and personal, and is now left to obey with half the HP, make that no more HP, and Team Falcons bring it down to 3-1.
I don't know what that was because it was just so messy and just split apart, and they just trickled in one after the other like I was watching some Bollywood movie. And you know, the villains will never attack you all at once, you know. They just fly in one at a time, allowing the hero to just do his stuff. And that's exactly what RRQ was in there, a Bollywood villain.
Now
Falcons on the other hand, the heroes.
Well, I mean, I've seen a few more, but even if they come together at once, especially if a cyborg in a Bollywood you're going against, even if you come at him all at once, he would still be up. Now, see if the same story goes as Wednesday tries to be that hero, but still being gunned down by Team Falcons quickly at that, 3 versus 4.
This is getting from difficult to impossible as we look for a comeback out of RRQ here. On fire. What a movement! Outplaying Maal. Even on that run, Maal needs to learn something from On Fire. Look at the way he cut down that distance. Vina on the double, giving Falcons their 4th round victory.
Yeah, I mean, 4th round victory, and they're inching closer to ending this suffering of RRQ. But hopefully RRQ recovers, like, not only in the game, but also in terms of motivation, because I'm feeling that that's where they're failing first, and then it's being translated to the game itself. And Zazil right now just giving us a little bit of insight, but Beaston, I think he messes up that scene.
Yeah, somebody's in love with Zazil from our production team. Okay, calm down, production. Calm down. Ranze, Sports 1. On fire. Ui! MP5, level 3. MP3.
Here's some music and
old man. Steffi popped, painted refuge. Spinning the town here just to make sure the damage is reduced, and Ranze tag. It's the first one. Maal found not far later. And this is looking impossible to see a comeback out of RRQ, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's very scrappy in terms of position, but Dutz is trying to pave the way to potential clutch right now. Up close and personal footsteps, but there goes the shot. A headshot before a knockdown, and Team Falcons will bring this to match point. Despite of the weapons being used right now, there's just a condition of winning those fights, which is not happening for the side of Ranze. We've seen him move quick, but it's just Team Falcons anticipating that he will be the one in the front line. Thus, they're focused on that area.
Yeah, no doubt at all. 5 rounds in a row. Will they make it 6? You see 3 red icons there. RRQ going in here for the full investment. Clue has been popped. Limit knows exactly where the movements are from the rest of the RRQ players. And they're about to bump right into them. Great use of the Flame Mirage as it pushes forth, gets a tag onto the first player. Ranze running straight into the players on the side of Falcons, spots an opportunity for the backstab, goes in for the backup, but instead gets punished. Pina with the finisher, and RRQ surrounding them. This could just be an opportunity to turn things around. Maal fighting Pina. Thompson finally working out for the guy. Kororo bleeding out. Limit has to back up On Fire somehow as Kororo gets dropped once again. A beautiful counter by RRQ on this round.
Oh, let's see now. Eliminate 7 still live smokes in. A Beto level 2 on MP5. And Smokes has been released to cover his approach. And RRQ finally cover a point, getting away from a loss. And they will get all those weapons that will be left behind by Team Falcons. And this might be the opportunity that RRQ has been waiting for.
I mean, I don't know. Series point for Falcons and RRQ's finally popping off. I think they waited a little too long because Falcons, they are lethal when they have a sliver of chance. When they have a ocean of chances in front of them to pull the closer, I don't think they're going to be letting that one go. In fact, they've got the resources on their side. The economy is strong, so getting the guns that they definitely want. Plus the active skills, man. They've got the clue.
Yeah.
Sending out another Flame Mirage. Again, they get the information off of these players. They know exactly where RRQ is. But this time they back away. They don't want to go in for that rush again and put themselves at risk.
Yeah, I guess they are playing for the isolation, baiting him to one side similar to what we've seen happen. But Bay spotted, shot at, and they're taken down. But Ranze follows it up. Now Kiroro, M1887X deadly with the 3 shots, but Dutz more deadlier with that Thompson. And seems like Team Falcons would be in a fight. Dutz, though, with only a few HP against 3 players of Team Falcons.
Falcons in a 3v2. Kiroro needs to make sure he doesn't make any wrong moves here. Limit is keeping an eye on Ranze from afar. No medkit for RRQ. Gonna try their very best to slow the pace down a little bit here. In Graph Labs, Limit, look at him. He's trying to find an angle. Dutz and Ranze both keeping an eye on him. Kiroro and On Fire has the potential of going in for the flank, but the circle now puts them at risk. Ranze has to jump. Limit. Oh, great glue wall played by Ranze.
Limit 7, great position, but bit. Even the zone will be shifting away from him, but at this moment, Dutz has been taken down. Ranze out, and now it's Team Falcons winning this series 2-1.
My goodness me. Tiebreakers, here we come. We have got 3 teams with 6 points in Group B. Who's going to be in the upper bracket? Who's going to be in the lower brackets? We'll have to just wait and see because of this unfortunate... I can't say unfortunate because Falcons just really played that well. RRQ just lost that game. They were not as good as what Falcons brought to the table, and that gives them a decent victory, a dominating one in that second game, a nail-biting one in the final showdown. RRQ showed up strong in that first matchup, but it just wasn't enough as we continued on with the series.
Yeah, wow. You didn't mention about tiebreakers, and just a recap to everyone what the tiebreaker rules are. First is head-to-head. Next is map win or lose points. Next is total map wins. And then the round win and lose points. So that's 4 tiebreakers that will be applied out of the 3 teams that we have in contention.
I'm nervous. Okay, I don't know who is going to get pushed into the low bracket. It's not going to be a fun walk down there at the low bracket because it's going to be a dogfight. Everybody wants to survive. But you cannot fail. Double elimination bracket. If you're on the upper bracket, if you fail, you get a lower chance in the lower bracket. If you're already in the lower bracket, if you fail, if you lose your series, you are out. Okay, so next week somebody is going to rest early. Some of the other teams are obviously going to have to play a couple of extra days. We'll have to wait and see exactly who the teams are who are at risk. Of course, we saw Group A earlier on Neptune, and it was fairly easy to tell who was going to make it into the upper brackets. Buriram, there was just no doubts about what they were about to do at all. But as we jump on into the highlights, let's see once again, how did Falcons pull away this fantastic victory over RRQ?
Again, first off is to break down the aggression of Ranze. Because, yes, that is their strong point for RRQ. That's the strong point of RRQ. If Ranzi can get through, at least get one knock, then that's when they can get the win. But Team Falcons knew that already first game that they lost their fight, and now they're only waiting for that one guy, followed by Abe, followed by Dutz, and then lastly Maal. And that's the most of the pattern. Every time Team Falcons is winning, that's a pattern that keeps showing up in this fight.
Yeah, no doubt. And that pattern is one that the other teams definitely have to check out. It is a punishable pattern for sure. But of course, if or not you have the right capabilities to pull that off, because sometimes you know what you need to do, but the execution out there on the battlefield just complicates the situation a little bit. The mechanical skills were sharp by Falcons. And RRQ, I have to say, strategy-wise, they definitely made me ask some questions to myself as to exactly what this team was thinking out there. Positional advantage almost always on the side of Falcons. They did have the informational play on them, and you just didn't see that from the side of RRQ. They didn't focus on getting information, right? They no coda, no clue. You barely saw those attempts for them. And they were always splitting up on the battlefield, kind of making it easy for Falcons to just isolate them in gunfights and eliminate them one after the other.
And this is one thing. I mean, this is a moment wherein we thought RRQ can continue getting all those points. The unfortunate part about this is they had to go back to Grab Labs, and that's where they lost that fight. Because the Team Falcons doesn't fall for the same trap. But once again, the MVP was... I don't want to say it. On fire.
Husky on fire. On Husky.
Well, Husky would be chased by... no, either way. Sensei Tig would be chased by Husky at that point. In elimination, 4,527 and the damage and 7 assists.
Husky looks like a person who'd take advice from Sensei Tig. Tell me, Sensei. But of course, at the end of the day, with that Steffi, I think On Fire, no matter what you do, whether it's the Orion or it's the Steffi or it's any other active skills, what really makes On Fire is his mechanical capability, and his footwork out there on the battlefield is undeniable. He could work on his pose for the photo, but... undeniable stuff when it comes to the gameplay. Had the J beeps, had the Joseph, and just those two passives alone gets to have you a little bit more active out there on the battlefield. You don't really want to be losing your defenses all that too much. And he's got the Luna for the extra rate of fire, and you've got the VSS, you've got the MP5 for the increased rate of fire off of the Luna. I mean, what more do you need, man? Oh yeah, I'll tell you what. A little bit of extra movement speed when that rate of fire converts. On Fire had everything. It's quite difficult to outplay a player who really knows their free fire.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, understand how the skills really affects gameplay and how it works to their favor. And looking at that, we also see for the other players of Team Falcons, Limex 7 with 7 elimination, 10 assists, and Keroro right now almost equalized on elimination and assists, but the damage overall is what has brought them to that win. Pina, 8 assist as well, because you saw even from the highlights earlier how each player of Team Falcons backs each other up. They doesn't go solo, and as much as possible they prioritize on pickup rather than going in a 1v1.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, great plays out of Falcons, unfortunate plays out of RRQ. The first game was brilliant. Second and third, obviously, Falcons had to nail that shot. Any opportunities that were left on the table were wiped away instantaneously. Falcons getting their map victory on their pick of Nextera for that final third game. If you look at some of the stats here, look at the headshots, man. On Fire was truly on fire with the aims. 8 eliminations, but he got a total of 6 elimination headshots. How ridiculous is that?
Yeah, I mean, it's either On Fire, either Limit or Keroro, Pina. They can always land those shots. But as we look at the standings right now, well, Team Falcons take the #1 spot in the group's All Gamer Global relegated, pushed down, lower bracket. There's no way to treat the champions, but unfortunately, that's how it ended up.
So in the lower brackets, we've got EVOS Divine, Heavy, All Gamers Global, and RRQ Kazu. I think All Gamers Global did this on purpose because they are a team that's more than capable of whooping EVOS, Heavy, and RRQ Kazu. These boys are brilliant, right? But I think they played with fire a little bit too much. They allowed WAG to get a little cheeky, and I think they wanted to make a comeback, but they just kind of lost grip on that game. And you know, when you mess around, sometimes you get burnt, right? Sometimes you get punished. We will see if or not that is the case when we bring it in next week, because this is the brackets for the eliminations. We've got the upper brackets as well as the lower brackets. Upper bracket gets the extra live man. Lower bracket, on the other hand, you lose your match. Bye-bye, we say.
AJ Global, Heavy, EVOS, and RRQ. That's a message that AJ has to say for you, to at least amp up your game. Otherwise, as you did mention, they will be going home. Well, they are home, but they would be sad at home.
Yeah, absolutely. Buriram versus WAG, that's going to be a fun match. Falcons versus Esports, that's going to be pretty great to watch as well. But the lower brackets is definitely where we have got our sights set on. I think it's going to be deadly, and we've got an all-out civil war between EVOS and RRQ. Only one Indonesian team will be able to make it through into the best of three that we see in that match 6. And this is the schedule for the day as well. That battle between Indonesia will happen on the 4th match. We'll open the day up between BRU and WAG. Falcons versus Esports for that 2nd series, and AG Global versus Heavy in the 3rd one.
Well, it has been a nail-biting group stage, but now it would be a nail-clipping. Or a finger biting, I would say. It's not just a nail anymore once we get into the elimination stage. Because right now, from what I'm seeing, based on the numbers, Buriram United and Team Falcons might meet up a little bit too early unless someone else decides not to. Someone else decides to go a longer route. But yeah, we did mention that the lower bracket run is much crucial for the 4 teams, for the 3 regions that's part of there. So I'm just looking forward to how that is going to turn up.
Absolutely, man. I mean, it's just been an exciting competition so far. I think Clash Masters have definitely lived up to the hype. You know, we've always wanted a little bit more for Clash Squad, and now we've got our very own brand of tournament here for Clash Squad called Clash Masters. No Clash Masters have ever been born before. We've got some, you know, world champions for Clash Squad and whatnot, but Clash Masters, I am so excited to crown the very first one. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that is about it for Neptune and I for the group stage. We will see you guys next week when we work our double elimination brackets. Take care, goodbye, good night.